arrival of the Honorable Senate President and the Senators of the Republic.
The 75th session of the Senate of the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. We'll be led today in prayer by our distinguished colleague, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Let's bow our heads in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the opportunity to do our work and serve our people. We ask for wisdom and divine mercies as we go about our day. We pray for your intervention that we may pass laws that will genuinely protect the welfare of our people. We pray for everyone's good health. We pray for protection over our loved ones and family. And we pray for the future of this country of ours that we all hold dear to our hearts. We ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem. Wala tayong band. Walang banda.
Bayang magiliw, pelas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa higit mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisiin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong magaw, may hilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na naglilingin. Ang bituin at araw niya, kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhating pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo. Puso at diwa ng Senado ang katwiran, isa batas ang mitiing makabayan. Pilipino'y maligayang nabubuhay sa kalinga ng paglayat katarungan. O Senado ng marangal at matatag, malakas at di umuko sa dayuhan. Pag ang bigkis nitong bansa'y nasa batas, tuloy-tuloy at matuwid ang pag-unlad. O Senado ng marangal at matatag, malakas at di umuko sa dayuhan. Pag ang bigkis nitong bansa'y nasa batas, tuloy-tuloy at matuwid ang
That music was brought to you by via tape recording of our Secretariat, who recorded that this morning, headed by DepSec Belen. Maybe we ask the Secretary to read the roll of members.
Roll call of members, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Montiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cincia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President Subiri.
With 24 senators present, it's a perfect attendance, ladies and gentlemen. The chair declares the presence of a quorum. Yes, our distinguished colleague, Senator Alan Cayetano.
Yeah, Mr. President, just a quick 2-minute manifestation on a very, very important issue that I think affects not only the Senate, all of the members, but also our system of justice. May I have these 2 minutes for a quick manifestation, Mr.
Yes, please
President?
proceed. Please proceed.
Mr. President, there was this guy na matagal na hindi nangumpisal. So pumunta sa isang pare at nangumpisal. Sabi niya, Father, forgive me for I have sinned. He stared at the priest and the priest was waiting for his confession. And then the priest tried to guide him. Sabi niya, anong kasalanan mo anak? Nakatitig lang siya. Sabi, umiinom ka ba? Hindi po. Nagsusugal ka ba? Hindi po. Pumapatay ka ba ng tao? Hindi po. Magnanakaw ka ba? Hindi po. Nangangaliwa ka ba sa asawa mo? Hindi po. So sabi niya, so ano kasalanan mo? Bakit pinilit mo ako na mangumpisal ngayong oras, hinanap mo pa ako? Sabi po nung tao, Father, sinungaling kasi po ako. No? So although I tried to deliver this as lightly as possible, nung araw po, pag tinawag mong sinungaling ang isang tao, then it would be a matter of honor for the whole family. No? So pag sinabi mong sinungaling si Cruz o sinungaling si Santos o sinungaling si Juan de la Cruz, matter of honor na po yan. The topic I'm bringing up is that I'd like to congratulate Senator Bato for the handling of the hearing on the, of course, the tragedy of the outrage dun po sa pagpatay kay Governor Digamo. But since he's closed the hearing, Judiel Osmundo Rivero filed a counter affidavit and another affidavit recanting his previous testimonies before the Department of Justice, and later 3 more suspects did the same. And if you monitor the De Lima case, you would see also someone who recanted. And if you watch the hearings last week, again by Senator Bato, lantal-lantaran na nagsisinungaling sa harap ng Senado. So ang point ko, Mr. President, untenable na at unsustainable na ang perjury ay hindi pinapansin sa ating bansa o hindi kinakasuhan. So I know it's a long discussion, but I'd like just to put on the floor and for our discernment whether or not Senator Bato would be amendable to opening the hearing again, but also if the Committee on Justice would join, and the Committee on Justice can focus on the laws regarding lying under oath, including perjury, including contempt. I learned that in certain jurisdictions, like in the U.S., for example, in New York, California, Illinois, Florida, the penalty for perjury is 10 years imprisonment. You would say na ano ang pagnanakaw compared, ano ang pagsisinungaling compared to corruption, compared to illegal drugs, compared to pagnanakaw, etc. But Mr. President, the reason why we function well here in the Senate, although we disagree on many issues, the reason why we function well with the minority, although we would disagree on many issues, the reason why the different blocks can get along and can discuss issues. The reason why the female members who are very protective of, for example, discrimination or issues on family, the reason why we can discuss it because we have a basic trust. We don't lie to each other. No, we're not always obligated to tell each other the truth. You sometimes have the right to remain silent. Sometimes you don't have to answer. Sometimes you don't have to get involved. But yung lantaran po under oath, kaliwat kanan na lang. So, isipin niyo po yung ordinary, this is my last point. Isipin niyo po yung ordinaryong Juan de la Cruz, no? Manunod ng TV, sasabihin si Senator ganito or si Congressman ganito, si ex-president ganito, ganito, magnanakaw, etong mga witnesses. Isa-isayin yung witnesses. 6 months later, 1 year later, isa-isa yung mga witness babaliktad. Tapos ganun na lang. So, I'm not saying that yung mga witnesses po ay walang karapatan bumaliktad. Ang point ko, anong penalty nila? So kung nagsisinungaling sila, dapat kasuhan sila. Ngayon, kung totoong tinorture or kinoworse sila, kinasuhan ba yung nag-coerce o yung nag-torture sa kanila? Ang point, hindi pwedeng hanging. Hindi pwedeng pagdating dito sa Senate, lalaro-laruin na lang tayo, magsisinungaling yung mga witnesses or sasabihin, di ba, 3 years lang naman, election na, 6 years na lang yan. Palipasin lang natin tong administrasyon na to, no? So, I think the Senator Bato and Senator Tol are very capable chairpersons. Their track record speaks for themselves, especially in yung, whether we were talking about the Isabong hearing or ito pong kay Governor Digamo, of course, the many hearings that very well organized ni Senator Tolentino. So, may I lay this at their feet, and I think it is something that we should all be very much concerned about. Thank you for this time, Mr. President.
Thank you. I'd just like to add to Senator Cayetano's manifestation. We discussed this last week with Senator Robin Hood Padilla. I totally agree that we must toughen our laws on perjury. So with the proper motion, the good gentleman, the majority floor leader, can refer your speech or your manifestation to the two committees to be acted upon immediately during the break. I am in favor on increasing the penalties and the jail time because it's becoming to be a norm now. They are recanting, they refuse to answer, they're giving us the, all agencies, no, the roundabout on their answers. So I think it's about time, just like the United States. When you give an affidavit, that's it. When you recant your affidavit, they will file perjury charges against you. So this goes on both sides of the political fence. This happened to our colleague, Ma'am Laila de Lima. It also happens, it's happening now with the Delgamo case. I think this will cross all political lines. I think the truth should be ferreted out, and if they lie, then they should be liable. Of course, they're under oath and they will be charged with perjury. So, Majority Leader, I think Senator Tolentino would like to be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd like to thank our colleague Senator Cayetano for raising this matter. I think, Mr. President, it's about time that we either amend our rules to make it more strict insofar as our treatment of witnesses acting with malice and malicious intent and lying in violation, Mr. President, of several articles of the revised penal code. We have Article 181, 182, 183. There is probably a need, perhaps, Mr. President, to amend likewise several provisions of the revised penal code. And let me quote, Mr. President, Article 144, which I failed to mention, which would add to impair the respect due a legislative body. Yung po nagsisinungaling ay talagang inaalisan ng respeto ang ating Senado, maging ang mga committee. And then Article 183, Mr. President, speaks of false testimony in cases and perjury in solemn affirmation. Ang nangyayari po, Mr. President, pag pina-out natin, parang ano na lang po yun, parang seremonya na lang eh. Affirmation of an oath should be made solemnly and should not contain any falsehoods, Mr. President. And I agree with Senator Cayetano that the penalty should be increased. And Mr. President, the committees should likewise be given the opportunity to immediately determine whether a statement was made with the intent to lie, rather than wait for a long-drawn proceeding that would involve conviction. Ang haba pa ho nun. By the time na matapos po yung hearing, matagal na hong tapos. Yung hearing sa husgado, matagal na rin tapos. Yung hearing natin sa Senado. So, I totally agree, Mr. President. There is a need to revise our rules as well as several articles contained in the crimes against public interest under the revised penal code. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Senator Cayetano?
Just one point, Mr. President. In the U.S. Congress, they're allowed to do two things. Either directly hold them in contempt under the powers of contempt of Congress, or to certify it to the Attorney General and then kakasuhan ng Attorney General. But these are all criminal cases. And it's very clear sa penology, no, that it isn't really the penalty, but the certainty that the case will be filed and that you will be jailed. No? So of course, the certainty na 10 years versus 6 months. But ang nangyayari kasi ngayon, 6 months na lang, wala pang certainty. So just to use the example last week, no, yung mga PNP personnel na nagsinungaling. Dapat ang PNP mismo mag-conduct ng administrative hearing on that. At pag nakita nilang they lied to Congress, sila na mismo ay meron ng ginawa sa ahensya nila. So yes, we do not control the private sector in terms of what they say here, but we can hold them under oath. But kung kapwa government employees, magsisinungaling sa atin dito, napakakawawa naman natin kung problema pa natin how to hold them accountable, no? So let me confer with Senator Tol and Senator Bato, but I'm hoping that we will have a more proactive whole of government approach here. So meaning, pagka nandyan po ay let's say sa consumer at nandyan ang taga DTI o may complaint sa corruption, nandyan BIR, Customs or whatever, DPWH, at mismong tauhan nila nagsinungaling, singilin natin sila na sila mismo magdisiplina sa sarili nilang mga tao. So thank you for this time, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Cayetano. Senator Rizzo Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Gusto ko lang pong pasalamatan ang Senate President sa pagbanggit sa ating dating kasamang si Senator Laila de Lima. Sa totoo po, sa dismiss ng pangalawang huwad na kaso laban sa kanya, umaasa po ang maraming kababayan natin na malapit na ang araw na siya ay lalaya at magsisimula na po ang pagbigay sa kanya ng ganap na hustisya o katarungan. So sa liwat, dagang salamat, Mr. President.
Very welcome. As I said, perjury sees no political color. It can be issue on criminality, it can be issue on politics, but we should punish those who lie under oath. Yes, Senator,
Yes,
our
Mr.
minority
President.
floor leader is
Yes.
recognized.
On the same topic, Mr. President, I noticed that is our parang knee-jerk reaction when we see a wholesale disrespect or disregard of criminal law. We believe that the solution is to increase the penalty. Mr. President, ang problema, it's already the deterrent effect of our criminal laws has been absent or taken for granted by our people. So, kung walang nakulong sa 6 months, kung gawin mong life yan, kung ang feeling nila wala rin namang makukulong, hindi ganun din po. So, dapat siguro before, that should be the second step, but the first step I think is to enforce current law. The current law. Kahit anumang penalty niyan, i-enforce na po natin yan at bumalik na po yung pagbibigay ng sample. At the same time, bumalik din yung the deterrent effect of our criminal laws. Yun pong nawawala eh. Sa hearing nga namin sa BICAM namin dun sa culture mapping led by our Senate President pro tempore, the very knowledgeable Senator Loren Ligarda. May side comment po siya ron which stuck with me. Ang sabi niya, ang mga batas sa Pilipinas, optional. Optional suggestion. May kasi dinaanan namin yung mga mandates ng batas doon eh. Walang sumusunod kasi nga ang observation nga ng ating chairman, given her how many decades of experience in public service, lawmaking, pagdating daw sa batas, suggestion, even mandates, and umabot na, it all extended all the way to the criminal law regime or area, Mr. President. Ganyan na nangyayari. So,
As a matter of fact, I had a group from the chambers, foreign chambers today about the ease of doing business. Yung
Suggestion
ease
din.
of doing business, parang suggestion.
Suggestion na lang din.
Hindi na naging batas. Hindi na
Mr.
natin
President.
tinutupad.
sige, I'm done, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Minority Leader. Yes, distinguished colleague, Senator Lauren.
Yes, I thank the good minority leader first for his very enlightened and valuable insights. That's why we were able to pass a measure which was filed in the 1991, which only was enacted under your leadership, Mr. President, with a great collaboration between the minority and the majority. So thank you for that, Senate Minority Leader Pimentel. And he is correct in saying that it is unfortunate and it saddens me, but it also somehow angers most of us, if not all, that the laws that we painstakingly enact and study and mandate are not taken seriously or in serious consideration. And that's why the oversight function of Congress, especially the Senate, must be exercised with an iron, metal, platinum fist. And I would want it under your leadership, Mr. President, that we make sure that all these laws, because before there were oversight committees, let's say, on clean air, on clean water, on solid waste, but it was probably taken out. And there were other oversight committees, but perhaps we don't need to create more committees. It is just incumbent upon us to ensure that the laws that we enact are actually implemented. It will surprise you to know that some agencies of government, or at least some persons in those agencies, do not even realize that the laws exist. They don't even understand some of the laws and what it means in their effective and efficient implementation of those laws. And also, I rise to concur with the observation of the veteran lawmaker, Senator Minority Leader Pimentel, that we must ensure that the laws that we enact here are understood, communicated, and implemented for the good of our country. You're correct in saying ease of doing business. There is so much unease in doing business. Ang hirap-hirap po. Hindi ko nahihimayin kung bakit. And so, it is important that we ensure our laws are taken seriously, and that if it is not, then we decide what to do. But even decorum, perhaps, even with let's start with ourselves, even decorum in our chamber, in the way we speak, in what we do, and even in committee hearings. Today at our hearing, when our agencies come, they must respect the work we do by preparing and studying the bills at hand and giving comments and not taking it lightly. Having said that, I thank you for your time,
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
President.
Thank you. Senator De La Rosa, please recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. I think last Congress, Mr. President, just to reinforce the observation of the minority leader, last Congress we passed RA 11594 that effectively amended Article 183 and 184 of the revised penal code from arresto mayor to maximum prison correctional, which was minimum of 4 months and 1 day to 2 years. We amended that to prison mayor, minimum period of 6 years and 1 day to 8 years. So pinataasan na po natin yung penalty ng perjury, Mr. President. And I think it's I agree that it's a matter of implementation. Kaya siguro tama lang rin yung pinagkukulong natin sa baba, yung kagad yung instant penalty yung ginagawa natin na pinagkukulong natin yung naglalay sa committee natin, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, for the information of the chairman of the Committee on Public Order and Drugs, we already instructed the secretariat na meron tayong standalone building dyan sa baba, malapit sa basketball court. Pinapalagyan ko ng mga rehas at pinapaayos ko na kasi doon natin nililipat. Di na sila sa loob ng building na ito. Ililipat natin doon sa labas sa isang bodega. Pinapa-reinforce na namin na yun. So that is a fair warning to those who are cited in contempt and who continue to abuse by lying during the committees, that when they will be cited for contempt, we have a place for them.
Hindi na aircon, Mr. President. Hindi na.
Hindi naman, kawawa naman. Baka magalit sa atin yung Commission on Human Rights.
O
Lagyan
aircon pa
natin
rin.
ng aircon. Tsaka
Thank you,
banyo.
Mr. President.
Magandang tulugan. Thank you. So, Majority Leader, Yes, we recognize Senator Robin Hood Padilla.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pinunong mayorya. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Sa banal na pangalan po ng Panginoon Diyos. Ginoong Pangulo, yung pong binabanggit ng ating mahal na minority floor leader, sangayon din naman po ako doon na totoo po yun, na hindi nga naman talaga hindi na isa sa katuparan kung ano yung sinasabi ng batas. Dahil katulad po ng ating pagpupulong, Ginoong Pangulo, nung isang linggo, nagkausap po tayo dyan, dahil na-amendahan na po ito at ginawa po ito ni Senator Gordon. Ang pinupunto po namin dito at sinusundan ko po yung sinabi ni Senator Alan Peter Cayetano ay yung mga nasa gobyerno po. Yung pong nasa loob ng gobyerno, katulad po ng mga nasa kasundaluhan, nasa kapulisan, na iyan po ay tumanggap yan ng panunumpa sa inang bayang Pilipinas at sa harapan ng Panginoon Diyos na sila po ay magiging tagapagtanggol at tagapagligtas. At ganun din naman po sa mga nasa gobyerno na nanumpa din. Hindi naman po siguro tama na parehas ang gagawin nating parusa doon sa civilian, doon sa nanumpa. Hindi po pwede. Para po sa akin na tayo po ay nasa harap ng mga taong ito, na tayo po ay elected officials, niloloko po tayo ng harapan dito mismo sa Senado. Kaya nga po, hiniling ko po sa inyo, Ginoong Pangulo, na hindi sana parehas ang parusa dito sa mga normal na civilian doon sa mga nanumpa. Dahil yung pagsumpa sa harap ng Diyos at sa harap ng bayan, napakalaking kasalanan po niyan. Hindi lang po yan pagsisinungaling sa isang tao o dalawang tao, kundi pinagsisinungalingan mo ang 110 Pilipinos. Yun po ang ibig ko pong sabihin. Yun lamang po, mahal na Ginoong Tagapangulo. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat.
Mr. President,
Yes, Majority Leader.
before I move that we refer the manifestations of our dear colleagues, let me just state for the record that I cannot agree more to the statements made by our colleagues. In fact, Mr. President, since I was a member of Congress in the 12th Congress, I have been filing a measure in the House of Representatives and even in this August chamber, Mr. President, a bill that would continue to put more pressure to public officials because public office is a public trust and therefore we need to give stiffer penalties to public officials, especially elected officials, Mr. President, just to put that on record. And with that, Mr. President, I move that we refer the manifestation of Senator Alan Peter Cayetano and our colleagues to the Committees on Justice and the Committee on Public Order. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motions approved.
Mr. President, I move that we...
You want to recognize the guest first?
Okay, Mr. President. Let me recognize, Mr. President, guests of our Senate President, this representation, and members of this August Chamber. We have Mr. Kyle Kulas, Jennerman, and Miss Catherine Dikit, who are here with us, Mr. President.
From Cavite. The girlfriend is from Cavite.
From Cavite, Mr. President.
Yes.
Yes.
We have Caviteños here, the senators.
Yes, so many senators. Mr. President, also guests of Senator Jinggoy Estrada, Representative Kaimer Olaso of the 1st District of Zamboanga City. We also have with us Mayor Samsam Gulyas of Talisay City is here, Mr.
May
President.
inaanak ko yan.
Our good friend and basketball teammate. We also have with us Vince Paras, WBA champion and company from World Boxing Association, guest of Senator Bongo. We also have with us BSP Governor Felipe Medalla, DTI Secretary Fred Pascual, and members of the economic team of this administration. We welcome them, Mr. President, to this August chamber.
I believe Secretary Balisacan and Secretary Mina and Secretary Jokno are supposed to be here as well.
Yes, we were told that they are on their way, Mr. President.
Okay.
Mr. President,
And National Treasurer Rosalia Celia De Leon, I think, is here.
is also here, yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 74th Session, Wednesday, May 24, 2023, and consider the same as approved. So moved, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There being no objection, we ask the secretary to proceed with the reference of business.
Perfect attendance.
Bills on first reading, Senate Bill number 2237, an act providing for the conversion of San Simon Road, Dalandanan, in the city of Valenzuela, Metro Manila, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore by Senator Marcos.
To the Committee on Rules.
2238, declaring the immediate environs of the National Shrine of Our Mother Perpetual Health, popularly known as the Baclaran Church, located along Rose Boulevard, Parañaque City, a heritage site and tourist destination by Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Culture and Arts, Tourism and Finance.
2239, an act providing for a system of earlier voting for qualified senior citizens, pregnant women, and persons with disabilities of the Philippines, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes by Senator Villar C.
To the Committees on Electoral Reforms, People's Participation and Finance.
2240, an act to amend Article 320 on destructive arson of Act Number 3815, otherwise known as the Revised Penal Code. Senator Tolentino.
Refer to Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
2241, declaring the Fuyut Springs National Park located in Barangay Santa Victoria, City of Ilagan, Province of Isabela, an ecotourism destination by Senator Revilla Jr.
Refer to Committees on Tourism, Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change and Finance.
2242, an act creating 5 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in Rosario and San Juan, Batangas, and appropriating funds therefore amending for the purpose, Section 14 of BP Bilang 129 by Senator Villar C.
Refer to Committees on Justice and Human Rights and Finance.
2244, an act amending Article 183 of Act Number 3815, the Revised Penal Code as amended by Senator Padilla.
Refer to Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
2245, upgrading the Camarines Norte Provincial Hospital and the Municipality of Daet, Camarines Norte, into a tertiary level 3 general hospital to be known as Camarines Norte General Hospital under direct and control supervision of the Department of Health by Senator Padilla.
Refer to Committee on Rules.
2246, an act establishing the Jose Panganiban Special Economic Zone and Freeport, Province of Camarines Norte, and appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes by Senator Padilla.
Refer to Committees on Economic Affairs, Local Government, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2247, an act promoting the development of the Philippine downstream natural gas industry, consolidating for the purpose all laws relating to the transmission, distribution, and supply of natural gas, and appropriating funds therefore by Senator Tulfo.
Refer to Committees on Energy, Ways and Means, and Finance.
2248, upgrading the Apari Provincial Hospital in the Municipality of Apari, Cagayan, into a Level 2 General Hospital to be known as Apari Medical Center under the direct supervision and control of the Department of Health by Senator Ejercito.
Refer to Committee on Rules.
2249, providing an option to qualified non-career service government employees to pay voluntary contributions to the JSIS and to enable them to complete minimum years of contribution for purposes of availing at retirement and other benefits under Republic Act Number 8291 by Senator Estrada.
Refer to Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation, and Government Corporations and Public Enterprises.
2250, an act declaring the month of September as Philippine Film Industry Month and mandating the Film Development Council of the Philippines to conduct activities on film-related disciplines during its celebration, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes by Senator Estrada.
Refer to Committees on Public Information and Mass Media and Finance.
Senate Bill 2251, an act further enhancing public participation, transparency, and accessibility to the national budget, thereby institutionalizing the publication of the people's budget by Senator Estrada.
Refer to Committees on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation and Finance.
Resolutions, proposed Senate Resolution Number 637, directing the Senate Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation to the circumstances that led to the conflagration of the Manila Central Post Office, a declared important cultural property by Senator Tolentino.
Refer to Committee on Culture and the Arts and Public Order and Dangerous Drugs.
638, creating a special committee on the rehabilitation of the Manila Central Post Office introduced by Senator Subiri, Ligarda, Villanueva, Pimentel III, and Angara.
Refer to Committee on Rules.
639, commending and congratulating Gilas Pilipinas men's national basketball team for winning the gold medal at the 32nd Southeast Asian Games held in Phnom Penh, Cambodia by Senator Estrada.
Refer to Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Committee report number 85, prepared and submitted jointly with the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Trade, Commerce and Entrepreneurship, Finance and Ways and Means on Senate Bill number 2243. With Senators Villar C., Villanueva, Tolfo, Marcos, Ligarda, Binay, and De La Rosa as authors thereof, an act strengthening and revitalizing the salt industry in the Philippines, appropriating funds, therefore and for other purposes, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate Bill numbers 1334, 1450, 1685, 1718, 1870, 1930 to 2185, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution number 211, sponsor Senator Villar C.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Number 86, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Environment and Climate Change and Finance on Senate Bill number 2252 with Senators Villar C., Marcos, Ligarda, and Angara as authors thereof, an act declaring the parcel of land located in the municipality of Pawai in the province of Ilocos Norte, a protected area with the category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System to be referred to as a Pawai Lake Protected Landscape, recommending its approval and substitution of S numbers 354, 1259, taking into consideration House Bill number 7479, sponsor Senator Villar C.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Number 87, submitted jointly with the Committees on Environment and Natural Resources and Climate Change and Finance on Senate Bill number 1536, introduced by Senators Villa and Ligarda, entitled Expanding the Boundaries of Las Piñas Parañaque Wetland Park and its vicinities as protected area and for other purposes, recommending its approval with amendments, sponsor Senator Villar C.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Number 88, submitted jointly with the Committees on Environment and Finance on Senate Bill number 1691, introduced by Senators Villar C. and Ligarda, entitled An Act Declaring a Parcel of Land Located in the Municipality of San Francisco in Quezon a protected area within the category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System to be referred to as the San Francisco Protected Landscape, recommending its approval with amendments taking into consideration House number 7506 by Senator Villar C.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
89, submitted jointly with the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change and Finance on Senate Bill number 1725, introduced by Senators Villar C. and Ligarda, declaring a parcel of land located in the municipality of San Andres, Quezon, a protected area under the NIPAS, to be referred to as the Alibihjaban Protected Landscape and Seascape, providing for its management and appropriating funds, therefore recommending its approval with amendments taking into consideration 7529, Senator Villar sponsor.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 90, submitted by Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change and Finance on Senate Bill number 355, introduced by Senators Villar C. and Ligarda, declaring a parcel of land located in the municipality of Nuevo Valencia, Guimaras, a protected area with a category of natural park under the NEPA system to be referred to as the Taklong and Tandog Group of Islands Natural Park, recommending its approval with amendments taking into consideration House number 7322, sponsor Senator Villar C.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill number 1480 and House Bill number 7939. This is pertaining to the bill rationalizing the disability pension of veterans. I so move, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. If there be no objection to the motion, the following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on Disagreeing Provisions of Senate Bill number 1480 and House Bill number 7939. They are Senator Jingo Ejercito Estrada, the chairperson of the committee, Senator Grace Poe, and Minority Leader Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III. so designated.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We would like to inform our colleagues that we will now proceed with the voting on third reading, Mr. President. So I move to consider, Mr. President, on third reading, Senate Bill number 2035. This is the bill pertaining to Trabaho para sa Bayan Act. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on May 24, 2023, in compliance with the three-day rule in the Constitution. So move, Mr. President.
Before I act on that motion, may I just ask the secretary to request senators in the lounge to please proceed to the floor so that they will not be marked as absent on the vote. So please proceed, dear secretary.
Senate Bill number 2035, an act establishing the National Employment Master Plan, to be known as the Trabaho para sa Bayan Plan, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
Please proceed to the roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. With 24 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, a perfect score, my dear sponsor, Senate Bill number 2035 is approved on third reading. Congratulations to the Majority Floor Leader.
Thank
and all
you.
the sponsors.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Such a great honor and privilege to get 24 members. I think this is the first, Mr. President, that we get 24. And I'd like to thank our dear colleagues. This is a priority measure of the President. Let me just put on record our Senate President for his leadership. And Senators Marcos, Gatchalian, Angara, Go, Revilla, who are co-authors of this measure. And our colleagues who propose amendments, Senator Coco Pimentel and Senator Lauren Legarda. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Yes. Yes, Senator Pia Cayetano.
let the record show that the sponsor, the Majority Floor Leader, while the number 24 complete all the senators, the number of the senators who voted was being announced. Let the record show that his body language was defining a moment of triumph with his
Fist up
arms.
in the
How do you say
in
that?
the air.
Fists clenched, facing the ceiling, knees bent, and ano ba to? Smile to his ears, Your
His
Honor.
ear.
And I'm COVID-free, Mr. President.
I know.
Just to put on
I'm
record.
not sure if the Senate President knows that, but I know yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move.
Before we take the next measure, just like to put on record that my explanation of vote also will be inserted to the records. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President. So as this representation, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2219. This is the bill extending the period of availment of estate tax amnesty. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on May 24, 2023, in compliance with the three-day rule in the Constitution. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. We proceed with the roll call vote. Secretary?
Senate Bill number 2219, an act further amending Republic Act number 11213, otherwise known as the Tax Amnesty Act, as amended by Republic Act number 11569, by extending the period of availment of the state tax amnesty until June 14, 2025, and for other purposes. Roll call of members, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes, na yes. Once again, with 24 affirmative votes, congratulations to the sponsor. No negative votes, no abstentions. Senate Bill number 2219 is hereby approved on third reading unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading Senate Bill number 2012. This is the Bill on Regional Specialty Centers Act. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on May 25, 2023 in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved. I ask the Secretary to proceed with the roll call.
Senate Bill number 2212. An act establishing specialty centers in hospitals under the direct supervision and control of the Department of Health and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 24 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, as Senate Bill number 2212 is hereby approved on third reading. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank each and every colleague of ours here for the support. This has been a dream of mine since I came back to the Senate in 2016. And sana po, hindi na mahihirapan natin mga kababayan na pag may pangangailangan po sila para sa sakit ng puso, sakit nila sa atay, sakit sa bato, sakit sa cancer, sakit ng cancer, ay hindi na po nila kailangan lumuwas pa sa Maynila. They can finally, we are one step away from building specialty regional centers all over the Philippines. And I'd like to thank the sponsor, Senator Bongo, for tackling this at with speed and efficiency. And to all the members who voted, maraming salamat po from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Congratulations. I know that this is your one of your pet bills, and we thank also our
I think
colleagues.
my most important bill.
Your most, not just one of your pet bills, your most important
most important
bill.
bill.
Mr. President, may we acknowledge Mr. President, I move that we give the floor to our sponsor, Senator Bongo, for his
The sponsor and
explanation.
chairman of the Committee on Health and Demography is recognized.
Mr. President, I just want to convey my deepest gratitude and appreciation for the passage of Senate Bill 2212 or the Regional Specialty Centers Act on third reading. This measure is a steadfast commitment and a collective vision to improve our healthcare system. It demonstrates our dedication to delivering efficient, specialized healthcare to every Filipino. I want to express my profound thanks to our esteemed colleagues who diligently work and express their unwavering support for the passage of this measure. To the authors and co-sponsors of this measure, Senate President Mig Subiri, Senate Majority Floor Leader Joel Villanueva, Senator Sani Angara, Senator J.B. Ejercito, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Robin Padilla, Senator Win Gatchalian, Senator Chis Escudero, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Cynthia Villar, and Senator Loren Ligarda. I believe Senator Rafi Tulfo and Senator Francis Tolentino also expressed their intent to be co-authors. Mr. President, nais ko rin pong pasalamatan ang pagsuporta ng ating mga kasamahan sa Senado, kina Senator Grace Po, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Mark Villar, and Senator Lito Lapid. Salamat rin po sa ating Senate Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, and Senator Risa Hontiveros for sharing their invaluable inputs. This shows that we work as one in the Senate to make health services accessible to all Filipinos. Moreover, Mr. President, I would like to extend my appreciation to the Department of Health sa kanilang suporta at pakikisa upang maipasa ang panukalang ito sa Senado. Sana po magtulong-tulong din po tayo na mapondohan ang specialty centers nito, Mr. President, para masiguro natin na maging maayos po ang implementasyon nito. Especially, Mr. President, si SP President Mig Subiri, campaign promise po ninyo ito. Congratulations din po at sana madagdagan ang pondo nito para maparami pa ang specialty centers
Sawang-sawa si Senator Mark
sa
Villar
lahat ng rehiyon.
speech ko.
So, nakasalalay sa iyo, Mr. President, yung mga karagdagan para dumami pa
Pondo
mga specialty centers sa buong Pilipinas.
Yeah.
Lastly, Mr. President, gusto ko rin po ibahagi sa ating mga kababayan na para po sa kanila ang panukalang batas na ito, it is your experiences and stories that have driven us to create a healthcare system that is compassionate, accessible, and designed to meet the needs of every Filipino. Today, your voices have been heard. Let us continue to work hand in hand, united in our commitment to the well-being of our community. Ito pong specialty centers, ito pong regional specialty centers ay isang paraan para ilapit natin ang serbisyo medikal sa ating mga kababayan, lalong-lalo na po yung mga mahihirap. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat sa ating sponsor, and if I may ask this favor, Majority Leader, tomorrow I will just read my explanation of vote tomorrow to speed up the process today. So,
Yes, Mr. President.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, we'd like to state for the record that Senator Ligarda and some of the members of the Senate, including this representation, wanted to be co-author of this measure. So I hope it's in the records, just to make sure it's
We'll
there,
make
Mr.
all
President.
members, if there's no
Yes.
objection, all members, we
Yes,
may
Mr.
co-author. I think this is a game changer.
Yes, Mr.
Game
President.
changer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, last but not the least, for our third reading today, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 7185. This is your bill and my bill, Mr. President, granting Philippine citizenship to Kyle Douglas Jennerman. Printed copies of the bill were electronically distributed to the members on May 24, 2023 in compliance with the 3-day rule in the Constitution.
And I'd like to take note that the gentleman is here with us today, Mr. Kyle Jennerman, or most commonly known by all of us as Kulas, together with his beautiful Caviteña girlfriend. So with no objection, please proceed with the roll call vote.
House Bill number 7185, an act granting Philippine citizenship to Kyle Douglas Jennerman. Roll call vote. Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Sincha, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President Sibiri.
Yes na yes. A unanimous vote with all members of the Senate present, 24 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention. House Bill number 7185 is approved on third reading. Congratulations to a brand new Filipino citizen.
Mr. President, I will no longer deliver my speech considering that I also missed last week's session, Mr. President. I will just like to put and insert into the records my deepest thanks and gratitude to our dear colleagues, and put on record my full support and thanks to Kakulas because he's an exceptional human being who is now a Filipino, Mr. President.
Yes.
We congratulate him. At this juncture, Mr. President, I move that we recognize Senator Bato de la Rosa for his explanation of...
Our distinguished colleague, kababayan of Kulas, from the Davao region, Senator Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I voted yes to this measure with my whole heart, with nothing less but my whole heart, because I wanted my vote to match how much Kyle Jennerman, also known as Kulas, loves the Philippines. Naming his page Becoming Filipino, Kulas has been clear about his intention from the very beginning. Talagang gustong-gusto niya maging Pilipino. And he is not some fair weather friend. He loves us, who loves us not only for our scenic spots and hospitality, but would turn a blind eye to our identity, our culture, and our language. He freely chose to enter into our world. Perhaps this is a pivotal moment in globalization, wherein we learn to love our identity even more as Filipinos, but we learn it also from the eyes of someone who would at first consider a foreigner. Today, as we approve this measure on third reading, we are doing more than just approving the grant of Filipino citizenship to someone who was formerly foreign. We are welcoming to our home someone who, from the very start, did not choose to enter the Philippines. He is someone who, from the very start, had already decided to stay. I wish to thank Kulas for some words in Bisaya, Mr. President. Kulas. Kulas. Paminaw ba? Paminaw. Oh, salamat kaayo. Tungod nimo mas daghan na karon ang nalipay og manghambog nga sila Bisayang dako o Bisdak o sila Pinoy. Salamat kayo, ha? Daghan salamat. Many of us have learned to love our country even more because of your example. Thank you for learning. Thank you for staying. Thank you, Mr. President.
And if I may, my distinguished colleagues, if I may as well, just give a short statement. And I address this to Mr. Kyle Jennerman, where we asked Mr. Kyle Jennerman to listen up. I would just like to say, I trust that you will live up to this great gift given to you by the Filipino people. You have already done so much to promote our country and our culture to Filipinos and foreign nationals alike. And we look forward to your future contributions as you champion the country that you call now your home. And maybe you can change the name of your blog from Becoming Filipino to I Am a Filipino. Congratulations, my dear friend. Congratulations. So, Majority Leader, do you want to have a 1-minute suspension so that we have a photo op with
Yes, Mr. President.
Can you
I was
Filipino?
about to suggest that, Mr. President, and congratulate our kababayan.
Yes, session
Move for a minute
suspended
suspension.
for a minute.
Permission of the body, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1594 and House Bill number 1171. This is pertaining to the OTOP or One Town, One Product Philippines Act of 2023. I so move, Mr. President.
The following members are hereby designated as Senate conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1594 and 1171. They are Senator Mark Villar as chairperson, Senator Lauren Legarda, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Wing Gatchalian, and for the minority, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III. So designated.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate conferees, the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1410. This is the National Day for Awareness on the Hijab and Other Traditional Garments and Attire, and House Bill number 5693, an act declaring the first day of February of every year as National Hijab Day and promoting an understanding of the Muslim tradition of wearing a hijab. I so move, Mr. President.
The following members are hereby designated the Senate conferees of the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1410 and House Bill number 5693. They are the chairperson, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Senator Christopher Bongo, Senator Francis Tol Tolentino, and for the minority, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2020 under Committee Report number 58. This is the Maharlika Investment Fund Act of 2023. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation. With that, I move to resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor of the measure, our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Mark Villar, and to interpellate the Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, the sponsor, the chairman of the Committee on Banks, Senator Mark Villar, is recognized. And to interpolate our distinguished colleague, Senator, the Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Good sponsor. May I ask, I wish I could say a few questions, but may I ask questions of the good sponsor about our
Yes, of
bill?
course, Your Honor. You're very welcome to ask a question.
Thank you so much.
Questions.
Thank you so much, good sponsor, Mr. President. So to start off, Mr. President, sa bersyon po natin sa Senado, nakasulat doon na puwera sa Land Bank, DBP at Bangko Sentral, quote, other GFIs and GOCCs may invest into the Maharlika Investment Fund subject to their respective investment and risk management strategies and approval of their respective boards. Close quote. Tila inosente ang probisyong ito na matatagpuan sa Section 12 ng panukalang batas. Parang may safeguards din. But, good sponsor, Mr. President, and dear colleagues, I would rather really not have this section at all. Alam po natin na tinanggal na sa bersyon ng House ang paggamit ng SSS at GSIS funds. Pero parang dito naman po ay nagbubukas tayo ng backdoor. Can you, good sponsor, assure the members of the SSS and GSIS that we are not opening a Pandora's box?
Yes, Your Honor. I can assure the members of our government institutions that the process for which they decide on what instruments they invest in will be the same. It will go through the same process they always have, and it's well accepted, and we've seen it for that they've managed their funds very professionally, and there is nothing in this bill that requires them to invest. But of course, it is something that they're not prohibited from doing, which I don't think they should be prohibited from making any kind of investment that may be beneficial to their members.
Well, Mr. President, good sponsor, thank you for that answer to my initial question. I'm not completely convinced that it should not be prohibited, especially given certain contexts. For example, Mr. President, good sponsor, can you assure the body and the public that SSS and GSIS members will not lose their hard-earned pension money in the same manner that even some of the best managed sovereign funds lost hundreds of billions recently?
The SSS and the GSIS have very strict mandates when it comes to their investment. Of course, equities are considered have a slightly higher level of risk than fixed securities, especially the T-bills. But if you look at these investment funds, of course, they carry a healthy balance. You know, safety is achieved through diversity of investments. Profit maximization is achieved through diversity of investments. That's how you secure it, and that's how, that's why we have actuarial experts who decide on what, that's why we have these investment experts who decide on how they should how and where they should invest the funds. So for instance, a lot of these funds are in most financial institutions, a majority of their investments are in safer securities, of course, T-bills. But of course, in order to maximize investments, you also have to diversify. So there's a percentage in equities, there's a percentage in other instruments, but that's all a part of the investment strategy. But there's nothing in the bill that would change the investment strategy of these institutions, and there's no reason for us to think that the safety of the investments of the members will be compromised in any way by the Maharlika.
Speaking of investment strategy, Mr. Good Sponsor, Mr. President, it may be true that there's nothing in the bill that would impact on the investment strategy. Pero dito po pumapasok yung isang context na binanggit ko kanina, which would make the inclusion of this provision a lid of a Pandora's box. I do thank you for your assurances so far, good sponsor, Mr. President. I would, however, still request our colleagues in the majority to worry about this and in fact, to help remove this provision altogether. Nakakakaba dahil una po, appointees din naman ng Malacanang ang mga nakaupo sa boards ng GSIS at SSS. At alam naman natin na napakabilis pong mag-alis at maglagay ng mga bagong Malacanang appointees sa administrasyon. At pangalawa, nalaman ko po kamakailan sa isang reliable source na ang pinakaunang may ideya pala ng Maharlika Fund ay hindi yung ating economic managers. Si Mr. Vic Veloso pala, ang presidente mismo ngayon ng GSIS, ang nagpanukala kay presidente ng ideya ng Maharlika Fund kung saan ililipat ang mga pondo ng GSIS. Of course, pagkatapos naramdaman ang galit ng tao at nawala ang probisyon ukol sa SSS at GSIS funds, at least sa bersyon ng House, ay nagbubukas tayo ng backdoor sa bersyon ng Senado. At ito po, good sponsor, ang backdoor. Kapag pala binago lang ng GSIS board ang kanilang investment strategy, hindi yung bill ang magbabago, pero yung GSIS board, kapag binago ang kanilang investment strategy, ay pwede nang isugal na rin ang lampas 1 trilyong piso na pera ng GSIS sa Maharlika Fund. At sa isang video nitong Abril lamang, sinabi mismo ni GSIS President Veloso na nire-review at babaguhin na nga daw ang investment strategies ng GSIS. Advanced mag-isip, nasimulan na pala at matatapos na rin itong review ng GSIS investment strategies sa loob lang ng ilang buwan. Kaya I would still insist, good sponsor, Mr. President, kabahan po tayo, mga kasama.
Ako, Your Honor, syempre, ayoko rin mag-comment sa investment strategy ng GSIS. But I can speak for the competence, of course, of those managing GSIS. I can also speak for the competence if kung kinakabahan po tayo sa ating mga appointees. Ako, hindi po ako kinakabahan. When I look at the, first of all, of course, it's certainly it's of course it's the option of the president who he should appoint as a board of directors. But looking at the names now who stand behind me, Medalla, Jokno, Pascual, these are the best of the best. And when I hear these names being sounded off, I feel very comfortable with the future of Maharlika. Of course, there in every administration there are new appointees. But if we see the history of the appointees to these institutions, be it GSIS, be it Department of Finance, DTI, I can say that these institutions are very strong and they've been led by men of competence, men of integrity, and I have no reason to believe that this trend will not continue. And that's why I have faith in the controls of the Maharlika. It's not limited to the board of directors. There's also the advisory board comprised of the NEDA, comprised of the Treasury Department, comprised of the DBM. The names now who are there, of course, Treasurer Lea De Leon, Secretary Balisacan, Secretary Pangandaman. These are people who I've worked with, who I have full confidence in their professionalism. Again, and then of course there's the internal, external auditor. There's the oversight by Congress and Senate. I feel hindi naman po ako kinakabahan pag nakikita ko yung mga mamumuno po sa Maharlika Fund, Your Honor.
Good sponsor, Mr. President. Pinag-uusapan po natin ang isang fund na kung maipasa natin itong batas, mabibigyan ng habang buhay na buhay. Kinomenta na rin po ito earlier ni Senator Escudero. Parang in perpetuity po yung ibibigay na lifetime sa fund. So hindi lang po tayo nag-uusap tungkol sa mga personalidad sa kasalukuyang administrasyon, pero sa mga susunod pa at higit pa po sa mga personalidad, pinag-uusapan po natin kung ano yung i-institutionalize natin na mga processes at standards. And in this particular first set of questions, na may kinalaman sa security ng pension funds sa dalawang pinakamahalagang pension institutions, dalawa sa pinakamahalagang pension institution sa ating bansa. So, if the good sponsor will allow, a little later, babalikan ko po itong tanong na ito in relation to a possible amendment at the proper time. So, hindi ko babawiin sa good sponsor to feel reassured based on what he has told this representation. Pero ako po, kinakabahan pa rin para sa mga kapwa GSIS members natin at para sa mga SSS members natin. And I would still ask the good sponsor at the proper time kung merong pwedeng gawin na tingin ko dapat by way of amendment sa bill para sila ay ma-reassure. To my next question, good sponsor, Mr. President. Actually po, akala ko no na we would have a few more hearings on the Maharlika bill, Mr. Chair. Konti pang panahon or mas mahaba pang panahon, lalo na't natututunan natin na yung ibang mga sovereign wealth funds sa mundo ay talagang hindi madali ang panahong dinaanan. Yung ilan sa pinakamalalaki nila, ilang taon ang dinaanan bago sila nilunsad. And if we could have had a few more hearings on the Maharlika bill, Mr. Chair, that would have been more ideal because I was still trying to ferret out at that time important information from NEDA, from the National Treasurer, and from the GCG that might yet reveal the true potential of a public investment vehicle like the Maharlika Fund. Halimbawa po, Mr. Good Sponsor, I was asking NEDA and the PPP Center for specific examples about how the Maharlika bill could be used in accelerating investments for renewable energy and the energy transition. Opo, may something silang sinubmit pero wala pong industry-specific example o halimbawa renewable energy example na ibinigay ng NEDA sa kanilang response noon that would have helped us understand better what the Maharlika Fund can do. So I will ask about that today, good sponsor. The chair might recall that I was also asking the National Treasurer about the inventory of assets of GOCCs that may already be generating predictable revenues. Bakit mahalaga yung tanong na yan, Mr. President? I think that we need to talk about our GOCCs when we talk about a sovereign development fund for two reasons. Una, GOCCs are an important part of the public finance ecosystem, which a sovereign development fund must support. Let me be more specific about this assertion. The sponsor told us, Mr. President, when he was chairing the committee hearings for this bill, that the Maharlika Fund is important because it is an entirely new concept for financing things that our country needs. The sponsor said that in addition to debt financing and GAA financing, we can now infuse equity into public and private entities that can multiply the financing for projects that would achieve the country's development goals. I was hoping that we could talk more pointedly about the Maharlika Fund in relation to GOCCs because the GOCCs are able to do exactly what the sponsor thought to be a unique public financing mechanism that the Maharlika Fund would usher. GOCCs can be used to deploy equity in favor of subsidiaries or private sector joint venture entities, joint venture partners, and that equity can generate even more financing because it can be the basis of credit financing. So parang ang tawag dito, yung virtuous cycle. Kaya na pong gawin ng ating GOCCs ang magtayo ng mga subsidiaries na pwede nating lagakan ng kapital para makapagsimula ito ng negosyo. Halimbawa po, napag-uusapan din lang recently, no, yung sugar smuggling. Pwede pong lagyan ng SRA. Hindi lang ng budget na gagastusin niya sa kada taon, pero pwede rin lagyan niya ng kapital upang pumasok ito sa negosyo ng pagpapalawak ng mga sakahan para sa asukal. So to my next question, Mr. President, does the sponsor agree with me that GOCCs are indeed an existing institutional form that, if given some capitalization, can set up, spin off, and maybe even sell businesses to the private sector?
GOCCs all have their own specific role to play. And in fact, based on our discussions in the committee, where we did invite other GOCCs, they were very supportive of the Maharlika, saying that Maharlika can also be a source of funds for them. For instance, the National Development Corp, they specifically said in our committee hearing that they very much welcome the existence of the Maharlika. It can also augment their existing policy. So we're not saying that it should never be exclusive. These things are not mutually exclusive. You can have GOCCs performing their duties and they can work in conjunction with the Maharlika Investment Fund.
Thank you, good sponsor. Actually, babalikan ko rin in a little while yung National Development Corporation dahil sa tingin ko rin po sa halip na magpasa ng batas para mag-invento ng isang bagong Maharlika fund na pwede na lang nga nating i-augment yung NDC also through legislation. In any case, I do agree with the good sponsor that Maharlika can be different and pag maipasa natin itong batas, has to be different. Unfortunately, it's just my humble opinion, Mr. President, the committee hearings didn't go far enough to the point where the division of labor between our GOCCs and the Maharlika Fund became crystal clear. And that was the second proposition that I was only beginning to develop during the committee hearings, which is why I inquired with the GCG if there was an overall strategy to liberate capital trapped in our GOCCs so that a new generation of projects could be capitalized. And this liberation of capital or selling off of GOCC assets that presently already generate a predictable stream of revenues can of course be done, even without any reference to a Maharlika Fund. My second assertion during the hearings, however, was that this liberation of capital from our GOCCs is better done methodically and at scale, possibly with a sovereign development fund, as in Indonesia, so that there can be a big push for highly strategic public-private investments in very critical areas like utility-scale batteries for grids that can store power from intermittent wind and solar power providers, solar power suppliers, public utility vehicle modernization, cold storage, and for our fisheries and agricultural production, as I mentioned earlier, good sponsor, the expansion of lands planted to sugar and onions, and indeed even the exploration of oil and gas fields. So now, Mr. President, I'd like to ask the sponsor how the Maharlika Development Fund might be deployed so that it can work hand in hand with our GOCCs to catalyze much needed investment in subsectors that the private sector might consider to be too risky or too full of uncertainty.
Well, to begin with, I think that the Maharlika Investment Fund, like I said earlier, it's not necessarily these GOCCs all have different mandates, so they all have different, I guess, purposes. Whereas it's clear that I think that the Maharlika Investment Fund is a very clear mandate, which is to maximize investment while looking with the priority on investments that serve our socio-economic agenda. But clearly, of course, the returns have to be acceptable to the investors, whether they are international or local. So if you're asking what examples of some possible ways that Maharlika can invest in sectors that are deemed priority, it will be very similar. Just like there's so many ways that we can utilize equity to invest in projects. It doesn't. I mean, it can range from direct JVs, or you can have a minority stake. I think what's important to understand it also is with these investments, it's good that the government also has a stake in certain industries, and it's good that we also have a stake in the upside when it comes to these infrastructure projects. As a Secretary of Public Works, I've witnessed a lot of the analysis that was done by the NEDA before we even approved or funded any project. And there's a lot of study that goes into it. In fact, we already know more or less the sort of benefits, the sort of returns, the traffic we're expecting to achieve. There's a very extensive studies done, such that we already know more or less the returns that we can achieve. And these are good returns. And I think to begin with, it's good that government can have some benefit from these returns. The public sector, they have a very high cost of, they have a high hurdle rate, they have a relatively high cost of capital, and yet they're still able to achieve a high level of return on their equities and a robust income. And I think it's in the best interest of government to have a vehicle not only for the benefit of the country from investing in these projects, but also for the government to have a share of the upside in a lot of these public-private partnerships. So there's so many ways that you can have equity plays. You can invest in a minority stake in a company. You can invest in a larger stake. There are many instruments that you can invest in related to government. You can raise funding to invest in infrastructure projects, that whether it be in agriculture or energy, very similar to the way any other mutual fund will enter into an investment.
Salamat, good sponsor. I'll kanina nagbanggit ako ng mga 4 na posibleng area na pwedeng pumasok ang isang development fund tulad ng Maharlika. I'll go into detail in follow-up questions about half of them in a little while kasi wala pa akong naririnig na ganong klaseng mga detalye in relation to the Maharlika Development Fund. And that's just one of the ways in which, as it's being proposed now, it significantly diverges mula sa mga ibang sovereign wealth funds sa ating rehiyon at sa mundo, pati sa INA, which was touted during the hearing as the best practices model for the Maharlika. And I hope, Mr. President, that the sponsor didn't miss the proposition I repeatedly stated during the hearings. That, at ito yung isang mahalaga, good sponsor, in the case of Indonesia, it was the GOCCs that were first infused with equity for more than a decade. So hindi lang na yung ibang mga sovereign wealth funds sa ibang bansa ay pinag-usapan muna, pinagdebatihan tulad natin dito. Hindi lang sa loob ng ilang buwan, pero sa loob ng ilang taon. Pero sa kaso in particular ng INA na yun na nga isang tinitingalaan natin in crafting our own version, isang dekada muna, more than a decade muna, nag-invest muna sila sa existing GOCCs nila. And on the back of that, nilunsad nila ang INA. Hindi tulad ngayon na parang mauuna yung karitela bago yung kalabaw. And during that more than a decade sa Indonesia, President Jokowi pushed these GOCCs to rapidly expand highways, rail, and also mining because the private sector was too slow and tentative then. So, Mr. President, would the good sponsor agree that that could also be done here in the Philippines?
It has been done. We have a lot of GOCCs that are in existence that the government has capitalized, the LRT infrastructure, like you mentioned earlier, the National Development Corp. There are a lot of GOCCs that are in existence that have been capitalized, that continue to be supported by government. I think it's also important to remember that the Maharlika Fund is also designed to attract additional capital from other sources across the world. That's why it's very important. I saw a lot of it's very important to remember that a lot of these GOCCs do have legacy issues. Perhaps their mandate is not always consistent with the objectives of these new investors. So I think it's also important in order for us to also attract additional investments and to enhance the capitalization of Maharlika. It's important that we have a specific vehicle that is new, that we show us specific controls, and that we've achieved the level of signaling by showing that we're willing to invest in this fund, so that it's okay for anyone to invest in this fund, especially if the government's putting its imprimatur into this, the Maharlika. So I mean, it's also, we should always also keep in mind that aside from investing in projects through purely through the capitalization of government, it's also designed to attract investments from other sources, especially internationally. Which I've said this before in past interpellation, that given our fiscal situation now, I think it's very important that we actively look for new sources of capital in order to generate jobs, in order to put more money into industries that need it. So to answer your question, yes, the GOCCs, they have been supported by government, and I still believe that the Maharlika will work in conjunction with them, and they will even enhance them by allowing the country to access more sources of capital than it otherwise could have.
Nung sumasagot yung good sponsor, Mr. President, yung naisip kong kaagad na follow-up question ay, so nasaan po yung inventory of assets na nire-request ko? But that's my next question. I would just like to remind myself and our colleagues na in that more than a decade na ini-infuse yung equity sa mga GOCCs muna, So yun na nga, no? Highways, rail, mining. Yung mga investments na yon nakapag-generate nung surplus. Yung surplus na nagamit after a decade para i-capitalize yung INA. Oo, nag-invest tayo sa GOCCs, yung binanggit ng good sponsor, LRT, Infra, National Development Corp. Unfortunately, hindi sila naka-generate ng kasing laking or hindi sila naka-generate ng surpluses to the magnitude or even in some approximation sa mga Indonesian GOCCs in that more than a decade para ma-capitalize, ma-infuse sa Maharlika. So, iba't ibang time frame, yung ating ilang buwan at yung kanilang, well, for the debate at least, at yung ibang mga sovereign wealth fund na ilang taon. Tapos yung ilang taong pagkakapitalize natin sa GOCCs at yung more than a decade na nagpasok ng equity sa Indonesian GOCCs with the express intent of using those surpluses na generate nila para pondohan yung sovereign wealth fund nila, yung INA. Hindi ganon ang starting point ng Maharlika sa ngayon. So, balikan ko na yung hinihingi ko nung committee hearings. So this good sponsor is the reason why during the hearings I was asking the National Treasurer and the GCG to give us information about the assets, the disposition of these assets, and the possible harnessing and deployment of the GOCC sector's liberated capital so that the public sector can invest in subsectors where the private sector nga is being too tentative or is requiring so many guarantees, undertaking, safety nets before it would put in a little of its own capital. Unfortunately, as the good sponsor might remember, neither the GCG nor the treasurer came back with any information to respond to my specific query. So, ang tanong ko ngayon, Mr. President, would the sponsor have that information about the quantity of GOCC assets, whether or not they're earning revenues? How these assets, sorry, Mr. Good Sponsor, just to complete
sorry.
it's all right, Good Sponsor, just to complete my follow-up question, how these assets might be disposed and how the capital thus liberated can be deployed to important sectors, Mr. President?
Yes, in terms of the source of funding under the Maharlika, it's clear that the government, the national government share will be derived from the dividends from BSP, a share of the national government share in PAGCOR, and of course, the possible disposition of assets from the national government. And I recall that this was brought up in the committees, with the status of these assets that could possibly be utilized for the capitalization of Maharlika. And we have a list. In fact, we can furnish you with the list here. I don't know why. I don't know why you haven't received it, and I apologize, but I'm holding it here. It's from the Department of Finance. It's the submission of documents. This one in particular is a list of big ticket government assets for disposal that could possibly be utilized to capitalize Maharlika. But of course, we have to keep in mind that the disposition of government assets is a very it's not necessary. It's not a process that we can engage in very quickly. We cannot complete that fast. We cannot predict how long it will take. It's a very careful and deliberate process because it involves government assets. So of course it can be a possible source, but it's very difficult to commit to a timeline because as we all know, disposition of government assets is a very it's complicated, and it's a very tedious, as it should be, because of course we want to maximize the value of our government assets. So it's a very unpredictable, long process.
Thank you, good sponsor. Before I ask follow-up questions about those GOCC assets based on the document from Department of Finance, just a quick comment, realization. So yes, national government share for Maharlika will be derived from the Bangko Sentral, PAGCOR, disposition of assets, ibang-iba po sa kinailangang gawin ng Indonesian government nung eventually isa-set up nila yung INA. So nandun na yung kanilang surplus from the previous more than a decade na pag-infuse ng equity sa GOCCs. Hindi nila dinefund yung kanilang central bank. Ewan ko kung kumuha sila ng pera sa kanilang gaming corporation at hindi nila dinispose of yung mga assets na yon, yung mga GOCCs na yon. Kasi nga, yun yung nag-generate ng revenues para mapondohan nila ang INA eventually. So, sinasabi natin, kumbaga, iniidolo natin yung INA, in a way, gusto natin siyang gayahin sa Maharlika, pero ibang-iba up to this point in time yung mukhang tatahaking mga hakbang, Mr. President.
The minority leader is
Mr.
recognized.
President, pursuant to Section 45 of our rules, I raise the question of lack of quorum.
Session suspended.
There is a question on the quorum. Majority Leader, we will call for,
Yes, I move that we call the roll, Mr. President.
yes, please proceed, there being no objection.
Roll call of members, the Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Ligarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Sincha, Senator Villar Mark, Senate President.
With 15 members present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. So the parliamentary status, Majority Leader? Parliamentary status, we have a quorum.
Yes, Mr. President, and with that, may we continue and proceed with the interpellations of Senator Risa Ontiveros to the gentleman from Las Piñas, our Deputy Majority Leader, sponsor of the measure, Senator Mark Villar.
Yes, we'd like to recognize, please proceed, the same interpellator, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and to sponsor Senator Mark Villar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, good sponsor, for the slight delay. So, okay. So to continue, good sponsor, I was about halfway through in the second part of my interpellation. So earlier, Mr. President, I was asking the good sponsor about the data on the GOCC assets. Sabi po ng good sponsor, nasa kanila na yung report mula sa Department of Finance. So could this representation please have the answers, even if in broad strokes for now, pending receipt of a copy of that paper as promised by the good sponsor. Broad strokes, what is the quantity of the GOCC assets? Are they earning revenues or not? Paano posibleng ma-dispose of yung assets at saka paano yung liberated capital ma-deploy sa important sectors, Mr. President?
We have here, I have a document here from the Department of Finance regarding the summary of big ticket government assets for disposal with their estimated value. They have these include Food Terminal Incorporated with an estimated value of 22.08 billion. The Tollways Management Incorporated, North Luzon Expressway, 2.5 with an estimated value of 2.5 billion. The National Housing Authority Tala Estate with an estimated value of 1.04 billion. Phil Eastern Wood Industries Incorporated with an estimated value of 2.7 billion. Pioneer Glass Manufacturing Corporation with an estimated value of 488.6. There are others. I can furnish you a copy. Would you like me to read all of them, or
It's all right, good sponsor, Mr. President. Pahingi na lang po ng kopya, as the good sponsor said. But in general, are these assets earning revenues or not? Which part of
some
them
of them are some of them are shares. The Tollways is a share. The NHA, some of them are properties. The NHA Tala Estate's a property. The FTI is also a property, 24 hectares. I would say most of them are properties. Although I see here there's a Mylong complex, which I believe has a stream of income also for government.
So would you say that half of them are earning revenues or 1/4?
Of the list that I have here, most of them are properties that are not generating regular revenues, except for from what I can see here, the Ecology Village, which are occupied by tenants, and the Mylong complex also, which has some income, some cash recurring income.
So, Mr. President, good sponsor, only about, say, 10% of the assets are revenue earning at the moment? Just if the good sponsor could
Maybe
give
I'd say a
rough guess.
fourth
So
are.
25%
Yes, yes.
are revenue earning. And
Yes.
how might these assets be disposed of?
I would say that, of course, I can't speak for the executive department, but with regards to the properties, they could be either joint venture or probably a straight sale, a straight purchase from a straight sale, possibly. But again, of course, I am just speculating. I am not, I don't have the computations to give what is in the best interest of government.
Fair enough, good sponsor, Mr. President. But after either of these processes, paano yung capital generated or liberated ma-deploy sa important sector?
Well, there's an estimated value here. In this list, ang nakalagay po sa listahan is, kung ito-total ko yung listahan, abot din ng 24.5. 0.2. It looks almost 102 billion. Almost 150 billion.
150 billion.
Yeah, there's a Basay mine and other mining rights that that also have they estimate the market cap at 102.8 billion pesos. So it's another major asset.
And in total, good sponsor, as far as you can
From
tell,
an estimated, if
150
I to
billion.
compute right now, it's about 14. About 149, almost 150
Almost
billion.
150 billion, good sponsor. Salamat po. And how might this 150 billion be deployed to important sectors?
Well, again, that's for the executive department to decide. Obviously, once they've sold whether they choose to sell it or whatever means they choose, obviously, whatever revenues are generated will go to the national government, and that's an executive decision. Of course, it has to go through Congress, but it will be how it is used will be proposed by the executive department.
Thank you, good sponsor. Yes, I'm glad that the good sponsor mentioned that it would still have to go to Congress. I'll return to that point a little later. But the reason, Mr. President, I insisted on an answer to this query is because, gaya ng nabanggit ko na rin po kanina, in the case of Indonesia, whose INA, Sovereign Development Fund, we were told, is the model for the Maharlika Fund, there was a two-step process. And gaya ng nabanggit ko kanina, their sovereign fund was the second, not the first of two steps. As I mentioned, the first step was the capitalization and activation of GOCCs to bring infra and mineral exploration investments, etc. And the second step in the sequence was where a role for an Indonesian Sovereign Investment Fund, or that INA, came into consideration. So INA, which was only very recently launched, after that more than a decade, was to help the GOCCs in getting compensated for letting go of these successful investments. So INA and its partner foreign investors would purchase these GOCC assets, and INA would actually be a bargaining unit of government so that they would get a good price for the assets. And just to note, Mr. President, good sponsor, under the Jokowi Annual Public Investment in Infrastructure and Mining, or under Jokowi, the public investment in those two sectors rose to 12% of GDP. So a significant percentage there. Valuable assets that have today become attractive to foreign investors were built up over that period, over that more than a decade. And if these can now be sold off to INA and its partners, the GOCCs can begin a new round of investments without having to rely on new appropriations from Indonesia's annual budget. So parang nanganak pa sila ng bagong henerasyon ng mga investments at independent dun sa GAA, ika nga, ng Indonesia. And I believe, as maybe the sponsor might, I can't be sure, I believe that this was a very smart strategy. It's the GOCCs that had the sub-sector specific expertise that were first capitalized, but much later on, more than a decade later, it was INAS, or Indonesia's version of the Maharlika Fund, that had the capital markets expertise that could activate a second round of investing by the GOCCs. I think the National Treasurer and the GCG fully apprising our dear sponsor about this is also central to attracting domestic and also private investors too. There has to be a portfolio of public investments that are already earning revenues that can be placed into special purpose vehicles before domestic and private investors can take an interest in bringing their money in through something like a Maharlika Fund. Would this possibly be all right, Mr. President? Good sponsor.
To begin with, the Maharlika Fund is also a special investment vehicle, and we can create. In fact, it was discussed that we can create sub funds to cater to specific markets or to cater to specific industries. You can have a sub fund for green energy. You can have a sub fund for, it could be just purely on infrastructure, purely on railway. So, you can really specify what the use of the funds are. And there are certainly, again, it can also be used to augment the existing GOCCs, or it also creates, it creates more options, and it creates an additional source of funding for a lot of the industries, a lot of the companies that may also have stake in the public sector. So, of course, we also look at the Indonesia as a good model, but of course, there's again, this goes through a very robust process in the Congress, and we have to adjust it to certain intricacies that we have in our local markets, in our local industries. But I think overall, I agree that these can be used to help our somehow they can be used to help our GOCCs. At the same time, attract, again, as I said, it can be used to attract additional capital. It can be used to enhance and to augment our existing investment opportunities.
Salamat, Mr. President, sa good sponsor for at least partly conceding that this alternative track, alo Indonesia, could be an alternative. It gives me not so much, maybe, but a little bit of hope that the Maharlika Fund bill can be dialed back somewhat, even in terms of time, or at least in terms of certain of its provisions. But I'll be testing that a little later. Importante rin, good sponsor, yung sinabi ninyo that something like the Maharlika Fund could create sub-funds, for example, for green energy. And i-follow up ko po yun a little later. That sector and another important sector as it might relate to the Maharlika Investment Fund. At kaya ko po binibelabor in a way, Mr. President, good sponsor, yung usapin ng panahon, the fact that other sovereign wealth funds in the world spent years in debate before their legislatures enacted a sovereign wealth fund law. Kaya ko binibelabor yung fact na yung isang binibida nating model sa Indonesia spent more than a decade first in further capitalizing their GOCCs bago nila itinayo gamit ang proceeds noon yung kanilang Indonesian Sovereign Wealth Fund. Dahil, ika nga, haste makes waste. And we all know this, Mr. President, good sponsor. Depending on the information that is provided to the chamber, it's entirely possible, Mr. President, good sponsor, that a major push for equity financing by the Philippine public sector needs to happen through our GOCCs first. Meron na tayong isang best practices model dyan sa Indonesia, and the role of a sovereign development fund will only come into consideration after that. Or if there is indeed already a Philippine GOCC sector that needs help to begin a second round of investments. So, ito po, Mr. President, good sponsor, yung isang unang pinakagusto kong i-argue sana at isulong with the good sponsor for his and our colleagues' consideration. Given that yung mismong template before our eyes in considering the Maharlika, yung INA, followed a very different track and timetable to go through that track bago nila inilunsad yung INA. So in this second half of the second part of my interpellation, Mr. President, good sponsor, dito ko na po papasukin yung follow-up questions dun sa mga important subsectors na posibleng pondohan ng isang sovereign fund. So these are just two pressing areas where government is in dire need of instruments to introduce more private sector investments or to induce those investments. So I'd like to deepen our discussion on these topics that we didn't manage to take up in the committee hearings. As a provider of equity, I think it's fair to ask if the Maharlika Fund will have anything to offer to address our most pressing challenges. So just to take one case first, Mr. President, good sponsor, yung pong PUV modernization. 40% po ng ating mga nagmamaneho at saka operators, driver at operators, sinasabi po nila wala silang kapital na kakailanganin para i-modernize yung ating public transportation fleets. And the good sponsor is of course aware of this dilemma. Ano po?
Yes, the PUV modernization. Yes,
sir.
that's very
Oh,
aware.
thank you
Yes,
very much. And at the same time that there is this lack of capital, yung DOTR at saka yung LTFRB, sinasabi po nila na yung rationalization of routes, yung economies of scale through fleet consolidation, at saka yung paggamit ng mas energy efficient vehicles, ay sigurado namang magiging good business para dito sa ating mga driver at operator. So, yung unang tanong ko dito sa case 1 na to, Mr. President, good sponsor ng PUV modernization, can the sponsor imagine a scenario where a sovereign development fund can be the major instrument para i-address itong inability ng ating mga driver at operator na mag-ipon ng kapital, puhunan, para masamantala nila yung pagkakataon na hinahain ng PUV modernization?
Yes, with regards to the PUV modernization and how it relates to Maharlika, you would have to create first a template, to perhaps consolidate the various. Of course, it's a very fragmented group of operators. So to begin with, I think you'd have to find a way. And this is just my in my appreciation of the bill and in my appreciation of the issue. I would think that you would have to first consolidate this very fragmented industry. And you would do so by maybe talking with the major players involved. And then that's how, because when you talk about, you have to do it, you have to invest with some scale first. So, there are major players, of course, in the transportation industry, which you'd have to consolidate, which you'd have to have a dialogue with. And then after that, create a mechanism with which the Maharlika can invest in the PUV modernization, similar to the mechanism that was created with microfinancing, where they would speak to they would consolidate the individuals who need microfinancing under a single organizer, and there would be one entity that would handle the financing for these large groups, so that you can consolidate all the administrative costs. So in a similar way, if you had a fragmented group of PUVs, you would find a way to consolidate them, perhaps finding some umbrella organization and someone to consolidate them. He would be the one who somehow take care of the funding, or the Maharlika could invest directly in these companies that have. I know in the transportation industries there are some very large players there, so of course they can raise capital via they can do initial public offering, or perhaps they can access the debt market. Both things that the Maharlika can help them with. So, I don't want, again, I don't want to speculate. I mean, obviously these things take a lot of planning, but I just like to say that the government is well equipped to create proposals, solicited or other solicited proposals, wherein the government, the capital of Maharlika can be deployed in a certain industry. So that's something, of course, I can't go into the details now, obviously, because I don't have all the relevant information. But based on my experience in government, the government is well equipped to craft solicited proposals that can actually benefit an industry. The details of which, I guess, eventually, hopefully, once this bill is passed, the government can immediately work on certain solicited proposals that might be attractive to the Maharlika Fund.
Salamat, good sponsor, Mr. President. Well, I appreciate the details. Sabi nga, the devil is in the details. Sometimes the angel is in the details. So at least, at the very least, Mr. President, nakikita ng good sponsor based on his appreciation of the Maharlika Fund as it is proposed na posibleng isang subsector yung PUV modernization for which a sub-fund na binanggit ng good sponsor kanina ay pwedeng malikha. So that's in the realm of the possible, good sponsor.
Yes, yes, definitely. I think there's always room for investment in these sectors. It's just a matter of creating a mechanism with which the investors can come in in a way that's attractive to them and safe for them to invest.
And speaking of mechanism, good sponsor, Mr. President, another possible answer, of course, is that maybe we need another entity to finance PUV modernization at ipakita na kaya nga nitong kumita ng maayos na kita bago yung mga maliliit na operator at driver natin ay kailangan pang umutang, no, sa mga kamag-anak nila, sa mga kaibigan nila para sa kakailanganing puhunan. And here I return to the NDC. Maybe an entity like the National Development Corporation might need to bring equity into the transport co-ops, and then our drivers and small operators could maybe buy in later after they've seen that the risk is indeed low and the profitability high. Hindi kaya yung NDC ang kailangan i-capitalize at hindi yung Maharlika Fund, good sponsor?
Again, the mandate of the National Development Corporation is not completely the same as the mandate of the Maharlika. The mandate of the NDC is more to develop these industries that are at a stage maybe of what you would call infancy, perhaps, and they're there to help bring them to the next level of development. Of course, while having some return on their capital. However, it was based on our committee hearings. It's my understanding that their primary motivation is not to maximize the investment. It's more of to assist these emerging industries and hopefully attain some level of return. This is different from what is envisioned the Maharlika, wherein we want to attract capital, foreign or otherwise, and we want to maximize the investments while at the same time having a priority for investments that are part of our socio-economic agenda. So again, these things should not be viewed as mutually exclusive. We can support our GOCCs while at the same time having the Maharlika. In fact, the Maharlika can be used to enhance the GOCCs, and that is what came out in our discussions in the committee.
Salamat, good sponsor, Mr. President. I do also remember yung isang lumabas sa discussions natin sa hearing was NDC's capability and even willingness or at least openness to see an expansion of its mandate, even to embrace yung kino-contemplate ngayon para sa Maharlika. So in the same way na may effort tayo na bunuin yung policy that would create the Maharlika, perhaps just a similar or maybe even lesser effort para i-revisit at amyendahan yung mandate ng NDC. So I'll just leave that there for now, good sponsor, Mr. President. So yung second case na gusto ko pong i-explore, Mr. President, with a good sponsor, investments naman in cold storage. The President asserted that it's important to develop the value chain so that efficiency and profitability in the agricultural sector would improve dramatically. And as an aside also, good sponsor, Mr. President, exciting news na parallel dun sa Quad na formation in the Indo-Pacific para sa security, merong ding partnership to include more than 10 of our countries here in the Asia-Pacific. Kasama po tayo ang Pilipinas to come up with a common supply chain for basic goods and necessities. And that's something that could provide a cover or even support regionally and internationally dito sa itatanong ko sana. Of course, good sponsor, many highways have been built by the DPWH, both under the good sponsor's leadership and under the leadership of his predecessor, former Secretary Singson. The trains north and south of Manila are also being built. Pero mukhang yung cold storage facilities ang nagkukulang pa. And we saw this in the recent agricultural crisis concerning onions. And that lack could be applied to other agricultural products as well. The data shows that India, which recently surpassed China in terms of population, India has 4 times the cold storage capacity per urban dweller than the Philippines has. So nakakayanan siya even with her humongous population to per capita provide for 4 times the cold storage. Now, if we in the Philippines don't address this gap, which the private sector seems to be still unwilling to address, then magkakaroon po tayo ng 20 to 30% spoilage pa rin ng ating mga gulay at saka fisheries products. Kahit na meron na tayong mga tren at mga railways or highways. So I imagine, Mr. President, dear sponsor, baka may chicken and egg situation, coordination problem sa marami sa mga localities natin kung saan yung potential para sa agricultural development ay malaki pa rin. So people don't plant vegetables or don't develop fish ponds kasi walang cold storage. Pero baka may walang cold storage na dinidevelop ng private sector kasi kulang nga sa produce na gagawing break even, let alone profitable ang cold storage facility. So ang isang tanong ko dito, Mr. President, good sponsor, could the Maharlika Fund directly make investments through what vehicles para yung private sector mamaya pwede silang i-induce mag-invest sa cold storage facilities all over the country?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor, and I'm very happy that you're thinking already steps ahead about how we can use the Maharlika Fund, and I hope I can still convince you that it's a worthwhile law. To answer your question, Your Honor, regarding the need for investment in cold storage, I believe the Maharlika Fund can help, especially in the field of agriculture. I think there's, as we know, in our country, there's underinvestment. Well, there is an underinvestment in agriculture for various reasons. I think banks also, and this is not a criticism of any banks, but by nature they're very conservative in their investments. You need, in order for you to obtain a loan, in most cases you need collateral, and in order to enter with scale, you need of course large collateral, which not all these companies have, especially in the cold storage. And that's why I go back to the need for equity. It's if it cannot be financed with debt, there is an appetite for institutions that want to take a little more risk, but are willing to, if it means that there's a higher upside for return. So in the case of cold storage, I think there is a high upside for return. So even if, let's say, the collateral is insufficient in order to get a loan, and it's difficult to get a clean loan, I think there might be institutions in the world that are willing to invest in these kinds of projects, especially cold storage, wherein there's a strong social benefit. So for instance, the Maharlika, if there's a company that wants to invest in cold storage, Maharlika can take a stake in the company, probably maybe a minority stake for a primary offering, where the funds that will be used to purchase the shares will go directly to the company. So they have a direct stake in the company, and they know the money will be used for these cold storage facilities. And at the same time, I think there's comfort also in knowing that this Maharlika is a fund that is also invested in by government. It's a fund where the government has already put some skin in the game, and it creates more comfort for the investors. And I think that's a simple way that a company that engages in cold storage can benefit from Maharlika, is conducting a primary offering And then obviously, the value of the company will rise because immediately it will have these investments in cold storage, which we know we need and which we know already has a very large market. So that's one way that Maharlika can benefit that particular industry.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. So that's one way. So returning again dun sa lagi kong tinetest alternative, do we maybe need instead to bring capital into a GOCC to address this urgent problem?
Well, I think GOCC is one. They don't really have, in terms of the capital that they have, it's very limited. And there are a lot of legacy issues with a lot of GOCCs. So it would be difficult, I think, to convince other investors, international investors, to come in. And there's no mechanism for them to come into the most GOCCs. So when you have when you have a sovereign fund where they can actually, where there's a specific mandate, where they see that, of course, the government also has a stake in it, and they see that the projects that they're investing in go through a very vigorous process, very rigorous, very rigorous process of vetting. I think that that is a source of funds that we haven't maximized yet. We've barely tapped. Most of the time, we rely on debt to fund our projects. But in this case, we are already in a we are on a more precarious state of debt to GDP than we were several years ago because of the COVID. And so that kind of situation would make it more beneficial for us now more than ever to access the capital markets, to access these access these players who have an appetite for equity plays.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. Sabi nga ng good sponsor, we are, among other things, now in a more precarious state of the debt to GDP ratio. Baka nga, in fact, one more reason to use more tried and tested means, both from our national experience at yung karanasan ng ibang mga bansa, even particularly about sovereign wealth funds like Indonesia, in the case of its INA, than to go in for riskier propositions, lalo na kung we haven't covered all the bases in terms of preparing for any eventualities. Kasi gusto ko nga yung terminong legacy issues eh. We will have to confront legacy issues of about the Maharlika Fund also. But with the indulgence of the good sponsor, Mr. President, just a minute suspension, please.
Session suspended for a minute.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, may we suspend the interpellations of our colleague, the Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, for a later time, Mr. President. And at this juncture, I move that we recognize our distinguished Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel,
Our
to
distinguished
interpellate
minority-
our distinguished sponsor, Senator Mark Villar.
Thank you.
So moved.
Our distinguished minority floor leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. So in order to make good use of our time, so I will start with my interpellation with the permission, of course, of our hardworking sponsor, Mr. President.
Thank you. Yes, of course, Your Honor.
Thank you. Who I would like to commend, Mr. President, for his very competent and spirited defense of this measure, Mr. President. He's
Thank
been
you.
giving us good points, Mr. President. Fortunately, fortunately for me, not yet enough to convince me, Mr. President.
I'm still trying, Your Honor. I will continue to try to convince you.
There's no need for that, Mr. President, because that is our role, Mr. President, to look at the picture from a different perspective, Mr. President, and raise questions which others would hesitate to raise, Mr. President. As an example, Mr. President, last week we were informed that this all of a sudden became a certified measure. And right at the outset, Mr. President, this representation would like to make his observation or objection to the certification as early as possible. The Constitution says, Section 26, Paragraph 2 of Article 6, no bill shall be passed by either house, no bill passed by either house shall become a law unless it has passed 3 readings on separate days, and printed copies thereof in its final form have been distributed to its members 3 days before its passage, except, ito na po yun, importanteng except when the President certifies to the necessity of its immediate enactment to meet a public calamity or emergency. So, Mr. President, the President of the Republic of the Philippines reads the same Constitution which we all read. So the question which comes up to my mind, Mr. President, is what is the necessity for the immediate enactment, or what is the public calamity or emergency which will be met by the immediate enactment of this measure, Mr. President? So if I may pose that question to our sponsor, if he would care to respond, Mr. President.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Well, first, the determination of urgency, of course, is something that is done by the executive. Of course, it is a matter that is purely executive, and I wouldn't, and I'm sure they have they have access to information that would make that in order to make such a determination. That being said, if in my humble opinion, I believe that the upliftment of the economy or the recent events for the past few years have created an environment where we see a marked increase in poverty in our country. I remember prior to COVID, we were at 18, and if I'm not mistaken, there was an increase to 21%. That's a 3% increase, and that 3% is equivalent to millions of people who have entered poverty. And if you were to ask me, I believe poverty is it's a matter of urgency. It's a matter of emergency. Our need to exit this this situation where poverty is on the rise, I think is of utmost urgency. And anything that we can do to create more jobs, to bring down the poverty level, deserves that kind of certification.
Well, thank you for that response, Mr. President. But the Constitution states that the immediate enactment of the measure will actually meet the public calamity or emergency. Meaning to say, it will actually solve it or contribute to its immediate solution, Mr. President. So the question is, what are we creating in this measure that gives the sponsor his honor the confidence that unemployment and poverty will immediately be solved, Mr. President?
You know, these when it comes to these, again, I always want to emphasize this is in my humble opinion. But a careful reading of the Constitution, like you mentioned, Section 26, Article 6, it differentiates between the term public calamity and public emergency. Of course, being a non-lawyer, again, I have to emphasize I am, of course, you are a great lawyer, Senator, and this is my humble opinion, but the emergency may not necessarily be physical, but it could be a financial, social, or economic emergency, and which I believe this is. It is. I believe. You know, I can't think of any. I can't think of many situations that would be more urgent than the increase in poverty in the scale of millions of Filipinos. Now, I can't quantify as to what the immediate benefits, how many, whether this, I can only say that the Maharlika can improve the situation because this is definitely will increase investment. And of course, investment is, labor and productivity is a function of investment. So I can say that this is a measure that can, in the short term, improve our economic situation.
Mr. President,
Mr. President,
with the permission of the sponsor as well as the minority leader, may this representation be allowed to make a short interjection?
Yes, please go ahead.
Mr. President, I have here, and I have here several data, and to clarify perhaps the answers given by the good sponsor and the relevant, very relevant question propounded by the minority leader. Indeed, Section 26 of the 1987 Constitution, Paragraph 2, Article 6, speaks of a bill that can be certified when there is the necessity of immediate enactment to meet a public calamity or emergency. And then, Mr. President, I reckon that there was a case after the adoption of the 1987 Constitution. It is Tolentino versus Secretary of Finance, Mr. President, October 30, 1995, explaining this. And there was mention of the 1973 Constitution, which mentions, except when the Prime Minister certifies to the necessity of its immediate enactment to meet a public calamity or emergency. And then a reference was made to the 1935 Constitution, Mr. President, under Article 6, Section 12, no bill shall be passed or become a law unless it shall have been printed, etc., except when the President shall have certified to the necessity of its immediate enactment. No mention, Mr. President, was made of the emergency and public calamity. And our records would show, Mr. President, following Tolentino versus Secretary of Finance, during, as of this date, Mr. President, the 19th Congress passed 27 measures certified as urgent. Among them, the General Appropriations Act. There was a presidential certification, an act further strengthening professionalism and promoting the continuity of policies of modernization of the armed forces of the Philippines. presidential certification approved last May 17, Republic Act 11939, and several other measures, including an act instituting a national citizen service training program, which was also by virtue of a presidential certification. And then, Mr. President, during the 18th Congress, Mr. President, for the 19th Congress, 5 measures. For the 18th Congress, there were 27 measures. General Appropriations Act, the Act, Republic Act 11467, increasing excise tax on alcohol products, tobacco products. Just a presidential certification without mention of the public emergency of public calamity enunciated under the cited 1987 constitutional provision, the salary standardization law, the corporate income tax, or the SITIRA, which became Republic Act 11534, and the amendments to the Human Security Act, among others. Napakarami po nito, Mr. President, including the act to ensure Philippine financial industry resiliency, etc., etc. Mr. President, if we enumerate all of this, except for the measures relating to the fight against coronavirus, Mr. President, I think the tradition has evolved in such a way that the Tolentino versus Secretary of Finance doctrine, which has been certified because of a growing budget deficit, has evolved in such a way that the mention of the immediate enactment to meet a public calamity or emergency has been constructed in a broader fashion, Mr. President. And if we quote Justice Mendoza then, his exact words would show that, quote unquote, except when the president certifies the necessity of its immediate enactment, etc. There was the word etc. added. So it would mean, Mr. President, that the Supreme Court would defer to the Congress the determination or the validity of presidential certification of bills, and which would do away with procedural requirements giving deference to the legislative branch. But, Mr. President, when it comes to suspension or constriction of rights, civil liberties, Mr. President, for instance, the sufficiency of factual basis for the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus, or the declaration of martial law, or the existence of national emergency justifying the delegation of extraordinary powers to Congress, this is subject to judicial review. But when it comes, Mr. President, to the items that I've mentioned, including the item under consideration by this plenary now, I think tradition and stare decisis has evolved to give enough leeway to the Congress or to the Senate to define what would be the factual basis of certification of bills. And then, Mr. President, it has been our tradition and it has been done. Sabi ko nga, nakaka-27 na tayo, even without the existence of a public calamity or emergency, we have considered the certification, a presidential certification, the urgency of the same, and then the Supreme Court has given its imprimatur to a congressional confirmation of a presidential certification, Mr. President. That's just an interjection, Mr. President, to add to the discussion coming from the very relevant question of the minority leader. Thank you, Mr. President.
I would like to thank Mr. President, our well-respected and my idol, our chairman of the Committee on Justice, triple doctorate, who is probably the best lawyer in the chamber, Mr. President. But with all due respect to him, Mr. President, I think we read the same constitution, and the phrase, the necessity of its immediate enactment to meet a public calamity or emergency is still there. So it should still be considered by whoever reads the Constitution, whether it be the President of the Republic of the Philippines, his executive secretary, or a normal senator of one of the 24 senators of the Republic of the Philippines. At any rate, Mr. President, the fact that the power has been exercised in 27 bills is not proof of the correctness of the exercise. It might even be proof of the abuse of the power, Mr. President. Lalo na kung wala na talagang connection sa any public calamity or emergency. At any rate, I just solicited ideas, Mr. President. We really cannot solve that here because if we interpret the Constitution differently, then that means we need a referee, an arbiter, and that could only be the Supreme Court, Mr. President, since it's already the interpretation of the Constitution. But I got from the response from the sponsor, Mr. President, that the measure, according to him, can immediately meet a public calamity or emergency, which our sponsor, I think, identified to be poverty or unemployment. Is that correct, Mr. President? Or was it poverty plus unemployment?
I was stating well, unemployment is also goes hand in hand with poverty.
Yes.
So
Sige.
yeah, that was part of my my assertion. But again, Your Honor, I must state that also I am not a lawyer. This is in my humble opinion. You know, I'm not a great lawyer such as Senator Pimentel, but in my humble opinion as a public servant, and I hope you can respect my humble opinion as I respect your legal acumen.
Yes, sir. Actually, we already exchanged ideas. We will not be contesting the position of our colleague, Mr. President, except that the Constitution actually is a document not only for lawyers. It is for everyone, for all Filipinos, and even foreigners read our Constitution. And the position of this representation, Mr. President, when you read the Constitution, you understand the words of the Constitution using its common meaning, unless it's clearly a technical word. So my appeal to our colleagues, Mr. President, is that when we read Section 26 of Article 6 of the Constitution, especially paragraph 2, let's read it and understand it using the common, everyday dictionary meaning of the words used therein. Ano ba? Verba legis, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, if that is the position now of our sponsor, that the measure can help meet a public calamity or emergency, may we understand what is this? What are we creating with this measure, Mr. President? What kind of entity is the MIC? Is this a bank? Is this a GFI or a GOCC or a super GOCC, Mr. President?
Well, it is a GOCC. It's also and it's a again, it's a special vehicle for investment, and similar to what other countries have, which is and we'd like to call this an investment fund. Of course, you know, there's no one size fits all. There's no one size fits all template for this sort of fund. But of course, we try our best, and as we have done with all the committee hearings, to try and craft a a piece of legislation that will be the most suited for our country. And that's what it is. It's an investment vehicle. And if we ask about how will it address this so-called emergency, how will it address this, what I believe is an emergency in terms of our socioeconomic condition at this moment due to the COVID, in terms of how it will address it, the simple answer is it will increase investment and create a vehicle for other possibly funds or other entities to invest in the Philippines, thereby creating a larger base, a larger source of investment for many of our infrastructure funds that would otherwise not be able to receive these influxes of capital. And by doing this, by increasing this economic activity, we can arrest this increase in poverty that was caused by this, once in a, I don't even, once in I don't know how unique this situation is, but I guess it's a once in a lifetime occurrence with the COVID-19 pandemic.
So we are creating a special vehicle for investment. And without a doubt, this is a government-owned or controlled corporation. It is not a bank, Mr. President. So may I know, Mr. President, why this was referred to the Committee on Banks, Mr. President, and not to the proper committee, which is the Committee on Public Corporations?
I think this was an issue that was already decided upon before with where the majority voted and for this issue, and I think that's I think that would answer
Yes,
this
Mr.
question.
President. Thank you for that reply. When this was debated earlier before this chamber, we were talking more on the theoretical level, Mr. President. But now that we have this bill attached to the committee report, may I know from the sponsor, what are the banking concepts in the said bill, Mr. President?
Can I just have maybe with the indulgence of your sponsor, can I ask for more specific definition to banking? What you said? Sorry, I wasn't quite sure I understood the question. You said banking. What are the banking?
Yes, what are the banking concepts, Mr. President?
Concepts.
In this measure? Yes. From reading the measure, I could see a lot of corporate concepts. These are sections or provisions of law which we find in the Corporation Code of the Philippines. Are there any sections here which are anong tawag mo dun? Specifically for banks or about banking, Mr. President? Aside from the incidental mentioning of Land Bank of the Philippines, Development Bank of the Philippines,
Most of them,
Bangko Sentral.
yes. Your Honor, most of the mention in this bill regarding banks would be, of course, with regards to the capitalization. If you're asking about the similarities that a investment fund would have with banking institutions, I can offer some similarities with regards to fund management. But again, banks do not manage their funds the same way that banks, in fact, are a little more conservative in the manage of their funds as compared to a investment fund. Just because the investment fund in general, there's a greater emphasis perhaps on, depending on the nature of the fund, in most cases, there's a greater emphasis on equity investments. Banks tend to shy away from large equity investments. They're more into fixed securities, especially T-bills. So in terms of the similarities between banks, I can give similarities in terms of perhaps they do have some aspects of fund management included in their mandate. And of course, the sections relating to banks in the bill mostly refer to their contribution in the capitalization of the Maharlika Fund.
Yes, so because banks were the ones, government banks were the ones required to contribute to the capital. So maybe that's incidental, no, Mr. President, that if we had chosen another entity, a non-bank, then therefore the banks will not be mentioned in the measure, Mr. President. At any rate, Mr. President, before we debated this theoretically, now that we see that the product, it's not about any bank, it's about the establishment of a GOCC, which is our sponsor calls a special vehicle for investment. And Mr. President, if the Maharlika Investment Corporation is established, how many jobs will this law directly create, Mr. President? Hindi ko makita si Mark.
It's your honor. Of course, I just want to say that there's no. Of course, these numbers are very fluid. There are a lot of factors that go into it. But nevertheless, the NEDA did give us some initial estimates of the Maharlika, what the benefits of the Maharlika, and some of their initial projection. According to their initial projections, they're looking at 350,000 additional employment generated during the medium term
Yes,
as a result of their investments.
but that's not the direct employment, Mr. President. And then projection
That is
of
direct, just to confirm. According to NEDA, that is direct invest. They will give
maybe-
direct investments, and that was the direct result of the investments that they will give.
Kaya nga siguro we use the verbal legis rule, Mr. President, when we say how many jobs the Maharlika Investment Corporation will directly create. Ibig sabihin nun, ilan trabaho ang malilikha dahil sa may korporasyon, Mr. President. Hindi na siguro yung, because yan 350,000, of course, positive thinking na po yan. I mean, everything going siguro their way with all of the all of the positive assumptions being realized, Mr. President. At any rate, Mr. President, the jobs that will be directly created by this Maharlika Investment Corporation would be investment banking, asset managers, ba yan? Stock analyst, ganun po ba? Ganun po yung mga magtatrabaho sa MIC po, Mr. President?
The NEDA has a sectoral breakdown of these investments. It's not just when we say the additional jobs, of course, it's not just the financial jobs that are directly generated within the fund when the fund is in existence. Of course, based on the NEDA statistics that I was furnished with, the staggered capitalization over will lead to a 0.22% annual contribution to real growth. And they also estimate that sectoral investments will continue to contribute an average of 0.05%. And in this scenario, based on their projections, they will have a 350,000 employment generation. And they do have in their models included the breakdown per sector, which we can furnish you with as well.
Well, that's the projection, Mr. President. At any rate, yung mga naghahanap ng trabaho, kahit ipasa natin itong batas na ito, hindi po sila makaka-apply dyan sa MIC kasi ang hahanapin dyan ay mga asset manager, stock analyst, ano pa ba? Hindi ko pa
Your Honor, para lang ma-clear po, ang binabanggit pong 350,000, yun po ay yung mga natrabaho na ma-generate dahil sa investments ng Maharlika. Iba po yung staff complement, iba naman po yun. Hindi po kasama sa projection ng NEDA yung staff complement ng Maharlika Investment. Ang analysis nila ay base po sa investment ng Maharlika sa iba't ibang sektor, and itong investment po ay makaka-generate ng maraming trabaho para sa ating mga kababayan.
That is the projection, yeah, Mr. President. Kung kung magsasucceed, and sana nga gusto natin mag-succeed lahat po ng ating mga ginagawa sa bansang ito. But Mr. President, when this was started, this whole thing was started, it was packaged, the entity was packaged as a sovereign wealth fund. Are we abandoning that concept already, Mr. President? Is the MIC or the MIF still a sovereign wealth fund? Do we still claim that it is an SWF, Mr. President?
You know, in these definitions, I think that when you say sovereign wealth fund, there's so many different permutations of what we call a quote unquote sovereign wealth fund. This is just basically the basic principles behind this is what I think we should really focus on, which is that it is a fund that's a primary purpose of investing in projects that serve a socio-economic benefit to our country and yield a robust return on investment for all the investors. So it's through this vehicle, and this is something that I think there are so many different permutations of this, but basically it has the same concept, which is maximizing the returns for government, investing in projects that would create intergenerational income for government. I think that's the basic premise that we should really I want to communicate with everyone is, we're putting this money in to create intergenerational income for the government. That is the end result of all this. That is the end result of all these sovereign wealth funds. It's to create wealth for the national government, and that is what we're trying to push here, because in the end, it's about maximizing our assets, and we feel, and even with the economic, and we've had numerous discussions with the economic team, this is one vehicle that we have that can maximize our assets in government, and then at the same time create another avenue for revenues and investment, revenues for government, and also investment in the private and public sector.
If this is indeed still a sovereign wealth fund, Mr. President, is it the position of the sponsor that if the MIF is created, and should we apply for membership to the International Federation of Sovereign Wealth Funds, they will accept us?
We certainly we can. Again, there's no, when it comes, if you look at all the funds, if you look at sovereign wealth funds in other countries, they serve different purposes, they have different formats, different mandate, but they do share some common characteristics, which I mentioned earlier. So to answer your question, certainly we can apply. And of course, I leave it up to later on, I would leave it up to the board of directors of this fund. Should this be passed, I leave it to their experts to decide on what course of action to take with regards to joining any international organizations.
Is there a sovereign wealth fund, or can there be a sovereign wealth fund with private sector interest, Mr. President?
Yes, sovereign wealth fund with private interest. Yes, actually, one of the purposes of this Maharlika is to attract investments in the fund, and thereby also attracting investments to the Philippines. Because obviously the primary objective of the fund is the primary purpose, of course, among its mandate is to invest in projects in the projects in the nation that serve, of course, our socio-economic agenda.
So if we insist that the MIF is a sovereign wealth fund, so this will be unique in the sense that it's not only the sovereign's money or sovereign's wealth, but even private sector. And worse, some are nationals of the sovereign, and some are even foreigners, Mr. President. So can a sovereign wealth fund actually include investors who are foreigners?
Yes, actually, it's a fund, but remember the control of the fund is with the Maharlika Investment Corporation, and the Maharlika Investment Corporation is controlled by the national government. That's provided for in the bill.
And then, is it correct that I also heard there was a pronouncement from His Honor, our sponsor, that his interpretation of the bill is that foreigners can sit in the board of directors of this sovereign wealth fund, Mr. President?
There are three independent director. Under the law. There's three directors. It doesn't provide for any. It doesn't say that they cannot. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, we did not limit the nationality of the three independent directors to Filipinos. So that means we are making it possible for foreigners to sit in the board of the Maharlika Investment Corporation. As
In fact,
as
well, it's
currently
not-
written.
As it's written, yes, and it should be noted that even in other sovereign wealth funds, there are some foreigners who will sit on their board as well. Again, it's still controlled by government, but if it's happened before that there are foreigners who sit on the board.
And then whether we are treated as a sovereign wealth fund in other jurisdictions is beyond our control, Mr. President. Is that correct? It depends on the recipient or the destination state, Mr. President, of our investments.
Whether we are accepted by other.
Whether we will be treated as a sovereign wealth fund or not. That is actually their decision, Mr. President.
It depends on I suppose if there's an international organization, obviously that would be their discretion whether to consider us a sovereign wealth fund. But of course, as far as our law is concerned, as far as this bill is concerned, Maharlika is a sovereign wealth fund, and it's made clear in this law what the mandate of the Maharlika is. And again, there's no fixed template and there's no fixed definition for what exactly constitutes a sovereign wealth fund. I cannot, there's no internationally accepted definition, but there are characteristics that they share that are similar, and I think these are commonalities that are widely accepted in general.
Yes, is a sovereign wealth fund treated differently outside of the Philippines, Mr. President, in other jurisdictions compared to a commercial investment fund or even a state investment fund which is not a sovereign wealth fund? Mr. President,
From my experience, Your Honor, Mr. President, I think that there's certain consideration given to sovereign wealth funds because, of course, if there's a backing of a government, it gives investors a feeling of security. Whenever let's say, I'll give an example. If Temasek invests in a certain project, it lends some more stature to the project or the investment. So if we're asking about whether or not what the treatment of sovereign wealth funds are internationally, I think there's a certain level of consideration and maybe perhaps certain level of respect given to these sovereign wealth funds because they know that these are backed somehow. There's involvement. There's some involvement with government. It's somehow there's also some backing by government because it's being managed by a lot of and it has a lot of checks and balances as the Maharlika Fund does. So these are things that are taken into account when institutional investors or other entities are deciding whether or not to invest in any fund, especially a sovereign fund.
Here in the Philippines, Mr. President, of course, within our territorial jurisdiction, if we want to treat the MIF or the MIC in a certain way, we look at the law on how it is treated. But outside our jurisdiction, yun, even if you want to believe that we are an SW sovereign wealth fund, but we are not because I think the general definition or characteristic of a sovereign wealth fund under the International Federation for the SWF is that SWFs are owned by the general government, which includes both central and subnational governments, Mr. President. Kasi nga, it is the sovereign's wealth that they are now using. They can invest in the sovereign wealth fund can invest in some corporations which are private corporations, but I do not think the SWF will destroy its nature as an SWF if it is capitalized or when its funds are mixed with private sector funds and worse, non-nationals funds, Mr. President. So that is my warning, Mr. President, that dito sa Pilipinas, pwedeng okay, we make believe that it is an SWF. Paglabas natin, that's beyond our control. The nature of the beast that we are creating is not an SWF, Mr. President.
For the information also, Your Honor, of everyone, we'd just like to say that we endeavored really to make the fund of the highest standard. That's why we applied the Santiago Principles, which is a generally accepted set of standards that is utilized for all sovereign wealth funds. So just for the comfort of everyone, this Maharlika Investment Fund really endeavored to hold itself to the highest standards of accountability that are with utilizing principles that are accepted worldwide. And that's why I would like to mention like the Santiago Principles. This is an example of that.
Yes, the Santiago Principles are the principles which the then existing sovereign wealth funds agreed on or came up with, Mr. President. So even if our law cites the Santiago Principles, and even if we are not an SWF, but we want to follow, let us say, the standards for the SWFs as they have enshrined in the Santiago Principles, I think that is not enough, Mr. President, that we say we will adhere to the Santiago Principles. We must show that the provisions in our law adhere or are consistent with the Santiago Principles. So, principle number one, ano yung principle number one? That ownership should be separate from management. Are we even compliant with that principle, Mr. President? That's not principle number one, but that's one of the principles of the Santiago Principles, Mr. President.
This, like all sovereign wealth funds, this is owned by national government. Temasek is owned by national government and it's run by national government. So this is not a new concept that of course the national government will exercise control over the sovereign wealth fund. Again, that's precisely why we put the application of the Santiago Principles in this. It's relative to public disclosure, management, risk mitigation, others. But that being said, there are other. We even added a lot of controls to further protect the funds in the Maharlika. Aside from the board of directors, you have an advisory board, you have a internal risk management unit, you have an internal and external auditor, you have oversight from both houses houses of Congress. There are numerous, aside from the principles that they abide, there are numerous controls that would ensure the protection and the judicious use of the funds in the Maharlika Investment Fund.
But on that particular principle, Mr. President, in the Santiago Principles, because I think the Santiago Principles are mentioned 2 to 3 times in the measure, Mr. President. So on that principle, that the ownership must be separate from the management, are we adhering to that principle in this measure, Mr. President?
Well, with the board of directors, you can see it's not a unilateral decision. As again, there's a board of directors composed of independent directors. There's also full-time directors. There's the employees of the fund. There's also representatives from the stakeholders from Land Bank, from Development Bank of the Philippines. So again, it's not a matter of one single person making any decision. But nevertheless, a sovereign fund is controlled by the national government, whether it's all these funds that we have, we know that they're controlled by national government. So that's, of course, just like the whole point of this is to generate wealth for the national government. So I guess when it comes to ownership, but not necessarily the day-to-day operations, there'll be, that we will have personnel who are doing the day-to-day operations of the Maharlika Investment Fund, of the Maharlika Investment Corporation.
It is principle number 16, Mr. President, that we are talking about. So let me just read into the records. The governance framework and objectives, as well as the manner in which the SWF's management is operationally independent from the owner, should be publicly disclosed. So the position of this representation, Mr. President, is that if we claim that the MIF is an SWF and we are also proclaiming that we are adhering to the Santiago principles, then we should follow to the best of our ability principle number 16, which I think would be violated if management and the governing board are mostly, if not all, political appointees, Mr. President. The sponsor has mentioned Temasek, etc. But may we know how the members of the board as well as the management team and the officers of Temasek are chosen, Mr. President? Are they also political appointees in Singapore, Mr. President? Alamin nyo, check yung Temasek. Hindi, ibang GIC sa Temasek. Temasek yung nagmana sa British.
In Temasek, government is the sole equity shareholder. Government is the whole shareholder, sole equity shareholder of Temasek. The Minister of Finance, the full owner of Temasek. Neither the president nor the government is involved in Temasek's business and corporate decisions, except in relation to the president's role in the protection of Temasek's reserve. So the board of directors provides similarly, the board of directors provides overall guidance and policy directions to the management team. The appointment. Temasek's Board Leadership Development and Compensation Committee recommends candidates, appointments, or removal of Temasek directors and COO and are subject to the president's concurrence. So similarly, the fund will also be recommended by the advisory board and also subject to the president's concurrence.
Kunin nyo na lang. We'll just get a copy of what the sponsor read, Mr. President. Well,
Yes,
but at least we made some mental note of the fact that Temasek, which is claimed to be an SWF, is 100% government funded or owned, Mr. President. And maraming factors talaga. I mean, there are 24 principles of the Santiago principles. If you want to adhere to them, if you read all of them, you will see that an SWF cannot have private sector ownership or substantial private sector ownership. May foreign private sector ownership pa. This is the MIF. So, because in one principle, in the Santiago principles, close coordination. The sovereign wealth fund must keep in close coordination with the fiscal and monetary authorities of its place, Mr. President. So if we allow a corporation with private interest, we are giving such a great advantage to the private sector participant in the Maharlika Investment Fund, Mr. President, because that corporation will be in close contact with fiscal and monetary authorities, Mr. President, to the great advantage of their private sector investors or partners who can be nationals as well as foreigners, Mr. President.
Yes, just to clarify, the Maharlika Investment Corporation, they can only issue preferred shares as investments. Meaning, when you say preferred shares, you have an economic interest, but you do not have a voting interest. So even if a foreigner were to invest in preferred shares, that would not give them they would give them economic interest. And there is also, at the same time, there's also a limit of, it's provided for that no single private sector shareholder shall directly or indirectly own more than 5% of the authorized capital stock. And again, it further emphasized that preferred shares shall be non-voting, non-participating, and non-convertible. So even an investment in these preferred shares would not translate to any controlling interest in the Maharlika Investment Corporation, which is managing the Maharlika Investment Fund.
We are talking about principle number 3, Mr. President, of the Santiago Principles, which I'd like to read into the records. Where the SWF's activities have significant direct domestic microeconomic implications, those activities should be closely coordinated with the domestic fiscal and monetary authorities so as to ensure consistency with the overall macroeconomic policies. So, Mr. President, since our sponsor mentioned the preferred shares, which are the shares in which the foreigners can participate, are preferred shares representative of an ownership stake in the company, in the corporation, Mr. President? In the sense that preferred shareholders are also owners of the corporation, Mr. President, to the extent of their shares.
They're not controlling shares, so there's a difference.
But are they owners, Mr. President? Example, I've noticed that the ratio of the common shares to preferred shares is 3:1. Therefore, 1/4 is preferred shares. If preferred shares were bought by Americans with no one exceeding 5%, yung threshold. Therefore, MIF is 20% American owned. Is that correct, Mr. President? 25% American owned.
I think in my knowledge of the corporate sector, local companies who traditionally are not allowed to have majority foreign ownership can issue preferred shares because they do not constitute a voting interest, or they do not constitute a controlling interest in a local corporation. So therefore, they can issue these shares and they have certain rights, but they do not constitute controlling or full ownership.
I think it's
as defined in the Constitution.
I think it's also in the measure, Mr. President, na sabi doon non-voting, non-convertible, tatlong ano yun eh. There are 3 characteristics. But my question, Mr. President, is are the preferred shareholders also owners of the corporation to the extent of their shareholdings, Mr. President? I think that's a basic corporation law principle, Mr. President.
They're owners of the shares, but they cannot make decisions. Again,
Correct.
they're not. These are non-voting shares.
Correct,
So,
Mr. President.
in the corporate environment, when a local company which has a limit on foreign ownership issues preferred shares, it's not counted towards that. It's not counted towards the foreign ownership limit. And in my understanding, at the same time, I think that's when we're talking about the Santiago Principles. This is a matter of initiative for the national government, whether it is determined as a sovereign wealth fund or otherwise, for as long as the purpose, goal, and objectives of the MIF is achieved and the interest of the Filipino people is served. I think that's the overriding principle in all this. Of course, it's a basis that we use, but at the same time, we always have to remember we do have the overriding objective, which is serving the interests of the Filipino people and making sure that we have the necessary controls.
We will go to the objectives, Mr. President, later. I'm looking at the nature of this entity which we are creating, Mr. President. Are the preferred shares available for foreigners, and to the extent that all the preferred shares may be owned by foreigners, Mr. President?
Again, I go back to the capitalization. It says here that there's a limit. No single private sector shareholder shall directly or indirectly own more than 5% of the authorized capital stock.
Let us assume that no, there is no violation of that threshold, Mr. President. But can the entire preferred shares be owned by foreigners? I think the answer is yes, Mr. President.
600% fund. It's more than 5%. Total is more than 5 years.
Yeah.
So no single company can own more.
Are you talking about a single company, or are you talking about?
Now let us assume.
Because the provision here is very specific. It's a no single private sector shareholder. So
Mr. President, let's not
clear.
focus on that rule. Let's assume that there will be no violation of that rule. Assume na natin.
Okay.
So can the entire number of preferred shares be owned, bought, or paid for by foreigners, Mr. President? As long as there's no violation of the threshold.
In
Posible, no? Posible po. As written.
In
Yeah.
theory, yes.
As
In
written.
theory,
Right.
yeah.
Right.
In theory,
Yes,
yes. In theory, yes.
So since the preferred shares are 25% of the authorized capital stock, can we say now that the MIC is 25% foreign owned, Mr. President?
No, we cannot.
Why? Why, Mr. President? Because
No one's bought. How can we say it's for no one? No one has.
There's
There's a specific provision that says no more than 5%. So how can it be? Well, if I suppose if they all are the same country.
I mean,
origin.
foreign owned, the common denominator of the foreign owned is they are all non-Filipinos. Kaya nga, sa example ko, Mr. President, i-assume na natin they're all Americans. There is no violation of the threshold. They own all the preferred shares. Pwede.
If you're saying if it's possible, it's
Yeah,
possible.
yes.
It's possible. Yes. I mean,
Yes.
if the question is it possible? It's
Correct.
possible.
And if this is the scenario, the MIC is actually 25% foreign owned or American owned. Tama po ba yun? Because we count the preferred shares in the ownership of the corporation. Tama po ba yun?
I have to. It's important also to consider that there's a difference between control and ownership. So this is non-controlling interest. So even if you own 20%, there's no controlling interest. So it doesn't. In fact, most preferred shares they're almost like when you say preferred shares, you almost they're almost like bonds actually. But they give a fixed return to the investors and they give interest, but there's no voting, no voting and no controlling interest being exercised. So I understand what you're saying, Your Honor, but I just want to make that clear for everyone that when we talk about owner, this is not control.
Yes,
This is
Mr. President,
preferred shares is a very different entity when you talk about control, because when you talk about from a constitutional perspective, we have a 60-40, but preferred shares do not fall under that. There's no voting interest involved. So I just want to make that clear.
We are not contesting, Mr. President, the characterization of the preferred shares as found on page 3, line 31. Non-voting, non-participating, non-convertible. Yan po ang nakasulat sa batas. Hindi po yan ang ating ini-issue. But at any rate, Mr. President, preferred shares are ownership stake, Mr. President. They're not
Beneficial ownership.
They're not really like bonds na where the holder of the bond is the creditor. The holder of the preferred share is a part owner. So that, am I correct in the liquidation?
I would say perhaps the proper term, Your Honor, is beneficial ownership.
Yeah, beneficial
Beneficial
owner,
ownership,
let's say. So that in case a company, the corporation is liquidated, we follow the normal procedure, right? We satisfy
Yes,
first
correct.
the claim of the creditor before we satisfy the interest of the shareholder.
That's why the preferred shares is an interesting entity. As you said, that is correct. When it comes to liquidation, the creditors are always prioritized. So in this case, a preferred share, it's prioritized. But in exchange, they only have economic interest and not voting or controlling interest.
But, Mr. President, just to be clarified, in the liquidation of this corporation, who will get priority? The creditor, in the sense na nagpautang, or the holder of the preferred share? Mr. President? It should be the creditor, right, Mr. President? To follow the general procedure in the liquidation of corporations.
In general, it's the creditor, then the
Okay.
preferred shares, and
Yes.
then the equity shareholder.
So that does not change here in the MIC, Mr. President, no? So I think we made that clear. So thank you, Mr. President. Yan lang po yung ini-establish po natin, ano? Na my concern here is if we keep on insisting that this is an SWF, ang dami na pong weaknesses or butas from the, although there may be many definitions of what an SWF is, but they have some also common denominators, Mr. President. Number one, dapat walang private sector money dyan. Number two, dapat foreign money dyan, Mr. President, because they will be protected by the sovereign in dealings with other jurisdictions, Mr. President. Well, that is the point that this representation was driving at, Mr. President. So, at any rate, Mr. President, we will continue with the characteristics of the SWFs, Mr. President, especially on the matter of having a surplus or a windfall to be used as the funding for the SWF. But Mr. President, at this point, since Senator Ontiveros is already back, and I just started my interpellation so as not to waste time, I'm willing to give way to Senator Ontiveros so she can resume with her interpellation. So I would like to suspend my own interpellation, Mr. President, so that our colleague can resume her interpellation on the matter. With the permission of our sponsor, Mr. President.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
Majority Leader. Sorry, excuse me. So,
Yes, Mr. President, this juncture, may we recognize our, can I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
suspend.
Yes, Mr. President, to continue the interpellation of our, move that we continue the interpellation of our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and to defend the measure, no other than our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator Mark Villar. Move that they be recognized, Mr. President.
The Deputy Minority Floor Leader is recognized to interpolate our Deputy Majority Floor Leader.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President, and thanks to the good sponsor for allowing me to step off the floor for a bit. And salamat kaayo to the Minority Leader for graciously allowing me to continue my interpellation at this time. To the sponsor also for continuing at this time, supper time for most people. So, in this last part of my interpellation, good sponsor, gusto ko pong magtanong ng ilang mga legal questions naman. And since some of these will also refer to points I raised earlier in the second part of my interpellation, sana po ipagpaumanhin ng good sponsor if I will refer to some topics na earlier naming pinag-usapan, but just to add a question or two about the legal aspects of these. So, una na po, Mr. President, good sponsor, PD 1648, revised charter, provides that the National Development Company is mandated to pursue commercial, industrial, agricultural, or mining ventures in order to give the necessary impetus to national economic development. NDC may on its own or in joint venture with the private sector undertake vital projects when necessary or when the private sector is not willing or able to undertake such projects due to high risks or the lack of funds or resources. One of the repeated reasons of the good sponsor for the creation of the Maharlika Investment Corporation is to boost the economy post-COVID. Now, the revised charter of the NDC was enacted in 1979 by then President Marcos Sr. for, quote, the government to take an active role in acceleration of major industrial projects, as well as other desirable development ventures, taking into account inflationary trends. So, good sponsor, Mr. President, after this refresher in our minds about the NDC, and its revised charter, paano po yung papel ng Maharlika Investment Corporation ay iba dun sa functions ng NDC?
Thank you, Your Honor. One, the NDC is not a vehicle for attracting investments. It does not accept. It has never accepted. I don't think it's ever accepted equity placements from mutual funds. So this is something that from private institutions. It can get from my understanding, and it's supported by the national government, but it doesn't accept funds from foreign institutions or investment institutions. Secondly, I think that when I was listening to your the mandate, they were saying in consideration of inflationary trends, something maybe not that trends is the word, but in regards to inflation.
That's
And one
actually
would
the
be-
word in the revised charter,
Okay.
good sponsor.
Yes, and that would mean that, of course, they make investments, keeping in mind, when you say inflation, you're talking about the cost of money. So I suppose, part of their mandate is to make investments, keeping in mind that they don't want to lose money. But I think their primary goal is to not lose money, but at the same time, invest in industries that might prove beneficial to the country, but not necessarily maximizing return. The Maharlika has to maximize its return because it's trying to attract investment as well. So in that respect, there are some differences in the mandate, which is, and that's why I said earlier that these two are not mutually exclusive. We can have the Maharlika Fund. We can still continue to push the mandate of the NDC, and as we discussed in our committee hearings, the NDC themselves expressed that they believe that the Maharlika can actually enhance their operations.
Thank you, good sponsor. Pero Yun na nga, why can't we just strengthen and further amend the already earlier amended charter of the NDC? Already amended nga by then President Marcos to
We can do
further
that.
strengthen the corporation.
We can do that. And we can also create the Maharlika Investment Fund so that we can multiply investments coming into the country and also fulfill also a similar mandate. But nevertheless, again, the Maharlika Investment Fund is meant to generate wealth, intergenerational wealth for the nation. In order to do that, they have to get investments that yield a certain level of return. The NDC is not there to generate intergenerational wealth. It's there to support industries maybe in a stage of infancy that they believe in the long term would create benefits or social benefits for the country. The Maharlika is there to create wealth, to generate revenues as an additional stream of revenues for government, and at the same time, additional source of investment for many sectors that may require additional investment. So there's some differences in the mandate. Again, we can still push the National Development Corporation, but at the same time, we can have the Maharlika Investment Fund and fulfill its mandate, which is different. It's different. They have two different entities with two different objectives, but maybe similar objectives in the sense that the projects they will invest in will further the socio-economic agenda of our country.
Salamat, good sponsor. Actually, Mr. President, na-anticipate ng good sponsor yung huling follow-up question ko sa point na to na, so against the backdrop of the NDC and how it has evolved so far the past decade, why is there really a need to create a Maharlika Investment Corporation? Sabi nga po ng good sponsor, the NDC and the incipient Maharlika are not mutually exclusive. Pero matatanong din na necessary pa ba yung pangalawa? Kung nandun na yung isa, its charter has been revised once before to strengthen the corporations. Tried and tested na ang NDC and dahil tried and tested, hindi niya ine-evidence yung mga flaws na nakikita at least namin so far sa konsepto ng Maharlika at this point in time. So again, I will leave that question, not just a rhetorical but a very concrete question about this NDC vis-a-vis Maharlika at this point in time. Moving on, Mr. President, to my next set of questions on Section 6, the capitalization and initial funding. So Section 11 of the House Bill, no? HB 6608, passed by the House, provided for the capitalization of the MIC at only 75 billion pesos. So 25 billion from the DBP and 50 billion from the Land Bank. So please, good sponsor, explain why the capitalization and initial funding suddenly ballooned by almost 600% to 500 billion pesos. Kasi po, parang napakalaking halaga naman ito para sa initial funding.
Yes, Your Honor, I just want to make this, because I think there's maybe perhaps some confusion regarding when you talk about capitalization, that is authorized capital. The paid up capital is 125 billion. The authorized capital there's been no investments from any entities yet. So what we're talking about now, when we talk about the investments in Maharlika Fund, is the 75 billion from the investable funds of the Land Bank and the DBP, and we're talking about 50 billion pesos, which is from the national government, which will derive the 50 billion from dividends from the BSP and also portion of the national government share in the PAGCOR. And of course, as we discussed earlier, the possible disposition of government assets.
Okay. Salamat, good sponsor. Mayroong other sources at first mentioned in the House version, tapos nawala doon nung inaprubahan na nung House of Representatives ang kanilang version. Earlier also discussed this with the good sponsor. I'd like to return to it now from the perspective of the legal question. The bill provides that GOCCs providing for social security or pensions such as GSIS, SSS, HDMF will not be quote, requested or required, close quote, to contribute. Can you, good sponsor, categorically say that absolutely and under no circumstance shall the Social Security funds be used for the Maharlika Fund?
I think, no, I don't think. The bill specifically states they will neither be requested nor required. We are not limiting the use of the funds. We are not dictating on how the GSIS or the SSS use their funds. There will be no difference. Maharlika is in no way interfering with the operations of GSIS and SSS. That's why, just to be clear, we are only saying that they will neither be required nor requested to invest their funds in Maharlika.
Sometimes, good sponsor, Mr. President, I think it may not be a matter of imposing or interfering, but protecting. Lalo na pag pag-uusapan yung pension funds. I recall, good sponsor, Mr. President, nung interpellation po ng ating Senate President Pro Tempore, Sen. Legarda, the good sponsor explained that while Section 6 expressly prohibits the GOCCs providing for social security or pensions, such as GSIS, SSS, from being required to contribute to the initial funding of the Maharlika, it may voluntarily contribute to the Maharlika Fund, subject to their respective investment and risk management strategies and approval of their respective boards under Section 12. Ito, binabalikan ko dito yung tanong ko kanina tungkol sa Pandora's box at saka tungkol sa backdoor lalo na. Hindi ba ito isang pag-circumvent sa pangako ng pamahalaan na hindi gagamitin ang kahit anong pension funds para sa Maharlika? This was just a few months ago. Malinaw na kaya na ipasa ng House ang Maharlika ay dahil inalis ang provision na magko-contribute ang GSIS at SSS. So, good sponsor, also subject to your comments about this concern that I cannot set aside, at the proper time, I might propose that Section 12 be amended to categorically state that GOCCs providing for the social security of government employees, the private sector, workers and employees, and other sectors and subsectors such as, but not limited to, the GSIS, SSS, and HDMF be absolutely prohibited from contributing to the Maharlika Fund.
Okay. I'd like, Your Honor, I'd just like to make this case regarding your concerns. One, I'm not convinced that we should prevent kung kumikita naman po yung kung successful at kumikita naman yung Maharlika Fund, nag-invest siya sa mga proyektong infrastruktura sa ating bansa at naging successful naman siya at maganda naman ang return. Bakit po natin pagbabawalan ang mga institutions natin na mag-invest sa pondo? Siguro pwede natin pag-usapan mga ibang bagay if maybe we can discuss certain limitations or certain rules. We can discuss that. But what message does it send when government institutions like GSIS and SSS can invest in foreign infrastructure funds in other countries, and we ban them from investing in a fund that invests in infrastructure in our own country? Anong klaseng mensahe po yun? Diba? Para sa akin, nag-invest tayo sa sarili nating bansa. Masama ba yan? I think, and kung maganda naman ng return, bakit hindi? Because I know for a fact that GSIS, I think, invests in global infrastructure funds that invest in other countries. Why would we prevent them from investing in our own country? And secondly, what if we want to attract investment in our fund what message does it send when we don't even want to invest in our own infrastructure projects? So if you want to attract investors in your fund, when you talk, signaling is very important. I think it's a very important principle in when it comes to investment, when it comes to economic investment. We need to give the proper signaling, and the proper signaling to attract investment is that the government is willing to invest in infrastructure for the country. That is the proper signaling, and that will attract investment. But if from the start we say that we're not willing to invest in our own infrastructure, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, Your Honor, what kind of signal is that sending to foreign investors that we don't feel that our investments in our local country are worthwhile? I don't think that's the proper message to send. Now, if you want to talk about provisions, limitations, certainly we're open to that. But the principle of discouraging or sending the message that it's not profitable to invest in our country's infrastructure is not, for me, it's not the proper message.
I certainly agree, good sponsor, Mr. President, kung gaano ka-importante yung signaling and kung gaano ka-importante na tama yung message that we are sending. For one, ang pensyon ay para sa Pilipino, sa mga manggagawa at senior citizens. Pera nila iyan na dapat para sa kanilang benefit. And in each particular pension institution, as governed by its charter, malinaw ano yung kumbaga kontrata between the contributing members at yung leadership, yung management ng pension institution na iyon. Well and good that GSIS currently invests even in foreign infrastructure. Hindi rin naman siya pinipigilan bilang GSIS na mag-invest sa domestic infrastructure. Ang problema, and I will get to some of these in my later questions, bakit dadaan pa siya sa isa pang layer, isa pang management or leadership na up to this point in time, I think there are still questionable matters na itatanong ko rin po sa good sponsor. And I'm talking about the proposed management structure and mandates of the Maharlika. Again, like the NDC, ang GSIS, SSS, HDMF, mga tried and tested institutions din yan, medyo kahit mayat maya may problema, medyo alam po ng mga contributing members niya o yung mga nagko-contract ng loan sa kanila, what to expect, ano yung entitlements nila bilang miyembro ng institusyon na iyan, ano ang accountabilities ng management or leadership ng mga institusyon na iyan sa kanila bilang miyembro. Walang dadaan ng second layer, no, na I will also raise questions about second layer of another institution, which is the proposed Maharlika. Additionally, good sponsor, Mr. President, about the current question and answer so far, there should be other sources to get the funding for investment in infrastructure. And again, not the pension earmarked for the people. And para lang kasi kanina, I mean, interesado naman tayong lahat, good sponsor, Mr. President, to study and learn from best practices in other countries. So kanina napag-uusapan po natin ang INA. About this particular point, it so happens that Norway's sovereign wealth fund does not invest in Norway because this is a way to insulate their fund from domestic lobbies. Na itatanong ko rin mamaya, no, yung independence ng proposed Maharlika. So, but I do agree with the good sponsor, importante ang signaling and importante what message we send. And this includes the primary constituency ng SSS, GSIS, HDMF, yung mga member contributors nila at saka yung mga nagko-contract din ng loans sa kanila. So, if there's any hope that there might be any openness about it, I might propose an amendment to that effect at the proper time.
Your Honor, if I can just be given the opportunity to make the distinction between the original, of course, the original, I think the original version was requiring, again, I don't want to, I mean, we are not requiring, I just want to emphasize, because this is will be accessible to the public. I want to emphasize, hindi naman po sila required mag-invest sa Maharlika Investment Fund. Ang sinasabi ko lang po, kung nakikita nila na na maganda yung management ng fund at nakaka-generate naman ng magandang return at nag-invest naman sa mga proyektong infrastruktura sa ating bansa at maganda naman ng return, maganda naman ng management, option nila yun. That's just an option. They don't have to invest. They can, if they deem that it's not part of their investment strategy, they don't have to invest in Maharlika. Our point, the point that we are simply making is that that is their option. Now, if the objective of Maharlika is to look for projects that also have preference for a socioeconomic agenda, well, it's I think that it's not necessarily it doesn't change their risk strategy in any way whatsoever. It's merely allowing them to invest in an instrument like any other instrument in this in the Philippines or outside of the Philippines. So we're just simply not preventing them from doing so should they choose based on their very stringent investment policies. That's all we're saying. So I just hope that that's clear, and let's not. I don't want people to think that this is we're forcing people's money into a certain investor. We are not. We are just saying that in the universe of investments that they can invest in, whether it be foreign or local, this is an option for them. And I think having more options is good for any institution. Having this option is good because if foreign investors see it as a good investment vehicle, then maybe they'll see it as a good investment vehicle also. And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. I am all for options, but there are better options and there are less good options. At kung sa wisdom ng Senate, tingin natin an option may be dangerous or disadvantageous sa mga may-ari ng pondong iyon, like yung mga may-ari ng pondo ng GSIS, SSS, HDMF, then we should provide in the bill. There was something else, Mr. President, just momentarily escaped my mind. At saka yung pong tinanggal na po ng House of Representatives sa version nila to the satisfaction of the public. Wag na po tayo sa Senado ang magbalik po nun, Mr. President, good sponsor. Wag na po sana nating bawiin yon sa publiko. And lastly, about this particular question, good sponsor, Mr. President, GSIS and SSS funds are owned by the members. They are not a government fund and should not be touched by government for our own disposal. Kaya dapat hindi ipang-invest at all sa Maharlika. Dapat walang option at all. So I'll leave that there for now, Mr. President. Good sponsor, Mr. President. Moving on to Section 14 on allowable investments. Allowable investments under Section 14 state that the MIC may invest in, quote, listed and unlisted equities, close quote. So, good sponsor, what is an unlisted equity?
Unlisted company is not listed in the PSE, in the stock exchange. Whether it be, it can be local or foreign. It could be there are local companies that could possibly list in foreign, so it may not be limited to PSE, but basically in any exchange, the unlisted companies, purely private, and their shares are not available in any stock exchange.
Yes, Mr. President, and just to add to what the good sponsor has already told us, so unlisted equity, like unlisted company, an unlisted security is a financial institution that isn't traded on a formal exchange because it doesn't meet existing listing requirements. Unlisted securities are usually issued by smaller or new firms that cannot or do not wish to comply with the requirements of an official exchange, such as market capitalization thresholds or listing fees. Because they are not exchange-traded, unlisted securities are often less liquid than listed securities. For example, to be listed on a stock exchange, a publicly traded stock must represent a company that surpasses an annual income or market capitalization threshold. The company also must have issued a specific number of shares and be able to afford the exchange's listing fees. These requirements ensure that only the highest quality companies trade on exchanges. Thus, unlisted securities may be of lower quality and present a greater risk to investors. So, good sponsor, hindi po ba napaka-risky mag-invest sa isang unlisted equity?
Well, I'll give you an example of what a potential investment in a listed company. You can invest in a private company, buy a majority share, and then take it public. That can be very profitable. And that's done by a lot of, that's done by a lot of investment funds. They'll buy a private company, they'll buy a controlling interest. I mean, I'll just give you an example. They'll buy a private interest, they'll buy an interest, maybe in more often than not, a controlling interest in a private company. And then at a certain price earnings ratio, and they'll purchase it, and then they'll take it, they might manage it for a few years and then take it public at a higher multiplier. That's a common investment strategy. And that's an example of how an investment in an unlisted company can prove to be lucrative.
Thank you, good sponsor. Also, part of the concern is that unlisted securities or companies could be related to us government officials and become venues for corruption. And in any case, why would we risk public funds and invest in an unlisted company?
It's not, in my opinion, this is all part of when you look at possible investments, you're looking at maximizing shareholder value. Oftentimes, this includes acquisition of companies, private or otherwise. It can be, it's not for me to decide on it's not for me to say right now without the proper analysis what the proper investments for the board of directors. It's only for me to say what are the possibilities. If you're asking me what are the possibilities and how could the government make money, it can do that, exactly that. It can, most companies that invest in private will not invest, most funds that invest in private companies will have an exit strategy. That's common investment principles. That's why you hire people with experience in equities, experience in investment banking to manage these kinds of funds. So they're familiar with this kind of financial plays. It's not uncommon. It's not uncommon. And again, this is when you're talking about risk strategy. There are certain plays that you do. I mean, they're going to assess the risk of this. For instance, if they engage in this investment, of course they'll assess the risk, the possible risk, you look at all these factors and you'll put it together and then you'll price it accordingly. So, I mean, that's part of the process. So if you're going to ask me what's risky, what's not, there's a risk and there's an appropriate pricing in of that risk. That's what fiduciary, that's what actuarial experts do, is they price risk. So, I mean, when we say what is too risky, risk has an associated cost, an associated price, and that's what they have to decide. And that's for management to decide in the end. But of course, when it comes to managing risk, we want them to have flexibility so they can they can also maximize the returns of the fund. So that's why we have these various investment vehicles to give them the flexibility as well. These are financial experts who will be running this fund eventually, and we want to give them the flexibility to maximize the returns for government. And that's why we have these, we specify these investment vehicles.
Thank you, good sponsor. Certainly, any equity would have risk, but probably it would be common sense that listed equities are less risky than unlisted equities, and unlisted equities are more risky
but
than.
I just want to say what is less risky? What is, when you talk about risk, you don't. There's so many factors that we can't just say a listed company is less risky than an unlisted company. You can invest a minority stake in a listed company, or you can invest in a majority stake in an unlisted company. It might be more beneficial to get a majority stake in an unlisted company. So just to be fair, I think that we don't want to box in investors there because there's so many variables. And again, they're experts at pricing risk. The fact is, when you say risky, there's an appetite for bonds that have extreme high risk, but they also have an extremely high return. So, it's a matter of pricing. It's a matter of, we have to trust in the expertise of the people managing these funds. That's why they're there. Is they're trying to maximize value. So I don't want to say like categorically that a listed company, investment listed company is much better. Not necessarily. There are listed companies that you can invest in that collapse. There are unlisted companies that you invest you invest a majority stake, and all of a sudden it becomes a major player in the industry. So I just want to be careful in making these generalizations.
But again, there's something also to be learned even partly from generalizations. Kasi bunga ng karanasan natin, even of governments or businesses in the private sector. And I would still think, good sponsor, Mr. President, na a certain amount of boxing in is reasonable and even prudent. Lalo na pag-uusapan ng isang bagay na kasing importante ng isang sovereign wealth fund. And also, good sponsor, yung pag-risk kahit sa mga unlisted equities, maybe not uncommon for private funds, but again, these would be public funds. So investments should be stringent and limited. Having said that, Mr. Good Sponsor, Mr. President, dadako na ako dun sa mga tanong ko tungkol sa board, which the good sponsor just mentioned also. So Section 20, Board of Directors. Section 20 provides that the members of the board shall be 9, composed among others of the presidents of Land Bank and DBP and the Secretary of Finance as chairperson. So una na, good sponsor, how can you retain the 9 members of the board kung magme-merge yung Land Bank at saka DBP? So magiging 8 na lang kasi isang entity na lang. In practice, it's better, di ba, to have an odd number of directors in case of a deadlock.
Yes, of course that scenario has not been executed yet, but nevertheless we will propose amendments to prepare for that scenario.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. In the 2023 study of the Milken Institute entitled Best Practices of Sovereign Wealth Funds, the Case for the Philippines, which was provided us during the briefing of the government economic managers. In that study, it was highlighted that, quote, research shows that political influence in board activities and management can worsen financial performance. So, considering this, good sponsor, how can the independence of the board be ensured to avoid corruption and politically driven investments if the chairperson is the Secretary of Finance? Again, I'm not just talking about the current, but all the future. Kasi nga, this fund will outlive us if the bill is to be followed. So the SOF, a cabinet secretary who acts as an alter ego of the president, not just the current one, but all presidents moving forward. So does the fact that all board members are appointed by the president not endanger the independence of the MIC investment decisions?
How can we assure if there's well,
Yes.
I'll answer it in the, you mentioned earlier that of course this is not a question of personalities. That being said, if there are people like, I just like to add that if there are people like Ben Jokna running this fund, I'm very comfortable. But that being said, I understand it's you're saying like, of course, this is a generational issue. If you're asking me whether or not this would create I guess, are you asking would it be a conflict of interest? Is that what or is it it will make it more prone to corruption if
It could.
would it?
It could, Mr.
Really?
President.
No, no.
Look at IMDb.
No, let me say this. Let's not compare this with 1MDB because 1MDB is a scam perpetrated by a single person called Joe Low who deceived. And this is a case that was filed against many of those investment banks that somehow aided him in doing this scam, which had no government oversight whatsoever, which a vehicle that was not created by law. It was merely a scam perpetrated by a single person who involved in corruption. And this is a case was filed by the Malaysian government to retrieve these. He deceived people to get these loans that were onerous loans, and that's the subject of a case against these. And he did this in conjunction with personalities from within the bank who have also been filed cases. So I'm not. I don't want to compare Joe Low to Ben Jokno. It's not even close. Let's not go there. But I just like to say that if we're talking about corruption, I mean, when we speak about the Secretary of Finance, I've had experience with numerous. This is a position that is very traditionally been very important, and the people who have been appointed to these positions have been of the highest qualification. And I can't think of. I mean, if you talk to me, who's gonna manage this fund? This is about as good. I mean, these are the best that we have. So I've in my experience with every Secretary of Finance and the people who have sat there, I would say these are the best that I've ever encountered, and I feel very comfortable that these are men who, even in the future, will insulate the Maharlika Fund from corruption, and they will make sure that they do their fiduciary duty to protect the Filipino people and to maximize their investment.
If this is already as good as it gets, good sponsor, Mr. President, if this is the best of the best we can do in terms of the structure of the board, well, I have a couple more questions that impinge on the independence of the board.
And if I can also add, aside from the fact that the Secretary of Finance is, aside from, of course, I just want to make the point about the Secretary. Nevertheless, it is still a board of directors, so it's not a matter of one single person making all the decisions. These are a board of directors coming from Land Bank, DBP, members from the private sector, others chosen by the president, all being advised by an advisory board composed of NEDA, DBM, Treasury. For me, these are very stringent controls. And again, if you ask me to invest in a fund, and I don't want to be personality based, but I'm just making an example. If you ask me to invest in a fund managed by Secretary Jokno, advised by Amina Pangandaman and Treasurer Treasurer Lea, and advised by Secretary Balisacan, I'd feel very good about where my money is, and I feel very good about that our fund is in very good hands. Again, I don't want to make this personality based, but just as an example, of the type of people that are appointed to these posts and their qualifications.
I share the concern of the good sponsor. I also wouldn't want to be personality-based discussing such an important bill. Baka akusahan tayo ng publiko nagpapas ng class legislation. But I really want good sponsor, Mr. President, to highlight the matter of the independence of the board. Before I even get to my two other questions that impinge on the independence of the board. Halimbawa, why don't we have majority of seats being held by independent directors, for example? Would that be a possibility, good sponsor?
Out of the 9, there are three independent directors and two other regular directors who are chosen, recommended by the advisory board and approved by the president. And we feel, based on our discussions with the economic team, that this is sufficient. This is sufficient to make decisions that are in the best interest of the fund and the country.
Well, sometimes plain mathematics or arithmetic will make all the difference, good sponsor, Mr. President. Kasi parang mahirap sabihin na magkakaroon ng stringent control, independent, free from any possible political suggestion or influence. Hindi magiging stringent control since 5 members of the board or the majority are always appointed by the president moving forward. Kaya habang nandito pa lang ito sa early stages ng pagbuo ng batas tungkol sa Maharlika, kaya ko nire-raise itong tanong na ano kaya ang majority na lang ng board ay independent directors. Halimbawa din kasi, good sponsor, to add to my first question earlier, how can the independence of the board be ensured if the regular directors and even independent directors shall be appointed by the President of the Philippines for a term of 3 years and 1 year respectively? So yung independent directors are appointed by the President for a term of 1 year, which means a yearly renewal of their appointment. So hindi po ba na-impair dito yung independence ng independent directors from the President, lalo na kung taon-taon kailangan nilang umasa sa goodwill nila para ma-reappoint?
Well, our basis for that was the private sector where they have similar provisions in their board of directors. Again, it's, you know, I mean, it's, we have out of the 9, there are 5 who are not necessarily members of government. So there is that control. At the same time, you know, if we talk about all funds, I mean, even GSIS is appointed by the president, SSS is appointed by the president. You know, I mean, on some level, I think that we have to give credit. I mean, we have to give them some leeway. We can't just completely insulate it when we talk about completely insulating it from politics. But a lot of these, you know, a lot of these funds, like I said, these major institutions are appointed by the president. At some point, we have to have faith in our institutions and faith in our president. And he's the man the majority of the population elected. And at some point, we have to have faith in his decisions and give credibility to that.
Well, good sponsor, I agree in the real world, we can't completely insulate things from politics, pero may mga sitwasyon tulad ngayon, sa tingin ko lang, the current state of the bill about Maharlika, may magagawa pa tayo. Kaya ako itinatanong ito because kung hindi ito gagawin, meron tayong hindi ginawa na para mas gawing independent yung board at para mas ma-insulate yung board sa political influence. I'll go to age now, good sponsor, Mr. President. One of the qualifications of the regular directors is that they should be at least 35 years old. Yung minimum age po ba na ito na 35 years nag-apply sa CEO? Kasi required siya under Section 23 to have at least 10 years working experience in the financial sector. Considering K-12, students graduate at least 23 years old now. So, and with billions in public funds to be handled by the MIC, hindi kaya yung minimum age ng CEO dapat mas matanda?
You know, I guess it's open. We're certainly open to suggestions. I was 38 when I became secretary of DPWH. Maybe it was too young. I don't know if it was too young.
Dumaan po ba kayo good sponsor sa K-12?
Yes, actually, yes,
Dumaan kayo sa
actually I did.
K-12.
Wala pang, but in my school it was until grade 12. So, well, I mean, I'm open if we think that if the majority believes that 35 is too young, that's certainly you know, that's certainly open to interpretation. But of course, you know,
To
I have
interpretation, good sponsor, or to
to
amendment?
certainly, I know if you have if you want to propose it, I'm not gonna stop you. In my opinion, it's not, but I'm biased because I was in my 30s when I became DPWH secretary. So, in my opinion, it's not. But I respect your opinion, Your Honor.
If I may push the envelope a bit further on this good sponsor, since pinag-uusapan naman yung section 20 ng bill, at the time that the good sponsor became secretary of the Public Works Department, had he had at least 10 years working in that field?
Yes, actually,
Also,
yeah,
okay.
so I mean, 10 years experience. And in fairness, I think even senator, 35 din yung minimum, 35 din. So maybe, I think it's a good number. You know,
Of course, we senators don't handle funds like the Maharlika is.
well, you know, we're
projected
I like to think we're quite respectable and we're quite capable here in this August chamber. So yeah, but it's a number. Again, I don't want to. It's just my opinion, Your Honor, and certainly we're open to listen to your valuable opinions as well.
Salamat, good sponsor. Now, Section 20 pa rin po, or rather, no, 23 or beyond. A person shall be disqualified from being a director if within 5 years prior his appointment, as such, the person was, among others, convicted by final judgment of an offense punishable by imprisonment for a period exceeding 6 years. So, good sponsor, while we certainly should uphold the innocent until proven guilty principle enshrined in the Constitution, ano pong mangyayari kung yung tao may pending case? Lalo na kung yung crime involves fraud, plunder, corrupt practices, money laundering, tax evasion, and the like. Since this involves a lot of funds and knowing the unfortunate slow justice system here in the Philippines, siguro naman the director should have unquestioned integrity from the start. And those with pending cases involving fraud, plunder, corrupt practices, money laundering, tax evasion should not be considered at all or should be disqualified from the get-go.
Your Honor, we're open to, we can change it certainly. I agree that we're open to that. If you want to create perhaps some provisions like in terms of final judgment, if it's, we can already disqualify them if they're, even if it's under appeal. We can still consider that. We'll be more, we're open to that, Your Honor.
Thank you, a good sponsor, for that. At this point, good sponsor, Mr. President, I've been asked if I will still take longer. I do have about a dozen and a half other questions. So I'm open to suspending my interpellation if the sponsor and the colleagues, the body would wish.
Please continue.
Yes, Madjo. Tinatanong si minority kung siya ay magpapasunod. Just a minute suspension, Mr. President.
We can continue. It's all right. I'm not hungry. But yeah, the minority leader can eat and they can take turns. I mean, we're all waiting here like everybody else. I think should be no problem. The sponsor is also happy to answer questions. I think Mr. Sponsor. Special suspended for 1 minute. Before we had a dinner break was Senator Risa Ontiveros, our Deputy Minority Floor Leader, still asking questions on the Maharlika bill with the sponsor, Senator Mark Villar. If the Deputy Minority Floor Leader is ready, we can continue and proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor, shall we continue now or do you want to take?
Yes,
a
please.
minute
Yes,
suspension? Thank
Honor.
you, good sponsor. Okay. So I just have about a dozen and a half more questions to get through. Good sponsor, Mr. President. So to continue on the board, okay, the grounds for qualifications and disqualifications of the board need the approval of the advisory body dito sa bill. So, but good sponsor, why is there a need to get the approval of the advisory body if under section 29, the advisory body shall not exercise management and control over the MIC?
Sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't catch the, sorry.
Yes.
If Your Honor, if you can please repeat the
Sure,
question.
good sponsor, it's all right. Nasa section 29 po kasi that the advisory body shall not exercise management and control over the MIC. Yet, meron ding nakasulat sa bill na the grounds for qualifications and disqualifications of the board need the approval of the advisory body. So, bakit po ganito?
We're certainly open to any suggestions for that, if you want to clarify. Any
Yes, good,
clarifications.
yes, good sponsor. It wouldn't be just a simple clarification kasi contradictory sa isa't isa eh. So ano po ba ang nais lumabas sa bill? That the advisory body shall not exercise management and control over the MIC o the grounds for qualifications and disqualifications of the board need the approval of the advisory body. So which will it be in the bill?
Well, it's an advisory body, so they will advise and again, they will advise and they will decide on the qualifications.
They will advise and approve or they may advise but another body will approve? Kasi parang yung approval hindi saklaw ng advice.
Except as otherwise provided here. And they will not take part. They will not take.
They will not take part, but they will advise.
So they will advise, kasi nga po as the good sponsor said, they are the advisory body, but I heard the good sponsor say they will not take part. So there will be an amendment na they will, their approval will not be required to determine the grounds for qualification and disqualification of the board. Tama po ba, good sponsor?
Yes, they will give advice and unless otherwise provided for in the law.
They will give advice unless, so, sorry, to be persistent about it. So what will the proposed law eventually provide? That they will remain an advisory body or they will in fact approve the grounds for qualifications and disqualifications of the board under section 29?
Advisory can provide qualification or disqualification. If they think it is necessary to provide additional qualification or disqualification.
That's one place. The general rule, they will not take part in the sections. Specify
In general, they won't. In general, they're not going to. They're not going to approve, but there are certain exceptions that were provided for in the law. And if you have any suggestions, we're open to them.
Thank you, good sponsor. But so do the grounds for qualification and disqualification of the board account for one of the exceptions under the bill?
Yes.
All right. So at least that's clear. Does seem a contradiction in terms, though, that in effect, an advisory body exercises some measure of management on control by needing to approve the grounds for qualifications and disqualification. So just for the record at this point, good sponsor, Mr. President. And moving now to the powers and functions of the Board of Directors. So Section 21, under whose paragraph K, it says one of the powers of the Board of Directors is to, quote, exclusively, close quote, determine the organizational structure, staffing pattern, and number of personnel of the MIC, define their duties and responsibilities, and fix their compensation and other emoluments, including bonuses and the performance bonus. Further down the provision, it says that this power is subject to the approval of the President of the Philippines. So again, for consistency and clarity, good sponsor, how can the board exclusively determine these if such decisions are subject to the approval of the President, which again seems to this representation to go against the principle of the independence of the board? Kasi nga po, how can the independence of the board be assured if decisions are subject naman pala to the approval of the President?
That is actually one of the amendments that we'll be proposing.
To what end, good sponsor?
Yeah, that's one of the proposed revisions that we have actually. To determine in consultation with the GCG, the organizational structure, staffing pattern, number of personnel in the MIC.
I'm sorry, good sponsor, the term is in consultation with the GCG.
Yes.
And in the end, which body will determine the organizational structure, staffing pattern, and number of personnel? Will it be the board of directors simply after consulting the GCG and
It's
then
with the board of
comes to them?
directors.
Yes.
No more approval of the president.
And no more approval of the president.
Yes.
All right.
It was
thank you.
crossed out here.
All right. Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. And then lastly, for Section 21, letter T, the board is empowered to create, set up, and launch one or more sub-funds within the fund. Oh, I know, good sponsor, we discussed this earlier in the second part of my interpellation, but just for the record, kindly explain what a sub-fund means and what are examples of a sub-fund.
Sub-funds are basically funds created within the Maharlika to cater to specific, possibly specific project types or an asset class.
And what would the examples of sub-funds be?
It can be focused on infrastructure. It can be focused on green energy. It can such more specific for specific purposes.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. Moving now to Section 23 on the duties and qualifications of the CEO. So here it says, CEO, Chief Executive Officer, the qualifications to become CEO of MIC are, among others, exceptional experience and expertise in corporate management, financial planning strategy, strategic planning and vision, market and business development, budget development, and has at least 10 years management experience, including extensive commercial lending or credit administration experience. Kaya lang po, good sponsor, no requirement as to educational attainment. Di tulad po ng sa CIOO o yung Chief Investment and Operating Officer for whom a degree in finance or a relevant experience in the field is required. E di po ba mas mataas ang posisyon ng CEO kesa sa CIOO?
Yes, we are open to any. It's a point well taken. We are open to amendments in that, with regard to that point.
Thank you, good sponsor, especially considering that Maharlika would be handling billions of pesos. So it really seems like a minimum of 10 years of experience may not be enough to be CEO of the MIC. And again, just for purposes of comparison, sa INA po ng Indonesia, the CEO has more than 30 years of experience, has a degree in science and engineering, an MBA in finance and international business, and a doctorate in business administration. Then, still in section 23, good sponsor asking now about the CIOO, only, his or her only requirements are a degree in finance or a relevant experience in the field, and has proven expertise in managing a team of financial analysts and investment professionals. Sa kanila po, no age requirement.
Well, with regards to the age requirement part of it, we were of the thinking that in the IRR these things can be further specified. But again, if there are some specific qualifications that you're pushing, certainly we're open to these. Originally, we were just of the mindset that the more specifics can be included in the IRR.
I understand, a good sponsor, but thank you for the openness about possible amendments. Again, because considering that the Maharlika Investment Fund would be handling billions of pesos, a stringent requirement is needed for a person to qualify as CIOO. And again, in the INA of Indonesia, their chief investment officer has almost 20 years of experience and graduated with a degree in science and engineering and completed an MBA. Moving then to section 25 on the quorum and meetings of the board. Section 25 provides that the board of directors shall maintain and preserve a complete record of the proceedings and deliberations of the board of directors, including the tapes and transcripts of the stenographic notes, either in the original form or in microfilm. May I know from the good sponsor if microfilm is indeed still being used to document proceedings? Kasi kung hindi na po, tulad ng hula ko, suggest to delete this and wording be updated to adapt to recent technology.
Yes, that was we discussed that, and actually one of our proposed amendments was, and I quote, include the minutes, transcript, and records either in the original form or in digital form. That was the proposed amendment. So yes, microfilm is quite obsolete, and I agree with your observation, and we that's part of the amendments that we were going to propose. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you also, good sponsor. Moving now to section 26, compensation of the CEO and the members of the board of directors. And then later on, moving into section 30 as well on rewards and incentives. So section 26 first, it provides that the compensation of the CEO and members of the board of directors representing the private sector shall be determined and approved by the President of the Philippines. So may I know why the President has been given a lot of power under this bill, even to determine who may be appointed as directors, even their compensation, organizational structure, even the rewards and incentives of the employees and staff, and other decisions of the board. Again, doesn't this impair the independence of the board if even their salary is determined by the President?
It's my understanding that this is the practice also in other GOCCs. I don't think it's giving the president this kind of decision. I don't think it's it will undermine the independence. I think it's just a matter of he is the president, and he does have a say. He should have a say on these matters. If not him, who else? So I don't think it's that prohibitive provision.
Though the good sponsor says this is the practice in other GOCCs, it is still possible to do one better, and hindi po yan magiging precedent setting kasi, well, again, I reiterate, this goes against the principle of independence of the board. Again, I would ask, how can the independence of the board be ensured if the compensation of the board is determined and subject to the approval of the President? And sabi ko nga po, good sponsor, Mr. President, hindi to unprecedented because the charter of the, again, National Development Company doesn't have a similar provision. And I assume that precisely because the government of the former President Marcos Sr. then wanted NDC to be an independent corporate body. So kung meron ng ganong at least isang halimbawa, there could be more of that kind of a best practice. Short of further revising the charter of the NDC and expanding its mandate, why not carry over that good practice to the proposed Maharlika?
Again, I mentioned earlier that other than the fact that this is also practice in GOCC's BSP, there are also limitations. Said compensation must not exceed the maximum, and I quote, the said compensation must not exceed the maximum annual amount received by members of the Monetary Board of the BSP. So there are limitations, and I think this leeway that we give to the president as recommended by the advisory body, I don't think it's beyond. I don't think it's a provision that's damaging or destructive. I think it's still within the spectrum of what is responsible.
Thank you, good sponsor. At least I hear that there's some sort of ceiling being set or some sort of pegging or earmarking to standards in other government institutions. But still, just for the record, good sponsor, Mr. President, the President should not determine and approve the salary of the members of the board of the MIC. The MIC board should be a body independent from the President. By determining the salary, the President, in effect, has that measure of control or influence over the members of the board and thereby undermines its independence. Sa dami ng kailangang itanong na ganito, good sponsor, kaugnay ng independence ng MIC board, it would seem that the MIC is a company of the President when almost everything seems to need his or her approval.
Of course, your point well taken, but again, I'll make my point also, which is it's also as advised by as recommended by the advisory board. Similar to how the JBC would recommend, and the president makes ultimate decision. There are controls and there are limitations, and again, we don't feel that this is this provision is beyond what is reasonable. He might exert. I don't think it's exerting too much influence over the Maharlika.
Well, if there is or isn't a too much, there may also be even a small measure of influence when perhaps it would be better, for example, through very concrete measures like having a majority of members of the board being independent directors. There are still ways of further enhancing the independence of the board or not sealing, protecting or insulating, thank you, insulating it from political influence, even if from the highest level. So moving now, good sponsor, to section 34 on designation and secondment. Kindly clarify for this representation, section 34 on designation and secondment. Kasi po in the second paragraph, the bill provides that the quote, designated personnel shall continue to receive the salaries, benefits, and emoluments from their respective offices or agencies, close quote. So kindly explain, good sponsor. Salary will be paid for by the respective GFI and the Maharlika will not pay for the salary of the designated personnel? Or will there be double compensation?
Yes, no, there will not be double compensation.
No. Okay. So, their salaries of those designated personnel will be paid still by the respective GFIs, not by the Maharlika.
Yes, by the respective mother's office, yes.
All right, thank you. But then, in the third paragraph, it says that the, quote, seconded personnel shall receive in lieu of their respective compensation from the respective agencies or offices, the salaries, emoluments, and all other benefits which their positions are entitled to receive from the MIC. Akala ko po, good sponsor, in the second paragraph, they'll continue to receive salary from the respective office. Tapos, dito sa third paragraph, MIC salary is in lieu of what they're getting from their respective agency. May pagkakaiba po ba between designated personnel and seconded personnel? So could you kindly give an example, good sponsor, and how will this be operationalized?
There is a distinction between the words used. You see, there's designation and secondment. Ano ba?
Yung designation po, detail. Yung second na transfer changes to the...
Huwag kayo mag-discuss. So I understand there's a, again, I'll reiterate, you use the word designation in one and secondment. There is a difference in the Civil Service Commission between the two.
So could you kindly give examples, good sponsor? Anong klase ang designated, anong klase ang seconded?
Yeah. From my experience, I know there's a lot of the second and sometimes when there's skills that are specific to a certain that are needed by a certain agency, they can request for secondment, wherein they're still receiving salary from their mother institution. So that's the nature of secondment. And designation is transferred without contract. Well, basically, secondment is official assignment with a contract to MIC.
I understand, good sponsor, sinasabi nila magkaiba ang designated and seconded. Pero parang yung implication sa sweldo nila baliktad dito sa MIC. Here in the MIC, the designated or transferred shall continue to receive their salaries, etc., from their respective or previous offices and agencies. Ang nakalagay naman dito yung seconded, kahit maaring pinahiram lang, now they will receive their salaries, etc., from the MIC. So, pinagpalit ba yung definition at salary implications nila for the Maharlika?
Yes, here it says seconded personnel shall receive in lieu of their respective compensation from their respective agencies or offices the salaries, emoluments, and all other benefits which their position are entitled to receive from the MIC. That is the provision in the law.
Yes. Well, which is why I still would suggest, good sponsor, Mr. President, that this provision be clarified and even probably amended to avoid confusion. Kasi kung ang practice na sinabi ng good sponsor in other government agencies ay designated and then tatanggap na ng sweldo at iba pa sa bagong ahensya nila, samantala yung seconded, tatanggapin pa rin yung sweldo at iba pa mula sa dating or nananatiling opisina nila. Dito kasi sa Maharlika iba eh.
If this is unclear, we can always, of course, we revert back to the CC rules. So if, I guess maybe if the language is not clear, we can make the language more consistent with the CSE rules.
Yes, thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. So moving now, finally, to Article 11, Offenses and Penalties. So matanong ko lamang po, good sponsor, ang member po ba ng board ng MIC considered bilang public official?
Yes.
Yes. All right. In which case, good sponsor, mas relevant pa yung follow-up question. Good sponsor, Mr. President. So lalo na dahil considered public official ang board member ng MIC, bakit ang baba pa rin ng penalties? Ni walang jail time,
These
Mr.
penalties
President.
are in addition to
Mhm.
possible penal provisions. So this is merely enhancing what is provided for in the law.
Then, moving forward in this,
It says here,
Interpolation.
in section 50,
Yes.
liability for any of the foregoing offenses shall be separate from any other administrative, civil, or criminal liability under other laws. So in effect, these provisions, that these penalties are just in addition to what is already provided for.
then perhaps good sponsor, Mr. President, those could be made more explicit in the body of the bill. Kasi nga, on its face, no, sa unang pagtingin, nakakagulat, ni walang jail time. Good sponsor, Mr. President. So tinaasan yung capitalization by almost 600%, pero ang fine ng penal provision ay bariya kung ikukumpara, no, sa laki ng public funds na hawak ng MIC. Maximum of 5 million penalty and no jail time.
No, there's no provision that says no jail time. I just want to be clear, in section 50, liability for any of the foregoing offenses shall be separate from any other administrative, civil, or criminal liability under other laws. So this still falls, being a government, being under government, there's also penal liabilities to the directors. So perhaps if it's not clear, we can also make this clear, but there is a section that covers this.
Yes, I appreciate that, good sponsor. I understand that. I did understand it the first time as well. Ang akin lamang po ay siguro mas maiging gawing explicit sa bill. Kasi nga, as the good sponsor was referring to it, public office is a public trust. So public officers must be accountable to the people. At sa ganitong klaseng body, no, high fiduciary trust talaga. So, and then, bakit din po walang penalty for malversation of funds or corrupt acts? So if we just apply section 50 and
There is penalty, this is not in lieu of any criminal liability. So there's an existing criminal liability. This is not in lieu of, just to make that clear. This is in addition to. But again, like I said, certainly we're open to making the language clear for this specific provision,
yes,
for the comfort of your honor.
thank you, good sponsor. Hindi lang sa comfort ng representation ito, pero not just to make the language clearer, pero to make the intent of the language a stronger deterrent.
Yes, we're open for an amendment to expressly provide for liability under Republic Act for Plunder, RA 30119, and other laws. We can specify it to make the language stronger.
Thank you, good sponsor. Kasi nga po, otherwise, if we just apply Section 50 and use other existing criminal laws such as the Revised Penal Code and other special laws, mababa po ang penalty ng malversation. Halimbawa, penalty under this law should be in addition to existing laws precisely to protect the public, since yun na nga po, public funds
Yes,
are
point well
used.
taken. Thank you, your honor.
Thank you, also, good sponsor. Tapos good sponsor, sa ngayon, there is no forfeiture of ill-gotten wealth in favor of government and perpetual disqualification from public office for offenses committed by government officials who are part of the MIC board. Likewise, wala pong provision sa event na ang funds invested ay gagamitin para mag-money laundering.
Again, I believe under the admin code, these are provided for. But nevertheless, I think the main point here is to specify in the language the specific provisions. I agree that perhaps it's not clear, perhaps the language is not as strong as we would want. So we can expressly provide in our amendments to specify the criminal liabilities involved with these acts such as malversation and corruption, etc.
Thank you, good sponsor, Mr. President. Then the Plunder Act, enacted in 1991 and amended in 1993, which involves amassment of ill-gotten wealth in the aggregate amount of 50 million pesos, is punishable by reclusion perpetua for feature of ill-gotten wealth in favor of government and perpetual disqualification from public office. Dito, wala man lamang penalty if nakawin ng board, officers o empleyado ng MIC ang public funds. Ang penalized lamang ay pagiging intermediary for graft and corrupt practices and tolerating graft and corrupt practices. But ironically, if you actually commit graft and corrupt practices, fraud sa bill, wala ka pang penalty. So, yes.
Under existing laws, they are. So again, this is I think if there we will specify the I guess we can be more specific about what the penalties are under the existing relevant laws. Again, I emphasize that this is what was listed there in particular was just an enhancement of what provided for. So even those what you mentioned earlier, plunder does apply to the Maharlika Investment Corporation.
Thank you, good sponsor, and thank you for saying that these could be made explicit in the bill para malinaw na malinaw at walang pwedeng magsabing hindi nila alam. And then another point, good sponsor, what about involving the AMLA? Because misuse of public funds this large could be a predicate crime for money laundering.
This is still there's no provision here that exempts them from the AMLA.
So
They're still covered by that.
yes, a good sponsor, and in the same spirit as our discussion of the earlier point. So therefore, there's no prohibition also on making such explicit in the bill.
Again, we can make these more explicit. I realize that even though there's no exemption, we are open to making it more explicit in the bill. There's
Thank you,
no
good
exemption.
sponsor, or making it simply explicit to put it very plainly. So I was going to suggest in the period of amendments to include penal provisions to address these. So may I thank the chair, the sponsor, for saying that this in fact will be done? Okay, maraming salamat, good sponsor. So those are my questions for this evening. Good sponsor, Mr. President. Maraming salamat po. Salamat, Mr.
Thank you,
President.
Mr. President. Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, I know her honor's ending, but my question was connected to her earlier question, so I'll tie it into her if that's okay. In other words, sumisingit po ako kung sino man kasunod.
Yes, go ahead, Senator
Okay,
Pia
thank you.
Cayetano.
I'll just move to the other side. Thank you. I actually wanted to take the floor earlier when in the middle of Senator Risa's questioning, but I didn't also want to interrupt her flow. So with the permission of the gentleman, I will just make an additional comment to something that was discussed earlier. If I may proceed.
Yes, please, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your Honor, if I recall, before we went on break, one of the topics being discussed is the same topic I raised when I took the floor a week ago. And this is about the investment of our pension funds, no? And Her Honor, Senator Risa, mentioned that her concern, like my concern, about the exposure of the funds, no, that are already in the pension fund that are supposed to be used for pensions. And His Honor will recall I asked the same question. In response to Senator Risa, the sponsor said, how would it look? What signal would it send if our own funds, our other funds are not invested? And I just wanted to react to that, Mr. President, because we do have history of funds not being taken care of. And the signal that I think is most important is the assurance to the Filipino people that their hard-earned money in the pension funds are secure. Just for the record, Your Honor, because I cannot sit here and not make a comment because it is I'll speak for myself, my solemn duty to ensure that. And let me just get my cell phone because I have notes in my cell phone. I know the circumstances are different, but I was already a senator. Senator Bong, who is sitting in front of me, was also a senator. And I'm looking for Senator Jinggoy because I am about to read something. 2006. That quotes Senator Jinggoy. This is on the Senate website dated October 5, 2006. Bata pa tayo nun, Bong. Jinggoy blames Palas for not saving RSBS. Opposition stalwart Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada yesterday blamed the Arroyo administration for neglecting the welfare of military pensioners and failing to rescue the beleaguered Armed Forces of the Philippines Retirement and Separation Benefit System, RSBS. I won't go into details, Your Honor. I know the circumstances are very different. I will not waste His Honor's time. This was based on a PD, and I think it was just the Chief of Staff who will make the sole decision. So I understand that there are a lot of safety measures already in this measure. There's a board of director, there will be COA, and many others. But I just want His Honor to understand that it is still our job to ask these questions and to analyze it and to find our comfort level on how we can give whatever assurance we can give to our people that yung pinaghirapan nilang pension, kasi this is really the worst. Like, nag-retire ka na, you're going to have to rely now on the money you put in over the last 20, 30 years that you were still able-bodied and working. So it's our job to be able to assure them. So I just, again, I'm reacting to the signaling that I feel is equally, if not more important, that we give the assurance to the people that in as much as this fund, we do hope, and we do hope that it will be produce the positive results that we want. But the pension funds may not, it is our humble position that the pension funds need not have additional exposure. I do not have the amount of funding that GSIS or SSS have already made in Land Bank and DBP. But what I do know is for PhilHealth, they already have 75 billion in Land Bank and DBP. And that is equivalent to the contribution of Land Bank and DBP to the Maharlika Fund. So to say that they will not have the positive exposure, if it is positive, is not correct because their investment in Land Bank and DBP will also yield positive results for them. And if it is negative, it will also yield negative results. So the position we take, and we will put this forward during the period of amendment, is that wag nas nilang dagdagan kasi they will benefit naman through their investments in Land Bank and DBP. So that, Mr. President, is our manifestation during this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Your point is well taken.
We're good, thank you.
Thank you very much, dear colleague, Senator Pia. Next to propound the questions. Oh, okay. Session suspended for just half a minute. The interpolator will use the toilet break. Yes, I would like to recognize Senator Jingo Estrada before, if it's all right with the minority floor leader.
Mark.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was in my office when I heard my name being mentioned by my beautiful kumare here, Senator Pia, with regard to a press release blaming the palace for not saving RSBS. For the information of the body, this press release was made on October 5, 2006, and I am not blaming the current administration right now. I was blaming the former administration during the time of President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, because I was a member of the opposition then. If I may read for the record, Mr. President, opposition stalwart Senator Jingoy Estrada yesterday blamed the Arroyo administration for neglecting the welfare of military pensioners and failing to rescue the beleaguered armed forces of the Philippines retirement and separation benefits systems. That is the RSBS. Then the then Defense Secretary Avelino Cruz recently announced that the department might be forced to close down the bankrupt RSBS after the military pension fund was plagued by anomalous transactions in the past. Estrada said that former Defense Secretary Orly Mercado was ordered by his father, President Estrada, to investigate the RSBS anomalies, and the probe uncovered various illegal transactions that depleted the cash and other assets of the pension fund that was created from contributions made by soldiers. That's it, Mr. President. I am not blaming the current administration. I was blaming the former administration.
Yeah, for the
Just to
record. Yes,
Put
for
it
the
on
record.
record, Mr. President.
It was clear naman under the sponsorship, with the manifestation of Senator Pia, it was
Thank you,
2006.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. So we'd now like to recognize a distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel III. Oh, by the way, before we recognize the good minority floor leader, before I forget, we'd like to congratulate Senator Pia Cayetano. She's supposed to get a citation or award from the WHO Philippines or Asia for her advocacies in anti-smoking. Take note, Senator Jinggoy, anti-smoking measures. So congratulations to you, ma'am. May you share that award with Senator Jinggoy once you convince him to stop smoking. Yes, our distinguished minority floor leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I can resume with my interpellation,
Yes,
the
please, Your
permission of our good sponsor, Mr. President. Well, I mentioned earlier that I will resume on the topic of the other common denominators of SWFs, which is the presence of surplus funds or windfall profits. But during the break, Mr. President, I was sent a link to a news report that even the BSP governor was quoted as saying that the Maharlika Investment Fund is now a national investment fund and no longer a sovereign wealth fund, which is precisely a Philstar. This is a Philstar link sent to me during our break, Mr. President, which was precisely my point earlier. We can keep on insisting that this is an SWF, but unfortunately, reality will bite us or confront us when we are now beyond our jurisdiction, because definitely the MIF is not a sovereign wealth fund. If I can elicit a reaction, if the sponsor wants to react, Mr. President.
I think, well, the BSP governor is here, so I think we can, there's this, I'll keep it, this bill was a product of a lot of consultations. Again, it's not a one size fits all provisions are the same for every country. It's something that we created in the spirit with these sovereign wealth funds in mind. So, we can go back and forth about what the definition is, but the reality is there's no specific definition. Now, if how the international reacts to our definition of what this fund is it's up to them.
Yes, but the point is, Mr. President, aren't we also trying to deceive our people, Mr. President, by insisting that this is a sovereign wealth fund, when it is not a sovereign wealth fund? One common denominator of sovereign wealth funds, where the Norwegian fund is the gold standard, no? Is that they have surplus funds or windfall profits. Actually, the sovereign wealth fund, to my understanding, is a solution to a pleasant problem, Mr. President. The pleasant problem is may surplus sila, may bigla silang may windfall. Ang problema nila, if we spend everything, the economy might overheat or inflation, etc. So that's the solution to a pleasant problem. We are not in such a situation, Mr. President. So although, of course, there's no point in trying to convince the sponsor that the MIF is not a sovereign wealth fund, but that is the point of this representation, Mr. President. Ang daming, the common denominators nila, owned by the sovereign, or based on a surplus, windfall profit, or there is an underlying asset supporting the fund. In this particular case, we are actually getting funds from two banks, which are already there in the public finance balance sheets, Mr. President, performing already specific roles. Diba? Yung nasa land bank, supposed to fund its mandate. Yung nasa DBP, supposed to fund its mandate. And I think the sponsor already stated the mandate of the land bank to extend loans to the agricultural sector, magsasaka, mangingisda, rural, the countryside, the rural areas, and then the DBP would be to extend loans and support the MSMEs, some developmental projects, including some infrastructure projects. I think that was the summary of the mandates of the two banks. So this is the case of the MIF, Mr. President. And if messaging is important, let us be truthful in our messaging. All I'm saying is, let's cut the claim that it is let's cut and stop the claim that it is a sovereign wealth fund, because it is not, Mr. President.
I respect your opinion. All of these funds that are defined as sovereign wealth funds have differences. They're all different. They all have they serve different purposes, whether it be in Indonesia or Vietnam or India or in Norway. There's no, you look at all of them, then none of them are exactly the same. So if we're gonna say that this is not exactly the same, it's not exactly the same, but it serves similar purposes. They have similarities, they serve similar purposes. But of course, it has to be tailor fit to the country that it's being applied to. And that's no different. The Maharlika is no different from any other in the sense that it is tailor fit for the country that it is being applied to.
So, Mr. President, there is no denying that the original proposal, which came from the House, and it was Sovereign Wealth Fund, if we trace it all the way to the current Senate version, it has undergone a lot of changes, Mr. President. And one of the changes is on who is the chairman. On who is the chairman of the board, Mr. President. I have a quotation here from news reports quoting Senior Deputy Speaker and Pampanga Representative Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, a former Senior Deputy Speaker, who defended the proposed Maharlika Wealth Fund, saying that, don't worry, it is President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. who was ultimately responsible for managing the country's first sovereign wealth fund. This is the quotation. The success of any fund, sovereign or private, lies in the quality of its management. In the current version of the Maharlika Wealth Fund, the President of the Philippines chairs its governing board. This is a powerful statement that the highest official of the land will hold himself as ultimately accountable to the Filipino people for the performance of the fund, she added. So, how come, Mr. President, the Senate version does not pursue this idea that it should be the president who should chair because it's a powerful statement. The highest official of the land is the one ultimately accountable for the performance of the fund, Mr. President.
Well, that's the House version. I really can't comment for the House. But I think the designation of the Secretary of Finance is, he is the head of the economic team and he was designated by the president. So I think that is sufficient controls for the Maharlika Corporation, Investment Corporation.
So we do not agree, Mr. President, that if it's the president, the statement is more powerful if the president is himself the chairman of the board.
You're asking me if I think that just to clarify, you're asking me if I think that the statement is more powerful if the president is. I don't question.
Is himself the chair because that means he holds himself ultimately accountable for the performance of the bond, of the fund.
I think ultimately, when the president, the buck stops with the president. It's always been the case. Whether or not the Secretary of Finance is serving at the pleasure of the president, and obviously, in my opinion, my humble opinion, if the buck still stops with the president, the Secretary of Finance reports to the president. But of course, the specialty, I think because he's a Secretary of Finance, he has a unique set of skills that would allow him that would make it more advantageous to have him sit as the chairperson of the board of directors of this Maharlika Corporation. But in terms of accountability, the president is still, I think we would all agree, and even the president would agree that, of course, the buck still stops with the president.
What's the role, Mr. President, of the President of the Republic of the Philippines in the version of our version of the Maharlika Investment Fund, Mr. President?
He approves the appointments as advised by as recommended by the advisory board. So there is a participation
At the level of the board?
at the
Mr.
level of
President?
the board. Yes,
So how about the
and at the level of
the CEO? The CEO?
yes, he will appoint the CEO as well.
How about the other one? The CIO, Mr. President?
Just the board.
Adjust the board. Talking about the CEO, must the CEO be Filipino? Filipino citizen?
Yes, I believe it's
So I think,
expressly.
is it there, Mr. President? Yeah. Please guide us where.
You're open to specify.
We can specify, but under GCG rules, he has to be Filipino. But
So,
of
yeah.
course, we can specify this.
And then I think I mentioned this earlier. I have read news reports of His Honor, our sponsor, saying that among the directors, tatlo ba independent directors? The three independent directors can be non-Filipinos, Mr. President.
Yes,
So sila lang po. So yung 6 must be Filipinos, the 3 are non-Filipinos.
yes.
But I heard
May or may not.
Yes, yes,
Not to
yes,
say they are not
yes,
Filipinos. They may or may not.
May be non-Filipinos. Yes, Mr. President. Thank you for that clarification. But did I hear you correctly, Mr. President, our sponsor, that the members of the board are public officials? During the interpellation of Senator Risa Ontiveros, I think that was the answer.
The regular officials, just to clarify, the regular directors, but the independent directors are not.
So this is now a clarification. The independent directors are not. Why would they be treated differently, Mr. President?
The intention of that is to, we want to get, of course, we want to attract uh, possible directors who have know-how necessary to give their advice on matters that are related to investment. And we thought that it was necessary to have a certain level of expertise, perhaps global expertise, that would help give more, I guess, legitimacy, more expertise to the Maharlika Fund, and that's the reason why we wanted these independent directors who could come from various sectors to lend their expertise to the fund.
The measure under consideration, Mr. President, is different from the earlier versions in the sense that it tries its best to follow the structure of a corporation, a normal corporation, especially as provided in the corporation code. In a normal corporation, the board membership reflects more or less the stock ownership, Mr. President. So in this particular case, are we allowing the independent directors to possibly be non-Filipinos because preferred shares may be owned by non-Filipinos, Mr. President?
Not related.
So not totally not related. So the there could be a foreigner in the board of directors even if there is no foreign investor or stockholder in the MIC, Mr. President.
Yes.
So okay. The regular director, Mr. President, on page 10, line 26, it is stated there that they shall serve in the board full-time. Is that the same requirement for the independent directors, Mr. President?
No, it is not.
So why is there a difference, Mr. President? Ang pagkaintindi ko kasi yung independent directors will have some different qualification, but are their functions as directors different, Mr. President?
Even in any company, you'll see directors there who do not necessarily work full time for the company. They can come from different sectors and they contribute their expertise, but they're not a full time employee of the corporation.
Yes, and by policy, we want the regular directors to be full time.
Yes.
And why is that, Mr. President?
This was the structure that we felt was we wanted a healthy mix. We also wanted some independent directors to lend their capability to the board, and certainly we're open to any suggestions. But again, this was based on our discussions. This was one of the optimal scenarios or one of the optimal structures that we saw for the Maharlika Investment Corporation.
That's why, Mr. President, this representation found it hard to understand on page 11, beginning with line 11, Mr. President. At least 1 year from the end of their tenure, the regular and independent directors shall be barred from employment, whether in full-time or advisory capacity, in any private companies and institutions, the interests of which directly compete with or in conflict with the MIC. So directors are full-time and yet have some private employment, Mr. President?
This is at least 1 year from the end of their tenure. They shall be barred from employment in any private companies and institutions, the interests of which directly compete with or in conflict with the MIC. I've seen these kinds of provisions in other companies where if you're coming from, they don't want you to, after working from them, work to prevent conflict of interest, work in a company from the same field. It might make your decisions, so of course, they want a time period. There's a set time period for which they cannot have employment with companies like that.
Okay, so this is I thank you for the input, Mr. President. I now understand it. So it is a parang some sort of a disqualification extending 1 year after the
Yes.
tenure.
Similar to what you
So-
would, a non-compete, almost similar, not the same, but of course, but similar to a non-compete clause after.
Yes, but after your tenure as a board,
Yes.
not 1 year from the end of your tenure, Mr. President. Anyway, at least we pointed this out if for styling purposes, Mr. President, if we could make this clearer. So, Mr. President, let's now go to the measure itself, Mr. President. Section 1. On the name, Mr. President, why did we choose the name Maharlika, which is it's also a controversial name in the sense that it is a politically loaded name, Mr. President, because this is also the name of the guerrilla unit of Ferdinand Marcos Sr. And when I looked at the earlier versions, the Maharlika Investment Corporation could give direct ayuda to the poor. So the mental image which came to my mind, Mr. President, is here is the corporation giving ayuda to the people, and the backdrop is Maharlika, and then the people giving the items or the goods are personalities which the corporation chose or invited, Mr. President. So why did we stick to the name, Mr. President, when we could have given it some other name, which is not as divisive as Maharlika, Mr. President?
Well, to begin with, what you mentioned earlier, there's that provision where the Maharlika will be giving dole outs. It's not that was taken out, so now it's purely a investment fund. With regards to the name, I guess that's it's a matter of taste. We feel that Maharlika, which means warrior and is characterized to be strong, aggressive, is bagay naman sa Maharlika fund. I guess it's a matter of opinion. So I just have to express my opinion, but I respect your opinion, Your Honor, also, of course.
Yes, we just the Senate version just retains the name also used by the House, Mr. President. That is what happens. But then, although we have deleted from the Senate version that authority to give directly the ayuda, that is still found in the House version, Mr. President, and we will encounter that in the BICAM, Mr. President.
Yes, but based on our committee hearings, yes, we took that out. It's not included in the report, in our committee report.
Yes. It is not in the Senate version. It is in the House third reading version. Therefore, that's already one difference between the two versions, which we will have to confront during the BICAM, Mr. President. Just
Yes.
making that clear, Mr. President.
Yes, that's clear.
Now, Mr. President, in the declaration of policy, we state here that line page 1, line 11. Towards this end, the state shall establish a Maharlika Investment Fund by investing national funds and coordinating and strengthening the investment activities of the country's top-performing government financial institutions to promote economic growth and social development. When we mention the country's top-performing government financial institutions, are we referring to the Land Bank of the Philippines and the Development Bank of the Philippines, Mr. President?
Yes.
So we have actually praised them for being the country's top-performing GFIs. And yet, why did we choose them, Mr. President, as the source of the initial capital for Maharlika? Because sleeping in their coffers were a certain amount, Mr. President?
Because they have investable funds that can be used for the purposes mentioned in the bill.
So the bill calls them our country's top-performing government financial institutions, and yet we are somehow disappointed that they are not able to use at least 75 billion from the Land Bank and then 50 billion from the Development Bank. That's why we are now getting these amounts as a forced contribution to the initial capital of the MIC, so that another board will be now the one to decide on how to use the said 75 billion after praising them as our country's top financial government institutions, Mr. President.
Their description as a top institution is not purely defined by what is their whether or not they invested in Maharlika. I think the performance. If we're talking about banking institutions, there's so many metrics that are involved, and I still contend that they're a top performing institution. I don't think these things are mutually exclusive. Investment in Maharlika and considering them as a quote country's top performing government financial institution.
Did we become interested in the 50 billion of LBP and the 25 billion of DBP? Because although we call them investable funds, we consider them idle funds. Nandyan lang sila. And we want them to be invested somehow, Mr. President.
These are, again, investable funds are funds that can be invested, and with the creation of the Maharlika, it's we see it as an opportunity to utilize these funds in a way that will yield a return and further our socio-economic agenda.
And then we want the Maharlika Investment Corporation to be more aggressive with the investment or usage of these funds, thereby also indirectly criticizing the boards of the Land Bank and the DBP that they are too conservative. But maybe it's because of the law of their charters. Why did we not, first of all, entertain the idea of amending the charters of the Land Bank and the DBP if we consider them to be too conservative, by giving them the elbow room necessary to be a little bit more aggressive with their investments, Mr. President?
It's not a criticism. Again, the Maharlika Fund does not exist. It will not exist, obviously, until the law is passed. So it's not a criticism of the Land Bank. It's just this is an opportunity that will arise because of if this bill is passed. The existence of the Maharlika will be an opportunity that will present itself once this bill is passed.
Yes, but we chose the country's top performing GFIs, found their investable funds, and then took a portion. So in effect, Mr. President, we are depriving the boards of the LBP authority or decision-making authority over the 50 billion that we're taking from their investable funds, and likewise, board of the DBP, as far as the 25 billion pesos we're taking from it and giving to the Maharlika. And we are coming up with an entirely new body, untested, during a difficult time in the world economy, so that they can be more aggressive with the 75 billion. And more aggressive means to gamble more, Mr. President.
We are taking a whole of nation approach to respond to a pandemic that has created an economic situation where we need to find funding for projects, and these institutions present themselves as a possible source of this financing that will pump prime our economy. And again, it's a part of our whole of nation approach towards, and it's part of our response to the economic issues that we are faced with, especially as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yes, Mr. President, yun na nga ang nakakalungkot kasi we need to pass a law so that we will have an MIC and an MIF. But if we amend the charter of the Land Bank and or the charter of the DBP, it's the same effort. Also, we are amending the law, and maybe more non-controversial, Mr. President, if it's just a little allowance granted to the board for them to have a wider anong tawag mo doon, coverage or latitude in their investments, Mr. President. Parehas din eh. It's still lawmaking, Mr. President. That's why the position of this representation, Mr. President, as far as the merger of the two, LBP and DBP, two laws are involved, two charters are involved. So I do not think this can be done administratively or by executive action. We need legislative action in the sense that we amend the charter of the surviving entity and then repeal the charter of the anong tawag mo dun? Of the absorbed entity, Mr. President. Well, at any rate, Mr. President, yun na nga yun. We are taking 75 billion from established top performing GFIs para ipasa sa an unknown entity. And then going to this new entity that we are creating, Mr. President, since we are following already the structure of the corporation code of a normal corporation, when we incorporate a corporation with a SEC, in the articles of incorporation, there is a primary purpose, etc. If we are to do that, Mr. President, what do we say is the primary purpose of this entity which we are creating, Mr. President?
We are creating an entity that serves a purpose that is not currently fulfilled by any institutions in government as we speak. The Maharlika Fund will attract investments from other countries. We utilize some of our GOCCs to put in seed capital for this fund using their investable funds, and of course, some capitalization from the national government. And this fund, of course, is it's a concept that is not new. It's not new to the legislative branch, and it's not new to the world. It serves a specific purpose: attract investments, provide a return to the country, generate wealth. So these are all positive things that I think, and that's why we're lobbying for. That's why we're pushing for this law, because it serves a purpose that we believe can provide relief and a solution to the problem that we're facing now, which is the problem of the possibility of economic turmoil, and hopefully we never reach the point of an economic recession. So that is the purpose. It's a very positive purpose, and we stand by that.
And this is not yet being performed by any existing GOCC, Mr. President, because this is a new new approach or a new purpose which we are giving to government and or its entities, agencies, Mr. President.
As of now, we do not have an investment fund of this nature in government. And again, there's no, when it comes to attracting foreign investments, there is no vehicle for which we can have these investments invest in a fund that will invest directly in our infrastructure projects, be it roads or energy or agriculture, etc.
But in the private sector, Mr. President, there are lots of investment funds because I think our bill refers to industry practices. So that is already admitted, Mr. President, that this is a private sector activity in which the government now wants to enter into, Mr. President.
This is the government wants to enhance through the Maharlika Fund private sector activity, especially in areas where there's underinvestment and where they can serve to pump primary economy.
Yes, Mr. President, when our bill mentions meron kasi rito, for example, where the private sector when the bill mentions industry, we refer to the existing investment fund industry in the private sector, Mr. President. For example, during the interpellation, I think the sponsor also mentioned that the 2% and 20% concept comes from industry practice. So that means the private sector practice, Mr. President.
My point in mentioning that was just merely we were asking about the 2%. My point was to say that as your assets grow, there's a commensurate increase in your administrative expenses, and that's generally acknowledged in even in the private sector.
For example, Mr. President, on section 30, found on page 16, line 23, when that section mentions the rates of comparators, what does that mean, Mr. President? That is, we look at the similar corporations in the private sector. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Sorry, what provision is
Page
that?
16, section 30, beginning on line 23. The phrase is, and the rates of comparators. What is the meaning of comparators, Mr. President? Similar
Yes,
corporations in the private sector.
Yes, of course, we want to be in order to attract the best and brightest. We want to be competitive with the rates in the private sector, the rates and incentives of the private sector.
Saan yung sinabi? Yung i-develop na i-develop na kanina. Sa'yo.
So yes, Mr. President, that means that this investing business, asset and asset management are really private sector business activities which the government now wants to enter into, Mr. President.
These are private activities that the government wants to enter into. I'm not sure about. Sorry, Your Honor, I'm not sure about that. Again, I'll reiterate what I said earlier. When in this particular provision, rewards and incentives, the intention is for the fund to be consistent with comparable. To be not competitive with comparable incentives and rates of other similar entities.
And these entities, since this is the first GOCC to do this, these similar entities are found in the private sector, Mr. President. Because
Possibly, the finance sector, this is the, the finance sector.
Because on page 6, for example, section 9, line 11, there is also a mention there. This is section 9, paragraph D. Develop and foster skills in this is the, I'll read the entirety, even the introductory paragraph of section 9. Functions of the Maharlika Investment Corporation. In carrying out its objectives and functions, the MIC shall ABCD. Develop and foster skills in, this is D, develop and foster skills in finance, economics, risk mitigation, good governance, and other related areas consistent with the capacity and capabilities built up of human resources in the industry. So there is that phrase in the industry. This is the first ever GOCC of this kind. Therefore, we're referring to the said finance sector or asset management sector in the private sector, Mr. President.
I think the definition of that is more in they all fall under the finance sector.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that. Well, on page 2, section 3 on the Santiago Principles, I already made my point that the Santiago Principles are relevant for SWFs, Mr. President, and I doubt that the MIF is an SWF. Saan yan? Sa dulo? Sa dulo? Saan yan? Yes, Mr. President. On page 2, section 3, line 5, we mention the implementing rules and regulations. So, why are we still delegating to the IRR some of the definition of terms, Mr. President?
Where's this, sir? Where's this, Your Honor? Where we're delegating? What section 3? What?
I withdraw that question, Mr. President. So I think this means that if the IRR should use the following terms, they will be, the meaning is as defined in section 3. So that's my understanding, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, section 4, which is on page 2, beginning on line 30. The purpose of the MIC is to utilize the MIF for investments generating optimal returns on investments while contributing to the overall goal of reinvigorating job creation and poverty reduction by sustaining the economy's high growth trajectory. Ilang concepts po ang nandito sa section 4 po? Optimal returns on investments, reinvigorating job creation, poverty reduction, while sustaining the economy's high growth trajectory. How are all these objectives achieved, Mr. President?
Yeah, these are not mutually exclusive. There's obviously when you make investments in, for instance, infrastructure, definitely, inevitably, there is job creation, and when there is job creation, inevitably there is poverty reduction. So these three are interconnected.
Is generating optimal returns on investments a legitimate or proper governmental objective, Mr. President, or a goal of the government?
Creating a stream of of recurring income and for the government, I think, is a noble objective.
Yes, that's the difference now with the real SWFs. Kasi in the case of Norway, for example, matalo, malugi, next year, merong oil sales, Mr. President, to replenish the fund. In our particular case, matalo o malugi, we will raid again the coffers of the GOCCs or the top performing government financial institutions for more of their investable funds, Mr. President?
No, that is not. There's not. I don't see that. There's no specification or no word, no language like that in the bill where they will
Yes.
raid.
The problem, Mr. President, is ganito kasi. Of course, we make assumptions, and of course, we pray that the assumptions become reality. But then we have to guard against the worst case scenario. Yes, but actually, sinabi ko na yata yun. That's the job of the minority to ask the difficult questions and guard against the worst case scenario. In the case of other sovereign wealth funds, which are the legitimate, the real sovereign wealth funds, there is an underlying asset. Tayo, we got from the investable funds of our top-performing government financial institutions sa umpisa. Ngayon, what if now our projections do not come true or are mistaken, or there are events beyond our control which will now lead to the loss in the value of the fund? What is now the underlying asset, the recurring cash flow, which will now supplement and support or maintain the fund? That is actually the one of the basic points, Mr. President.
In the creation of a fund and in the management of the fund, there are always underlying assets. Now, that's part of the investment strategy. And in any fund, you'll have different levels of investment ranging from your safe, which are T-bills, your very safe instruments, right, to then going on to your equities, which yield higher returns, yet of course, there's a corresponding risk factor which you pay for in order to get the upside that you're expecting. That's just the reality of anything. I mean, there's in any government institution, anywhere, it's always calculated risk. Now, we do our best to mitigate the risk. And at the same time, we have this fund that we're creating for a very noble purpose. It's just to create economic development, invest in our own country. And I keep reiterating that, and I hope you, sana bumaon po yung purpose ng pondo dahil ito po ay para mag-invest sa mga infrastructure projects sa ating bansa. This isn't throwing away money. This isn't gambling. This is us investing in our own country, and where we believe with the quality of our people, we can utilize our funds in a way that will be beneficial, that will generate an income to the Philippines at the same time, create investment that will create jobs and economic benefit. And we have to try. There's such thing as opportunity cost in economics. There's a cost for not trying. So if we don't even try, I don't know. What is the downside to that? That is part of it. I just want to emphasize that you're saying there's no downside. There is an opportunity cost that we're not. If we don't do it, then we're sacrificing a lot also by not even trying. So I mean, we have this fund. We believe it can attract investments. The president has said it can attract. The president has given his support behind this bill. Our economic advisors have given their support behind this bill, and they said that they're well trained and they're capable of maximizing their investment and doing good for our country when we're in a situation of facing economic difficulties, and we're facing fiscal problems, a higher debt to GDP ratio, and this is one way that we could possibly get out of reduce our debts. We could possibly, create economic growth. And I think let's not forget that. It's not. Everyone keeps saying throwing away money. It's not. It's it's our best effort and might be our best chance to help the economy grow. And the opportunity cost of that is the Philippines is in stagnation for more years, and there's poverty. And the poverty remains at 21%. That's the opportunity cost that we're missing out on if we do not even try.
Well, Mr. President, when we budget for capital outlay in the GAA, are we not investing in our country, Mr. President?
Yes, and in addition to that, we want more investment. We want to bring in more investment. We want to attract more investment because we cannot just keep keep borrowing to fund our infrastructure projects. We need to find another way, another source of funding. That's why we're trying to do with this Maharlika. Find another source of funding so that we can increase the multiplier effect, and hopefully we can convince more other investors to invest in our country. And eventually, we could increase the projects that we have by engaging more of the private sector, engaging more from the foreign investors, and that's the purpose of this bill. It's not a bill. There's no ulterior motive. There's no effort to create. I don't know what these scenarios are coming up. This is a very sincere effort to try and revive our economy through an instrument that many other countries have used. And at some point, we have to have faith in our president that he's made a commitment to this fund. Not even trying is so large because we're faced with a poverty rate now of 21%. Can we afford to let it go higher? Can we, without even trying anything? So that's my point. I hope.
Yeah,
this is what we can.
yes, Mr. President. But if we are so confident with our projections, why did we give this corporation the power to borrow, Mr. President?
That is
and then-
financial. When it comes to financial, if you want to maximize returns, you leverage. That's when you're talking about financing, you also use leverage. That's a way to maximize your return on investment. That's a common investment tool. Again, the purpose of this is to maximize investment. We want to give these experts, these financial experts, everything that they need in order to maximize the investment so they have the greatest chance of success.
Yes, Mr. President, then we add to the national debt for...
It's not adding to the national debt because you're getting investments. That's the whole purpose of this bill. It doesn't add to the national debt because you're attracting equity from other sources. That's the whole purpose. So we don't have to increase our fiscal deficit. So it's not increasing debt.
We are talking about the section on issuance of bonds, Mr. President. This is debt.
It's not guaranteed by government. It's guaranteed by the assets of the Maharlika Investment Corporation. It doesn't have any relation to the government assets. So it doesn't increase debt of government.
Is Maharlika prevented from accepting money from the national government through the GAA? An infusion, capital infusion through the GAA. Just like what we did in Bayanihan 2 for LBP and DBP, Mr. President. Magkano yung amount binigay sa...
From the GAA?
Yes, Mr. President. A special budget.
Are you asking for special budget from the GAA?
Yes, Mr. President.
The sources of capitalization are expressly provided for in the bill. So that's clear. That's clear. It's provided for in the bill.
I'm talking about Section 10, Mr. President, the issuance of bonds. This is the page 6. The MIC may issue all kinds of bonds, debentures, and securities. Di ba utang yan, Mr. President?
Yes, of the Maharlika Investment Corporation, but not of the Philippine government.
Correct. But when it gets into trouble, Mr. President, who will bail out the Maharlika Investment Corporation?
It's borrowed against the assets of the Maharlika Investment Corporation, so it limits itself to the Maharlika Investment Corporation.
Yes, but the assets, Mr. President, mentioned here are starting on line 24, page 6. Stocks, bonds, debentures, and other securities. Nagbabago rin po ang value niyan eh. So,
It says here, such obligations shall be secured by the assets under the management.
At the time of the ano tawag mo doon, when the debt was entered into, tabla. But then the assets held by the Maharlika Investment Corporation can lose value over time. And then hindi na tabla. Negative na. Utang na. Talo na. Who will come to the rescue of the Maharlika Investment Corporation?
Again, if you're talking about the downside, again, it's borrowed against the asset, so it's self-limiting. And if in the case of loss, the preference of credit will be under the existing civil laws, just like any other fund, just like any.
Yes, okay.
But there's no liability for the national government.
There is a procedure for extending sovereign guarantee to debts or to loans, Mr. President. If the Maharlika Investment Corporation applies for such a sovereign guarantee, will it be granted such a guarantee?
Are you ask?
Yes.
No, I would say no.
What
But
is the plan, Mr.
I'm not I'm not the I cannot. As far as I know, no. I have don't has authority under this law. I can only speak for what happens now under this law. There's no authority for giving sovereign guarantees to any debt of the Maharlika.
Sovereign guarantee. Kasi kukunin lang naman nila yun. Well, wait, I just like to make it of record, Mr. President, that one MDB raised its funds through bonds, Mr. President.
One MDB was a fraud. It wasn't even. I know this very well. We researched this one MDB. It was a pure fraud, which cases were filed. There was no government controls whatsoever. It was the act of a single individual. It wasn't. He may have sold it as a sovereign wealth fund, but it certainly was not a sovereign wealth. In our opinion, it's not a sovereign wealth fund. There was no controls. It was not. There was no government institutions supporting it. In fact, it was just a scam. And in the end, even the people who issued the debt were convicted of fraud.
And one MDB was headed by their head of government, Mr. President.
Who's in jail now?
Yes,
For
precisely.
doing with that. And
Precisely.
that's what happens when there are no controls and there's no institutions, there's no laws who are laws protect. That's why it's important that we have laws like this that specify controls and specify and create a system and checks and balances that will ensure that nothing like that would ever happen to us.
And why are we so sure, Mr. President? What is it? What is in our?
If we're talking
bill
about
which
one
will
MDB, there's
make it
one
possible?
MDB didn't have congressional oversight. One MDB did not have any involvement board. There were no board members, certainly not the Department of Finance, nothing, no one was appointed. It was this guy named Jolo who's he just found a way to trick these financial institutions into lending money to him, practically. So I mean, it's a scam, and that's why we have these laws to prevent someone from to make sure that such scams cannot be executed.
But Mr.
the
President,
country.
in the case of one MDB, well, it was a scam in the sense that the person who made the most money out of it is now a fugitive or is nowhere to be found. But Malaysia, the state, is still held accountable for around $4.5 billion of lost funds, Mr. President, because inutang nila eh. Is that the case, Mr. President?
Of course, with Malaysia, there were funds that were misused precisely because there was no system. They didn't have any kind of controls. There was no law to protect the country against such things. I think that's why we have to have a fund like this. All the more reason to have a fund that's specifically designed to perform these specific mandate. And in the law, it's specific. What are the controls? Everything: the audit, the oversight, the board of directors. Laws like this will ensure that scams like that will not happen to the Philippines, and that's what we are protecting against.
Well, I just want to make it of record that whatever scams were perpetrated at the one MDB, it is still the Malaysian state and of course through the state, it's people who are being held accountable and who are being sued, Mr. President, to pay up on the bonds, Mr. President.
Yeah, but it hasn't happened yet to any of the countries with a specific sovereign wealth fund. So, which is maybe that's a sign that there should be a sovereign wealth. I think that by having this Maharlika, it's a good thing also that we provide for in the law that the creation of such a fund that can help out our with specific provisions and controls with the purpose of making wise and profitable investments for the country.
We can certainly learn from the lesson of the Malaysian 1MDB, Mr. President, but it was claimed or labeled as an SWF also, Mr. President.
I'm sorry?
It was labeled or called as a sovereign wealth fund, Mr. President. That was a
Again, that was
considered
maybe
a sovereign
maybe
wealth
as
fund.
part of the fraud, you would say that it was, but fortunately, that was part of the fraud. And since maybe because there was no sovereign wealth fund, maybe that's how he was able to masquerade it as such. However, that was deception, that was fraud, and that's why it's important that we actually have a we have a law like this to specify the in our case the existence of a fund and the controls. We can specify the controls that will prevent such a thing from ever happening to us.
What is the importance, Mr. President, that the MIF should be called a sovereign wealth fund? Why can it not be admitted to be a national investment fund and not a sovereign wealth fund? What difference would it make, Mr. President, if we admit that it is not a sovereign wealth fund?
Sorry, I didn't catch her. Sorry.
What would be the difference or the practical effect to what we are doing if we admit right now that the MIF is not a sovereign wealth fund? It is a normal national investment fund, Mr. President.
Again, sovereign. It's a very. Your question is certainly it's a little more it's not as simplistic as that. It is or it isn't. You can make every sovereign wealth fund is difficult. Is different in some way. Again, there's no set. There's no specific similarities that are common to all of these sovereign wealth funds. Each one has its own character. Each one has maybe differing purposes. It might have different systems, different protections, but somehow they fall under the same definition. So again, this is what we feel is relevant to the Philippines. This is the product of our discussions, our debates, and this is what we feel is the most, the most relevant and the most optimal for our country. And certainly, we're still open to suggestions, but this is what it is. I mean, this is the product of our discussions that we feel this is optimal for the Philippines, and it's different. I mean, no sovereign wealth fund is the same.
Yes, Mr. President. What will happen if we just agree with the central bank governor, Mr. President, that this is not a sovereign wealth fund but a national investment fund, and we retain everything except that tanggalin natin yung let's stop pretending that it's an SWF by referring to Santiago principles? What would be the practical effect, Mr. President? Will this all of a sudden fail, Mr. President? Will this experiment all of a sudden fail?
Well, that's when we're talking about, that's just the common definition prescribed to this kind of undertaking. So that's the same terminology that we used. I don't think there's any penalties whether we call it an investment fund or a sovereign wealth fund. We're just using these terminologies that are commonly used to describe this kind of vehicle.
So, thank you for that response, Mr. President. Since we are starting from scratch, bago kasi ito, so we can trace the capital, which is part of capital is part of assets, Mr. President. So from the start, it will have 50 billion from Land Bank, 25 billion pesos from DBP, and then slowly over the years, the 50 billion from the national government will be paid. So let's assume fully paid na rin po yung 50. So 125 billion would be the initial capital. And that would be the initial assets also, Mr. President. Tama po ba yan?
Excuse me. Yes, that's the initial capitalization. Yes.
That would also
That's
be the
correct.
initial assets. So if we talk about the issuance of bonds, meaning to say the capacity to borrow of the new Maharlika Investment Corporation would be up to 125 billion pesos. Ganun po kasi ibabangga natin sa assets niya. Tama po ba yan?
Theoretically, yes.
Theoretically, yes. Okay. So that would be the application of that section on bonds, issuance of bonds, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, on the contribution of the national government, why did we choose the dividends from the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas? Una sa lahat, we are dragging in the name of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, which is the Central Monetary Authority of the Republic of the Philippines, into this experiment, Mr. President, where we will optimize return on investment. Tapos, at the same time, we are upsetting the timetable on the completion of the increase in the capitalization of the BSP in RA 11211. So, but of the other choices which the proponents may have had, why did we choose the BSP dividends, Mr. President?
We are utilizing the national government's funds sourced from the dividends of the BSP. It's not BSP funds, it's the national government's funds to finance the 50, as part of the source for funding for the initial capitalization of Maharlika, including, of course, the PAGCOR and possible disposal of government assets. The purpose of which, of course, is to, this is it is the opinion, of course, of the government that look, from a whole of nation approach, this is the optimal use of those dividends. So the national government chooses to invest these funds these national government funds to create a source for recurring income for the national government. That is, and at the same time, hopefully create a vehicle for investment in the country. That is the purpose. That is the objective.
Yes, Mr. President, but of course we are now dragging the name of the BSP into this experiment, Mr. President. If we stick to the government share in PAGCOR, the Department of Finance privatization, and the so-called other sources, would we be able to satisfy the contribution of the national government in the 50 billion?
Again, this is this is not the first time that the government has used dividends to fund response to crisis situations, emergency situations. This was done for the COVID response, and now faced with this economic difficulties, it's the decision of the economic team to invest these funds in to create an investment vehicle using these funds, and that is the priority of national government, and that's the best, in their opinion, given their information that they have, which is more extensive than probably what we have right now. Given all the information that they have, and from a whole of nation perspective, that is the optimal use of those national government funds.
So
at this stage.
Yes, the substantial part of the national government contribution will come from these BSP dividends, not from share in PAGCOR, Department of Finance privatization, and then the other so-called other sources. Dito po talaga tayo nakaasa sa BSP dividends, Mr. President, as the bulk of the national government contribution.
Immediately, yes, because the disposition of government assets is unknown, as an unknown timetable.
The problem, Mr. President, is that this involves a change of mind or change of policy, because we have all, like the land bank investable funds, which are supposed to be committed for agri sector, magsasaka, mangingisda, the DBP, MSMEs, and other industries. The BSP dividends have been committed by the national government itself. Diba? So we have committed it to them, to the BSP, to fund also, to fund their increase in capitalization. So why are we, ano ba tawag dito? Touching already settled funds, Mr. President, just to have this Maharlika Investment Corporation, Mr. President. Nananahimik na yung mga pera eh. Nandun na eh. Na-desisyonan na yun sa BSP. Tapos, of course, I will go to the reason. What is the use or purpose of the BSP's capital? There must have been a purpose na from 50 billion to 200 billion. May gamit siguro yan at may timetable, Mr. President. So bakit po ba yun ang ating pinunteriya, Mr. President?
Given the existing situation, given the circumstances, as they were used before during the COVID response, the government has deemed it optimal to use their national government dividends entitled to them, to utilize it to right now to help with help pump prime the economy. That's just a matter of priorities. Again, looking at it from a whole of nation perspective, it's not, you can't just look at the BSP. The government has to look at the totality of our Philippine economy at this point. And that's why there's a provision in the bill that says at any time they can revisit these commitments. At any time, should there be a situation that arises that would make it more of a priority for capitalization, then they can do that. But at this point in time, it is the government's opinion, it is the government's position that these funds would be better spent investing in a fund that will push our socio-economic agenda.
Just in case the sponsor would want to share his knowledge with this representation, Mr. President, what is the purpose of the Bangko Sentral's capital, Mr. President? Saan mo ba ito ginagamit ng BSP?
What is it used for? Like any
Yes.
example, of course, the capital is maybe the increase of capital is used to strengthen the financial position of the bank, which, of course, it is still part of the objective. But of course, right now, it's that's why the governor is here. He can attest that the position, the financial position of the BSP is strong, and they can afford to defer temporarily this increase in capitalization. So it's a question of priorities, and I support the national government's position because they're in the position to decide. They know that they have the most information with regards to their economic situation, and they're in the best position to decide what the priorities of government at this time should be. And there's a provision in the bill that will allow them to to change their position should it be necessary. So they have the most information, and they're in the best position to decide the most optimal use of their
Yes,
dividends.
so yes, Mr. President. So the BSP dividends could be used for two purposes, bali, in effect, to contribute to the increase in the capital of the BSP or to contribute to the initial capital of the MIC. Ngayon, the BSP is our independent central monetary authority, mentioned even in the Constitution. And then we will now pause or put a break on the contribution to its capital in favor of uh, an experimental body, Mr. President, which will now be involved in optimizing returns on investment, Mr. President. Why did we make this critical decision, Mr. President? Mas importante ba si MIC kay BSP, Mr. President?
It's not a question of MIC is more important than BSP. It's not a question of that. It's a question of where the government. Again, I go back to the overarching purpose of this, which is the poverty reduction. In the end, that's what it's about. In the end, that's the primary purpose of government, and that is the government priority. We can only, by the fastest way, we can decrease poverty. We need to make investments. We need to make investments in scale, in a large scale, that would make a dent in our poverty levels. And this is based on the numbers, based on the studies, based on the information of our economic team. This is the best way that we can do so, and that's why they're here. So again, whole of nation approach. This was deemed the priority at this time. Again, in the end, it's about poverty reduction. It's about economic development. That's our end goal here, and
Yes, Mr.
that's what we're pushing for.
But given also the critical role of the BSP, I think the BSP's mandate is, ano ba mandate ng BSP? To control inflation through monetary policy. Ano pa? The value of the Philippine peso compared to the other currencies.
Yes, Your Honor, I think the BSP is very aware of their mandate.
And if they fail in those mandates, how many Filipinos will be affected, Mr. President? 110 million siguro, Mr. President.
The BSP is in the best position to answer what their capabilities are and what the effects are. And the BSP has already given their opinion that given the resources that they have now and given the market conditions, they can defer this capitalization to utilize some of those funds to pump prime the economy, to make investments that would create more jobs and create more economic progress. And they have again, and we mentioned this earlier, and we talked about this extensively before. They also have additional tools that would allow them to perform its mandate that they didn't have before. And we talked about this extensively. I think it was Senator Gatchalian who brought this up.
Yes, Mr. President. The BSP is our central monetary authority, which the Constitution describes to be an independent body, Mr. President. So was it wise, Mr. President, to involve the BSP and then secure their consent to this change in the policy of prioritizing their capital?
The issue, this is national government funds. The issue of BSP is whether or not they can defer the capitalization. They have already stated that they can, and they're well equipped to respond to any economic situations that may arise. That's why he's here. They've already had models to prepare for this. Now, again, in the bill, there are provisions that would allow them to change to. These are the dividends that are due to national government. The BSP says it can defer its capitalization so that the government can use these funds to fund to start up this Maharlika bill that will fund projects and again contribute to the pump priming of the economy that we really need right now.
Yes, Mr. President, but I just want to make it of record, Mr. President, that we targeted funds or amounts which are already committed. Previous law has already committed this to the BSP. We just convinced the BSP to allow a change in policy, Mr. President, which I think interferes with their independence, Mr. President, if we involve them in this experiment, Mr. President.
Again, it's not BSP funds, it's the national government's funds. that are due from the BSP that we are utilizing. So it's not the BSP funds that we
That's
are.
correct. The BSP
Yes.
dividends.
What we are talking about is whether or not the BSP can defer its capitalization. And again, they're supportive of this bill, and therefore they give it they have given us their assurance that they are well equipped to defer
Yes,
this
yes.
capitalization, and they're well equipped. There's also provisions that would allow them to change this to make the necessary changes if need be.
Yes, Mr. President. Ano nga yan eh? BSP dividends. So, generally speaking, sa national government dapat yan. But we have committed to return it to the BSP to contribute to its increase in capitalization. And yet, what we did is we now approached the proponents of the measure, approached the BSP to ask for its consent that the BSP dividends, which have been committed for use in its capital increase, be deferred and instead be used to capitalize the MIC. So did we not violate the independence of the BSP, Mr. President? Because there is the policy enhances its independence by increasing its capital. And then what we did was to request their consent, Mr. President. And how was the consent of the BSP relayed to the legislature, Mr. President, that they are okay with the deferment or the slowing down of the contributions to their increase in capital, Mr. President? How do we know that they are agreeable to this arrangement, Mr. President?
The BSP did their own study, their own determination of these conditions, and they're fully supportive of the government, this bill. And again, I'll emphasize, there's no BSP funds being used. There's not compromising their independence. These are national government funds. These are
Yes,
dividends.
yes, yes.
These are dividends to national government.
Yes.
So therefore, they are not.
Am I mistaken, Mr. President, that national government has committed this under RA 11211 to be returned to the BSP to be used as a part of their increase in capital, Mr. President? Is that the meaning of RA 11211, Mr. President?
Yes.
Yeah, di ba ganun nga? So ganun. So it's national funds but committed national funds. So we definitely when I say we, the legislature consulted with the BSP and asked for their consent, just as we invited the central bank governor to today's session, and he is here. But how did the BSP officially relay its position on the matter to the legislature, Mr. President? Did they?
Well, they were
write-
part of
did they
our.
write our committee?
They were part of the committee hearings.
No, is it documented, Mr. President?
Yes. Yes. They submitted a position paper, and I'm sure we can find the documents.
Yes, sir. Okay. So thank you for that input. Nakita niyo ba yun? Mr. President, page 4, paragraph II. There is a mention of line 22, Mr. President. Other government-owned gaming operators and or regulators. Ano pong example po nito?
Where's the?
The
Line 22.
CESA. I have a list somewhere here, Your Honor. I was furnished with a list. This was brought up in an earlier interpolation, and we have a list. I will just, but if I remember, my memory serves, the CESA was one of the examples of this. APECO, I think, among others.
Yes, thanks. Thank you, Mr. President. Page 4, paragraph III. On the privatization council, Mr. President. How will this work, Mr. President? It is the privatization council which will determine the amount which will be surrendered to the
I think it's self-explanatory. Proceeds from the privatization of government assets, the amount of which shall be determined by the Privatization Council, consistent with the fiscal program of the government.
And what is that? What is the meaning of the fiscal program of the government, Mr. President? Nahirapan kasi kami rito kasi doon sa line 32, meron namang fiscal regime to be implemented by the national government, Mr. President. Our
I think
terms,
the fiscal program is determined by the economic team at any single time. That's what determines the budget, the DBCC. It's a whole ecosystem. So I think that's what they refer to when you say the fiscal program.
what document will we look at, Mr. President, to know and understand what is this fiscal program of the government?
I think the DBCC will be well equipped to answer that question. It's a very technical question, but if you're asking who can answer, I think the DBCC is well equipped.
So, if it's a technical term, Mr. President, I suggest that we define it in the definition of terms because ganyan.
Yes, we're
I
open
think
to.
that is
Yes, we're open to be more specific, Your Honor.
that is the better approach, Mr. President. Kung may mga technical terms tayo, i-define natin. Since we are on the subject matter, can I jump to line 32? Other sources such as royalties and or special assessments based on the fiscal regime to be implemented by the national government. Ano naman po itong fiscal regime, Mr. President?
Similarly, we can be more specific if these terminologies are not are unclear to the. We can be more specific.
Because my problem, Mr. President, when I was reading this bill is how is this executed, Mr. President? And then let me relate this to the one of the last sections, Mr. President, on because this is related, Mr. President. Section 51, appropriations, page 20. So, regarding the page 21, section 51, but on page 21, paragraphs I, and then IV, so Roman numeral 3 and 4, Mr. President. Are we appropriating in advance, Mr. President? Well, indeed, the act has not yet been done, and yet we are now already appropriating the amounts, Mr. President?
These are automatic appropriations that are provided for by the law.
My problem with page 21, line 24, Mr. President, nakasabi rito, DOF PMO proceeds from the privatization of government assets, the amount of which shall be determined by the Privatization Council. So, we are appropriating amounts which are not yet determined, Mr. President?
Yes, because these are still subject to appraisal. There's not, right now, there's no specific amount. There still has to go through a process before we can dispose of these assets.
And then whatever they decide, Mr. President, kasi the Privatization Council can decide to contribute just a part of an amount, tama po ba? To as the contribution of the national government. Ganun po yun. So it's really left to that council, Mr. President, on the decision, and there's an advance authorization or clearance. Whatever you do is legal, Mr. President.
Yeah, that's my understanding. That is as it's written. That's my understanding.
Yes, as it is written, Mr. President. That's why I have a problem with how it is written, Mr. President. Parang I think it amounts to an undue or invalid delegation of legislative power, Mr. President. It's an advance authority to appropriate, Mr. President. So I just connected the two, Mr. President. Section 6 and Section 51.
And again, if the, your honors, we can, certainly, we can incorporate your comments into any amendments that we, for the bill.
And then, Mr. President, we have, we have a copy of, ano bang date ito? Executive Order number 323, dated December 6, 2000. It's an EO issued by President Joseph Ejercito Estrada. Is this still a valid EO governing the privatization council, Mr. President, especially the utilization of its proceeds on Section 2?
What is that? EO three?
EO 323,
Can I have a copy?
dated December 6, 2000.
I believe it is still valid.
Still valid. So, are we amending therefore Section 2 on the utilization of proceeds? Kasi ito po nakasulat dito eh. Upon the effectivity of this executive order, all receipts from the sale of assets shall be remitted to the National Treasury in the following proportions: 60% to the special account of the Agrarian Reform Fund and 40% to the General Fund. Provided further that except for the subsidiaries of the Government Service Insurance System and the Social Security System, all government-owned and controlled corporations shall remit to the National Treasurer at least 50% of the net proceeds derived from the sale of shares or assets effective October 1, 1992. Provided further that the net proceeds shall mean gross proceeds less related liabilities and selling expenses as stipulated in the provisions of Republic Act number 7661. So we are repealing or
I believe
modifying
the, of course, a law is, supersedes a executive order, so we can include that in the, repeating clause of the, of this, act.
That is why I mentioned it, Mr. President. That's why. So, thank you for that, Mr. President. And then, how would paragraph 4, Mr. President, of the initial capitalization, other sources such as royalties and or special assessments based on the fiscal regime to be implemented by the national government, how is this to be executed, Mr. President, in the real world?
Sorry, which provision is that again? Sorry.
Page 4, line 32, paragraph 4, sir, other sources. How will these other sources be used, Mr. President, to contribute to the national government's initial contribution to the MIC?
I guess we can, royalties, as from other, perhaps other revenue sources from government. I can, I don't wanna, I guess we can specify what these are. We can make, in the amendments, we can specify.
I think, Mr. President, we need to know who will decide how this will be done, Mr. President, and when it can be done, Mr. President.
One of the primary departments that decide when we're talking about fiscal regime, one of the most the relevant department, probably the most relevant department, there's the DBCC. Of course, involving other agencies such as the NEDA board, but I think these are, when you talk about fiscal regime, these are the most relevant agencies. I think DBCC is probably the most relevant.
Yes, Mr. President, ito kasi other sources, parang catch-all phrase yan. So,
Well taken. We can be more specific, Your Honor, when it comes to what these other such as royalties and special assessments.
And on page 5, Mr. President, there is a proviso. Provided that the foregoing contributions shall be subject to the automatic review of the Secretary of Finance every five years, etc. Why did we put this, Mr. President? Why do we need this automatic review?
This was brought up during the committee, and
What's the purpose, Mr. President?
yeah, this was discussed in the committee. Given that perhaps the commitment of the national government might take less than 5 years, we can be a little flexible in this. But it was one of those. There was a request that there be a review conducted, and we did not object to review, as we didn't see it as a hindrance. But certainly, if there's a move to amend this, we'll certainly be open.
What do we expect to be reviewed, Mr. President, and what can be changed also? And will the change be by executive action or
The
it must be
contributions.
by law? Mr.
The
President?
contributions of the national government.
The amounts, Mr. President, although even if the law already provides the amounts?
Yes, but regardless, I think that there was just a request for a review. And again, it's provided for in the law that changes can be made.
This phrase, changes can be made in the law, Mr. President. We have delegated this to who, Mr. President?
The changes in the provision.
Who can make changes in the law, in the bill when it becomes law, Mr. President?
There can be changes in the contribution of the national government. Anong provision ba? What's the provision?
Kasi yung dulo kasi
Page 5. Here. The founding GFIs and national government, this one. It says here, the founding GFIs and the national government may, upon recommendation of the advisory board and without prejudice to additional subscription payment, use its stock dividends from its unappropriated retained earnings to subscribe and pay for the balance.
Yes, Mr. President, we will go to that paragraph because we also have a problem with that paragraph. So, Mr. President, the purpose of the automatic review is to protect the interests of the national government or of the MIC, Mr. President?
The national government, and in relation to especially in relation to its fiscal condition.
So it will now be the Secretary of Finance who will do the review, and he's at the same time the chairman of the board of the MIC. So we are putting him in a very difficult situation, Mr. President. Will he will he now promote the protect some interests of the national government to the detriment or to the damage of the corporation which he chairs, Mr. President? So bakit po Secretary of Finance pa rin po ang ating napili po rito? At bakit din siya rin po napili natin for chairman of the board? Kasi lahat sa kanya. Sa company, siya chair. And then sa national government, siya rin mag-alaga ng interest ng national government. And then, this paragraph already entertains the idea that they could be at loggerheads or cross purposes. That's why
When this was proposed, there were some concerns also. In fact, the economic team, because in our discussions also with the economic, it came out that perhaps in 3 years, we might be able to already fulfill the capital requirements. So it may have been this 5 years may have been overtaken by events. So again, so that being said, we are open. This was among the amendments that we were going to propose.
So yes, but okay. So Mr. President, as I get from the response of our sponsor, when the contribution of the national government, the initial one of 50 billion, has been satisfied, so no more proceeds from privatization and no more other sources, Mr. President. Yun na yun, tapos na.
There's no requirement after the 50 billion. There's no requirement to.
But after we have satisfied the 50 billion, can privatization proceeds still be contributed to the MIF, Mr. President?
Is it required? Is it required?
Yes.
Or pwede sa gamitin to buy
But it's not required.
additional na.
It's not required.
But may, Mr. President.
It may.
May, yes,
It may. It may, but it's not. It's not required.
Yes, Mr. President, earlier, I think the sponsor read what is found as paragraph 2 of page 5, lines 6 to 9. Kami po mga abogado na nagbasa nito, siguro dahil kami mga abogado and not finance people, hindi po namin ito maintindihan. Ano pong ibig sabihin po nitong second paragraph on page 5, Mr. President? Line 6 to 9, the founding GFIs and the national government may, upon recommendation of the advisory body and without prejudice to additional subscription and payment, use its stock dividends from its unappropriated retained earnings in the MIC to subscribe and pay for the balance of the authorized capital stock. May we get the simplified version of this paragraph, Mr. President? We will admit in all humility, hindi po talaga namin maintindihan.
Basically, these government financial institutions and national government, when they receive these stock dividends, it's their option to utilize this to invest in the as you know, that's with the authorized capital stock is not fully paid for, subscribed to.
Yeah.
So again, I think it's quite clear upon recommendation of the advisory board and without prejudice to additional subscription, use its stock dividends from its unappropriated retained earnings in the MIC to subscribe and pay. So, you know, if the MIC has retained earnings and they declare dividends, these can be used to pay for the balance of since it's not fully subscribed, they can use these dividends to pay the balance for this.
What balance, Mr. President? The balance
The,
from
auth-
their
the,
original
the paid up
subscription?
capital is 125. The authorized is 500 billion. So it's not completely paid. The capitalization is not completely subscribed to and paid for.
So, yes, so as the MIC declares stock dividends, the recipients will now use the stock dividends to pay for their stocks, Mr. President. Is that it?
Additional subscription. Yes.
Additional subscription or the initial subscription, Mr. President?
There's
I thought it was the 125 was mentioned earlier.
the 125 is paid in. So the authorized capital is 500. So that's when you say authorized, that's the amount that they are allowed to issue to its shareholders. So it's not completely subscribed to. Now, should the MIC declare a dividend to the national government, they have the option to use those dividends to increase their subscription to the authorized capital stock of the Maharlika Fund.
But if we are interested in additional stocks and we are given stock dividends, why will we use stock dividends the stocks to pay for the stocks we are
It's an additional investment.
Mr. President,
yes,
Mr. President,
Mr. President,
may-
my idol wants to be recognized, Mr. President.
utilize my waking moments, Mr. President, to add to the conversation with the permission of the Minority Leader and the good sponsor.
I hope it's a short intervention, Your Honor.
Short intervention, Mr.
Yes, because it's,
Short intervention, Mr. President.
Thank
Mr.
you.
President, I recall a case where the Philippine government lost. And this is the case involving Terminal 3 of IA. And this is the Fraport case, Mr. President. The exact citation, Mr. President, is Samberg. Fraport AG Airport Services Worldwide versus Republic of the Philippines. And it's now a well settled principle, Mr. President, that when there is a question as to investments, when there is no clarity, there is such a legal mantra known as ratione materiae, which is the construction of terms which would be more liberal, which is more generous to the investor. Always, the court would side with complete liberality in favor of the investor. Perhaps in this instance, the construction would always point to the favor of the investor. So, Mr. President, just a short interjection. Of course, good faith will have to be always present, but it's always in favor of the investor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for that intervention by our idol, Mr. President. However, Mr. President, we will construe or interpret the legal provisions. Once it becomes a law, we're still in the lawmaking process. That's why this representation is pointing out that this is very difficult to understand, so we can still fix it, Mr. President. What if, for example, line 7, what is now, given the explanation of our sponsor, what is now the value of the phrase, and without prejudice to additional subscription and payment? If this talks about additional subscription, it does not make sense, Mr. President.
Yes, I guess we can, these are terms perhaps that are difficult, may not be clear. Basically, it's about utilizing their stock dividends to reinvest basically in the Maharlika, adding to the capitalization of Maharlika gives and talking about that option. So we can change the language to make it, we're certainly, we're open to changing the language to make it more understandable, more clear.
It doesn't make any sense, because
Well, anyway, Mr. President, at least we have pointed out that paragraph which is impossible to understand as far as me and my staff are concerned. That's our limitation, Mr. President. But the next paragraph is the one which I think is controversial. Ito yata po yung that no GOCC providing for social security of the government employees and the private sector employees shall, mentioning also the GSIS social security system and then the Home Development Mutual Fund. This is the Pag-ibig Fund, no? The rule is they should not be requested or required to contribute to the MIC. But yet in the interpellation, I think the position of the sponsor is if their boards want to, they should be allowed.
I didn't say they should. They're not prevented from investing in Maharlika. I never said they should. They're not prevented. Well, if there's sorry if there's a misinterpretation, but they will not be requested or required. It's not saying they should. They can. Not they should.
Yeah, yeah, I think the sponsor missed my phrase, be allowed. Be allowed. I mean, if they want to invest, they are allowed.
They are allowed.
Yeah,
Yes,
so
yes,
that's
correct.
the
Okay.
that has been the consistent stand of the sponsor, Mr. President, from the interpellations. However, we are back to the worries of the members of both the systems, Mr. President, the government system, GSIS and the SSS. Because, yun na nga, I mean, may talo ito eh. Meron din po itong talo. So, at saka, this would be more aggressive than an investment or the MIC can use the fund for more aggressive, riskier investments that
It's not unique to the I think all investments may talo, may panalo. Right? All investments. Hindi naman lahat, whether it's Maharlika or whatever they're investing in now, it's not, what we're talking about again is the pricing of risk and what are the returns, are the returns sufficient to compensate the GSIS and the SSS for the risk they're taking. Now, the Maharlika, again, I read it, does not change the investment goals. It does not dictate anything to any of our government funds. All we're saying is that they're not banned from investing in a fund that's dedicated to our infrastructure projects. That's all we're saying. It doesn't change their investment strategy. It doesn't. They have a very established process for deciding on how they're going to use their funds. They've used it for many things. Na may talo at meron din panalo, and they've diversified their funds. So there's no difference. It's up to them to decide what is an acceptable level of risk, and we've always had faith that the GSIS and the SSS they have the actuarial experts who can decide on this. They're the experts at this, and they've always used our funds judiciously, and I see no reason why they won't do so. They won't continue to do so.
So, Mr. President, I just want to make it of record that I join the concerns of the members of these systems about the riskier investments that the MIC would be allowed to make. And I join the calls for putting an ironclad prohibition, Mr. President, from these social security funds from being invested in this experimental Maharlika Investment Fund, Mr. President. Well, anyway, that's an expression of a position, Mr. President. And Mr. President, on Section 7, is my understanding correct that the board, the MIC board, may increase the capitalization of the MIC to such an amount as may be necessary to attain the objectives of this act? So to any amount, so more than 500 billion, Mr. President? The board can do that?
Yes, it says here, the board upon recommendation and with approval of the increase the capitalization of MIC.
So what was the purpose in stating the authorized capital stock in the law, Mr. President? Kung a mere board can change the amount, Mr. President?
That's the initial capitalization. That's why it was stated.
No, I think the
It didn't say that there was it doesn't say that there was any limitations. This is I don't think it's a contradiction to this provision.
Section 7, Mr. President, what can the board increase? Is it the authorized capital stock of the corporation, Mr.
Yes.
President?
Authorized capital stock, yes.
Which is an amount mentioned in the law, Mr. President.
Yes.
So in effect, the board,
That was the initial structure of the fund, and it's also mentioned here in the law that it gives them the authority to increase that capitalization as necessary to attain the objectives of this act.
Yes. So, yes, in effect, Mr. President, allowing them to amend the law, Mr. President.
This is the law. This is the law. It's providing for this. This is part of the law. It's not amending it.
No, they are in
This is
effect.
the provision in the law.
Yes, I know. It's the provision of the law gives the body, which is not part of the legislature, the power to change the amount stated in the law, which is an authorized capital stock of up to 500 or 500 billion pesos, Mr. President.
Yes.
So, yun pala. Okay, so if that is the purpose, Mr. President, then we better look at another case of an undue and invalid delegation of legislative power, Mr. President. And I'd like to appeal to this body, Mr. President. Mag-ingat tayo sa ganon when we have a law and then parang I could see the latest trend nowadays, Mr. President, that we want to delegate to a certain person, a certain body, a certain administrative entity, the power to change what appears in the law. I mean, mag-ingat po tayo ron because in effect, we are delegating actually a legislative power to that person or body, Mr. President. Meron. Pero bakit hindi lang bang ito? Example? Yeah. Yes, Mr. President, for example, my staff has pointed out to me that Land Bank and DBP, they want also to increase their capitalization, but they are now, there are bills, so bills proposed to increase the capitalization, just like what we did sa Central Bank o sa BSP, Mr. President. So, mag-ingat lang po tayo dito po. Just an advice because although this may be law, there is the Constitution all of a sudden becomes involved, Mr. President, because of the concept of undue delegation of legislative power. Mr. President, unless the sponsor would like to react. More? No. Okay. On page 5, Mr. President, on Section 8, Corporate Powers. What is the purpose for stating that the corporate seal shall be judicially noticed, Mr. President? Why did we introduce this concept of judicial notice, Mr. President? Ang ibig sabihin yata, if I remember my procedural law, judicial notice, ibig sabihin nun, need not be proven, need not be proven in court, Mr. President. So, why is that concept important here, Mr. President? The seal.
Yes. My understanding is that shall be judicially noticed means that
Need not be proven.
it means there without it basically means there will be no need for proof, as I understand it.
So no need to prove the seal in case of court proceedings. So yun po, okay. So
Yes.
so we highlighted that, Mr. President. It must be important. I do not know what's that. Why we need to state that, Mr. President. Of all things to be judicially noticed, it is the seal of the corporation, Mr. President. Normal. Baka, may reason ba? Di ko alam eh, as a lawyer. Okay, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, let us go to the third paragraph of Section 8. This is the compromise provision, Mr. President, which also worries me. Ito, I will read it into the records, Mr. President. Third paragraph, Section 8. The MIC may compromise or release in whole or in part any claim of or settled liability to the MIC regardless of the amount involved, under such terms and conditions as may be prescribed by the board upon favorable recommendation of the advisory body to protect the interests of the MIC and the integrity of the MIF. What is the purpose of this paragraph, Mr. President? Because the MIC may compromise or may release a settled liability to the MIC, regardless of the amount. So settled liability na in favor of the MIC could be in billions of pesos and it can be settled by the MIC, Mr. President. Is that in the realm of the possible in interpreting this paragraph, Mr. President?
It is my understanding that these provisions are regular power of the GOCC, so even the SSS has similar provisions. So that's where that's where this originated. So even the SSS has similar provisions.
We will
Even central bank. This is the
central bank. We will need time to look at the SSS and the central bank provisions, Mr. President. So can we ask for a liquidity break, Mr. President? Just a couple of minutes.
Session suspended. Shall we proceed with the interpellation, gentlemen? Minority Floor Leader is recognized and the Deputy Majority Floor Leader is recognized as well. Sponsor the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will continue with our interpellation. Well, we just worry about this compromise provision, Mr. President. And then on page 6, section 9, Mr. President.
Compromise provision, develop yun ang case natin. Ano ba bakit sa speech yun?
Section 9, paragraph C, page 6. In functions of the Maharlika Investment Corporation, in carrying out its objectives and functions, the MIC shall, paragraph C, accept and manage investment mandates whose investment purpose is to increase income for development goals. Can we have a clearer statement, Mr. President, or an example of what this is, Mr. President?
Accept, it says here, and I'll restate, accept and manage investment mandates whose investment purpose is to increase income for development goals. When you talk about mandates, you talk about, or perhaps investments, and it says here whose investment purpose is to increase impact. I think that's a reiteration also of what we said earlier, which is that part of it is to part of the priorities of Maharlika is to make investments make investments which further our socio-economic agenda. So I think that's
But
reiterating what is it's perhaps detailing what is provided for. Again, if we're talking about the language, we can always say change the language to something. But
Yes.
my understanding of this is it says functions of Maharlika Investment. It's just outlining what the general mandate of Maharlika is.
Yes, Mr. President, we can only help if we understand what is the purpose of the paragraph or section, Mr. President. So this is about the function of the MIC, and it shall accept, i-simplify na lang natin, accept an investment mandate whose investment purpose is to increase income for development goals. So what does it mean, Mr. President? Or what do we want to mean, Mr. President? So we can help, Mr. President.
Maybe it's here investment mandates.
Ano ba yung
Perhaps joint ventures or investments that are deemed by our experts to be consistent with our development goals. At the same time, increasing income. Again, that's what I think it goes back to what the mandate, which is to generate income for the Maharlika, which at the same time making investments that will further our development goals.
Okay. Yes, Mr. President, I think kasi bawat salita or entry, paragraph in a law must mean something because it serves a purpose. So if we can understand what we want to mean here, we can help actually clarify this paragraph. And then let's proceed to paragraph D of the same section, Mr. President. Ito, objective and function of the MIC ito. Develop and foster skills in finance, economics, risk mitigation, good governance, and other related areas consistent with the capacity and capabilities build up of human resources in the industry. So, siya po ay magti-training po ng mga tao dito po sa mga subject
I
matters.
think in any organization, any company, etc., of course, you have your HR department. Human resource development is integral to the performance, and I think that what this paragraph refers to, of course, is part of what the MIC shall also accomplish is to develop these skills for internally, develop expertise. I think this is part of any corporate, any corporate objective, which is to, of course, to develop initially there might be some, it's not, of course, the organization. Initially, there might be some improvements that need to be made, and that's why I think that's what this particular paragraph refers to. So develop, again, that's what it says, develop and foster skills. So it seems a little self-explanatory.
So meaning to say, Mr. President, the MIC is considering hiring non-experts and then they will develop their expertise while serving in the MIC?
In any organization, not everyone's there's such thing as human resource development in any organization. I think it would be impractical to think that once we establish this, everyone has reached the pinnacle of their capabilities. I'd like to think that as this organization matures, there will be also improvement in the skill and talent of those who work for the Maharlika Corporation.
Yes, just like what they do in the other investment firms in the private sector, Mr. President. That's again siguro meaning no, in the industry. Back to our subject matter earlier, Mr. President. Mr. President, on Section 10 now, on the issuance of bonds, on the second paragraph, Mr. President, the MIC shall provide for appropriate reserves for the redemption or retirement of the bonds. I'm not a finance guy, Mr. President, but can you, I will be honored, Mr. President, if I will be educated by our sponsor. What does this mean, Mr. President? The first sentence of the second paragraph.
Yes, basically, when you talk it's these of course these bonds, they would require when it comes to like their coupon, or there's a reserve requirement in order for them to service the requirement. So I think that's what it means when it says appropriate reserves, is to service the maturity of these bonds when they mature. Is to be
Yes,
part of the
isn't
financial
that
language.
yes? Isn't that covered already, Mr. President, by the third paragraph, first sentence, that such obligations shall be secured by the assets under the management of the MIC, etc.
Yes, but this one is referring to the asset should be they will be secured only by the assets under management by the MIC. When it says here appropriate reserves, this means that the cash reserves needed to redeem like the whatever they issue, the coupon that they issue, they should have the reserves ready to ready for the investors once they reach maturity.
So assets which should not be touched or used, Mr. President, union reserves.
The reserves are just the cash requirements to service these instruments upon maturity. And when it says here in the next paragraph, secured by the assets under management, that's basically stating that these obligations would be limited only to the assets managed by the MIC.
So thank you for that clarification, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Yes.
just a quick interjection I forgot to ask a while ago. Mr. President, the permission of Senator Pimentel and Senator Villar, my very short, Mr. President, very quick interjection. Can the Maharlika Investment Fund enter into a merger and acquisition deal?
A merger and you mean the corporation itself, or can it invest in a company and that company will
Hybrid, or the corporation itself, or invest in a...
The fund can invest in the fund. There's the management company that manages the fund. The fund can invest in various
M&A.
Possibly it can do well if it purchases let's say some equity in a company. It has the discretion perhaps to engage in that.
So perhaps, Mr. President, that should be clarified in under Section 9, letter A, spelled out directly, that it can enter into an M&A deal.
We're open to any amendments, especially from
Yes.
the
Yes,
the
yes.
good doctor of laws.
And my
Three-time PhD.
my
Yes.
my
Three-time PhD.
my next question is how would this affect the the law itself once passed, if it is now involved in a merger and acquisition? Perhaps the acquired entity might have a different purpose, different from what we're discussing right now. So there should be a leeway, enough room to provide for acquisition.
I think also there's still the IRR that can provide for the details of the investment policy. So that's one avenue, and of course, we are more than open to any possible amendments in the period of amendments.
So it will now totally change what is contemplated under Section 9. So there should be a safe harbor provision here that would allow the components of an M&A deal in the future, Mr. President. So subject
you.
to
Thank you for that.
subject to future amendments, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Just my
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, okay, if I can resume. But Section 9 is about the functions of the MIC, Mr. President. So maybe if investing in a merger and acquisition transaction, shouldn't that better be in the allowable investments section, Mr. President?
We're open to that. It's mergers and acquisitions are very specific, of course, investment strategy. We can
Yes,
include in the IRR. We can include it in the law. We're open to any amendments.
Another point that I will be making, Mr. President, is that we should not delegate or relegate to the IRR important matters, Mr. President. Delikado din po. That means we are not seeing the final look and the final structure and the powers of the corporation that we seek to establish, Mr. President. So just my opinion, Mr. President. On page 6, line 26, Mr. President, there's a sentence. These bonds and debentures may be long-term, medium, or short-term with fixed interest rates or floating interest rates. This sentence refers to the bonds and debentures held as assets by the MIC. Is that
No, it says here
am I
the issue.
correct, Mr.
The
President?
MIC may issue all kinds of bonds, debentures, and securities, and or the renewal or refunding thereof.
Mr. President, page 6, line 26, the last sentence of the third paragraph, Mr. President. So, these bonds and debentures may be long-term, medium, or short-term with fixed interest rate or floating interest rate. The bonds and debentures mentioned here are those held as assets by the MIC, Mr. President?
These, I think this whole section refers to the issuance of bonds. So the bonds issued by the MIC.
Well, yes, Mr. President. So if that is the case, then I think we need to separate this from the paragraph, Mr. President, if it is not related to the first sentence of the paragraph. So that's a suggestion, Mr. President, because that is actually connected to my next question is, what is the investment horizon of MIF's investments, Mr. President? Are these short-term, medium, or long-term, Mr. President?
I think it's a mix of these depending on the investment strategy that is devised by the board of directors.
So Any, so any, sir. It depends on the board, Mr. President. So, okay. So now we go to Section 11, Mr. President. Ito medyo controversial din po ito, but already touched in the earlier interpellations, but we need, I think, to elaborate on this, Mr. President. This is the 2% cap in the administrative and operational expenses of the MIC. This 2%, Mr. President, comes from industry practice in the private sector, that 2% of the assets under their management would be the cap for their administrative and operating expenses.
This cap based on our, is quite, but it's not, it's a very reasonable cap. Very industry, I mean, in general, I think we touched upon this, that of course, as the assets grow, there are corresponding variable expenses that grow along with it. So this 2% cap, and again, I reiterate, it's a cap. So it just cannot exceed. It does not mean that they have to maximize this cap. It's a cap. And our economic managers have deemed it to be a reasonable within industry standards.
Industry. Yeah, it's a cap. It can theoretically be reached, and then if it is reached, there is no violation of the law, Mr. President. That is the purpose of the cap, Mr. President. It can theoretically be reached, and even if it is reached, there is no violation of the law because the law says up to.
Yes, this loss is up to
Yes,
2%.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. President. But then, Mr. President, the proviso, there's another proviso, Mr. President, found on page 7, line 1. Provided further that the Secretary of Finance may reduce the allowed expense ratio, Mr. President.
Yes.
So why are we delegating it to the person of the Secretary of Finance, Mr. President?
I think we're already limiting it by the 2%. We're merely giving him some discretion to lower it further. So it's giving them some level of flexibility, but at the same time, we're setting a hard cap at 2%, and it says they provided that the board of directors shall set annual targets to reduce operating and administrative expenses as a share of funds managed. So there's really an F. We wanted to put that there to make sure to allow the Secretary of Finance to make the decision to reduce that if the need be, and it should always be. And we were also mentioned this particular provision to show that we need to that the fund has to endeavor to reduce its expenses, even though we set a hard cap at 2%.
Talking about expenses, Mr. President. So Section 11 yung parang it governs the administrative and operating expenses. There is another section, Section 19, which found on page 10, which talks about third-party fees and all charges incurred in the connection with the establishment and effective management of the MIF, such as custody fees, transaction fees, clearing fees, and management fees payable to external fund managers shall be charged against the MIF in accordance with the applicable policies on fund disbursements. Are the Section 19 expenses part of administrative and operating expenses, Mr. President?
Yes, they are.
So with that answer, they are part of the ano sabi niya, hard cap? Of the chief executive and members of the board of directors, Mr. President. Are these expenses also part of the hard cap, Mr. President?
Yes.
Ito, and then there's another section, Mr. President. So ano pala yan? Apat pala yan related. Sections 11, 19, 20, 26, and 30, Mr. President. That's the fourth one. 30, rewards and incentives. Are these rewards and incentives also part of the hard cap, Mr. President?
Yes.
So that's really a hard cap kung ganon. Okay. But then, Mr. President, if because external fund managers are allowed to be hired, Mr. President, so will the placement with an external fund manager, Mr. President, which is not touched, which is not modified, charge the 2% every year, Mr. President? So for
Charge the 2%.
yes,
every
a
year.
bit, I mean, ang ibig kong sabihin ko, for example po, let us say 1 billion pesos pinaubayan natin sa fund manager, external fund manager. So we can charge because that's that's an asset under management, Mr. President. The MIC can charge 2% for admin and operating expenses on that amount, even though it's on automatic pilot mode, Mr. President. It is with the external fund manager.
Again, the 2% is a cap that we put. I'm not sure. Do you mean that you want the 2% can be allocated to a single? I'm not sure I understand your question. I mean, it's a very simple concept. 2% hard cap.
Yes, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
yeah.
So if the assets under management are 100 billion, hard cap would be 2 billion, which they can spend a year without any issue. Because if they reach that hard cap, that's the allowed under the law. So they can
Well, they still
spend
fall-
2 billion.
Again, there are controls. These fall under COA, internal, external auditors. So it's not. There's still some oversight regarding the usage of this.
Yes, Mr. President. But that's the application of these interrelated sections, Mr. President. Basta if it's 100 billion, you can charge 2 billion pesos in admin and operating expenses every year, even if theoretically that 100 billion has been given to an external fund manager to manage, Mr. President.
Even if it's given to an external fund manager.
Because it will still be the funds given to the external fund manager is still an asset under management of the MIC, on which they will now base the hard cap of 2%, Mr. President. Tama po ba yan? So kahit even if the MIC will not touch the investment under the external fund manager, they can still charge that 2% every year, even if there is no more, there is no effort, there is no new idea or a contribution of a new idea coming from the MIC, Mr. President. Napaubaya na sa external fund manager.
So
Is
they
that
can charge
possible?
2% to a fund manager to manage the fund.
How much?
Again, it's a cap. It's a maximum, just like any other government organization when they form their salaries, their associated expenses. I mean, it's a
Yeah,
2% cap. It's a cap. It's for administrative expenses. It's in line with the industry standards, and that's what it is. It's a cap. Now, however they want to use it, I mean, you can, as long as it falls within the cap.
If the assets, yes, Mr. President, if the assets under management of the MIC amount to 100 billion pesos,
Yes, I said it. I said it before. It's 2 billion. Yes.
Yes, 2 billion. And if the assets under management grow to 200 billion pesos, they will now be allowed to spend
2% of that.
2%. Yes, Mr. President. 4 billion pesos, Mr. President. Now, on the section 30, which is part of expenses, rewards and incentives, this is also the section where there is a mention of industry standards and practices, Mr. President, on lines 18 to 19. There is a sentence starting on line 19. The criteria for the grant of rewards and incentives shall be determined in the IRR, including the formula for the computation of any amount that will be granted to the board of directors, officials, employees, and staff of the MIC, Mr. President. So
Where's the amendment?
we are now relegating to the IRR the formula, Mr. President. So at least it is not the board which will now set the formula because the IRR is not written by the board, Mr. President. Am I correct?
Yes, it's written by.
My problem here, Mr. President, is this section 30 talks about honoraria, performance bonus, or any similar performance-based compensation, Mr. President. And yet, that second sentence mentions an amount that will be granted to the board of directors. Bakit po na singit ang board of directors po dito sa paragraph na
We have here in proposed revisions just for the information here. The section 30, our proposed revision is that the officials, employees, and staff of MIC shall be entitled to honoraria, performance bonus, or any similar performance-based compensation as may determined by the board and as approved by the President of the Philippines, taking into consideration, among others, the performance of the fund, the performance of the individual employee or officer, and industry standards and practices. The criteria for the grant of rewards incentives shall be determined in the IRR, considering the nature of the fund's intended investments. The criteria shall consider the long-term performance of the fund, acquisition and retention of talent, and the rate of comparators.
Okay, so I've noticed that the upcoming proposed amendment will drop the idea now of giving any amount to the board of directors, Mr. President. Is that the case?
Sorry, Your Honor, I couldn't hear, sorry.
The idea of giving an amount to the board of directors has been dropped, Mr. President, with the amendments.
That's what I read. It was crossed out in our proposed amendments.
So, since we are now deleting that phrase, Mr. President, hanggang ano na lang po ang pwedeng matanggap ng members of the board, Mr. President? Ano section? Ano yung pwedeng lang tanggapin? So it's found in section 26, second paragraph, Mr. President. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President, for that. Mr. President, I think this is a good point in the measure, Mr. President, to suspend the interpellation, Mr. President, so we can start tomorrow on a new topic, which is now the fund. So, tapos na tayo sa corporation, Mr. President, then we need to talk about the fund which is being managed by the corporation. So, if the majority and the presiding officer will allow it, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I object. We've debated this extensively. I've answered all the interpellations, and without prejudice to the amendments being proposed, I'd like to object, and I'd like to move to close interpellations.
Yes, it's the prerogative of the sponsor to close the period of interpellation. And we appeal to our minority floor leader that tomorrow we reserve for the turno in contra, and which will give you time to give your turno in contra, and then after which we do the period of amendments, which will also require us to wait a bit, because after we do the period of amendments, we'll ask for a clean copy to be given to the members for final approval on second and third reading tomorrow. So, yes,
Was that a just a reaction by the sponsor, or he's really
I think he
terminating
moved I think he objected to your motion, and I think he,
to suspend? Yes, Mr. So that means I can continue, Mr. President.
no, what is the pleasure of the sponsor?
I move to, I think, Mr. President, I think I've exhausted all the questions I've answered. I feel like I've answered the issues. And again, we do have a period of amendments where we can, I think that is, we can consider all these suggestions in the period of amendments. And I'd like to move to close the period of interpolation.
Well, Mr. President, since that's a motion, so we are entitled to probably comment or discuss and then object, no? Sayang, we are getting into the meat of the measure, Mr. President. It's about, lalo na itong allowable investments on Section 14 na, Mr. President. Ang daming konsepto dyan na dapat maklaro natin. So, since that's a motion, and I think we have the right also to object to the motion, Mr. President.
Yes, absolutely. May I
part of
ask
the
for a minute
discussion.
suspension?
the minority leader moved to suspend the interpellations of His Honor, and the sponsor objected to it, Mr. President. And at this point in time, this is the time of the sponsor, considering we are in the period of interpellations. And it is his right, Mr. President. The second part of the issue is that if I hear it right, Mr. President, the sponsor, it is the pleasure of the sponsor to no longer
Entertain
entertain
question.
questions, Mr. President, and that is his prerogative under our rules.
Rule 71.
Rule 71, letter B, Mr. President. Sponsorship by the committee chairman or by any member designated by the committee. This is the rule under Section 71 when the Senate adopts the following procedure in the consideration of bills and joint resolutions. And so, Mr. President, the next step would be to ask the pleasure of the distinguished sponsor as to whether or not he will continue sponsoring or he will no longer, and as mentioned a while ago, he will no longer entertain questions, Mr. President, which the minority leader objected to, Mr. President.
I
That
believe
is-
the motion was he moved to close the period of interpellation.
Yes,
That was the
Mr.
proper
President.
motion.
So that is the motion of the
And duly objected by the majority.
duly
minority
objected
leader.
by the minority leader, Mr.
But,
President.
yes, thank you
Yes, sir.
for the clarification on the parliamentary situation. But aren't there now two motions pending, Mr. President? Because I also formally stated a motion, Mr. President, with the objection of the sponsor. And yet, is it correct to say that he has the floor? Don't we share the floor, Mr. President? Because the presiding officer recognizes the two individuals, Mr. President, the
But
interpellator
the-
and the sponsor, Mr.
But the
President.
control of the floor is with the sponsor.
As we are in the middle of the period of interpellation, Mr.
And let
President.
me add, Mr. President, let me add, Majority Leader, my dear colleagues, that we had precedents on this many times. With Senator Miriam, Senator Pacquiao, Senator Trillanes, Senator Bongo, in the past where they terminated the period of interpellation and decided to put the measure straight for period of amendments, to directly towards the period of amendments. So the first motion actually of the minority floor leader would be mute and academic because we recognize that it is the right of the sponsor to sit down if he or she so wishes and no longer be interpellated. So I think it is moot and academic, and then it was motioned after by the sponsor that he no longer wants to be interpellated and close the period of interpellation.
Yes, Mr. President, the desire of the minority is just to be educated, Mr. President. Can the presiding officer cite the specific rule which governs the situation? Mr. President, and the rule must be clearly governing the actual parliamentary situation, Mr. President. What is the section, Mr. President? And we will read it with you, together with you, Mr. President.
The sponsor can no longer yield to further questions, and this is under. You're asking him to be sure. The period of interpellation is with the period of sponsorship. Hence, a member interpellates and asks if the sponsor will yield the floor. In this case, the sponsor no longer wants to yield the floor, my dear colleague, and he wants to terminate this interpellation.
Yes, can
In
we
the
get the
beginning.
specific rule, Mr. President? What rule are we interpreting, Mr. President?
Under Rule 71,
71, Mr. President.
71B,
B.
sponsorship by the committee chairman or by any member designated by the committee. It's
So-
a subcommittee, heads of subcommittee,
And we're
chair of subcommittee.
and we're reading everything that you said on that particular paragraph, Mr. President, which goes like this. Basahin din natin yung introductory. The Senate shall adopt the following procedure in the consideration of bills and joint resolutions. B. Sponsorship by the committee chairman or by any member designated by the committee. And then we're reading into that sentence everything that the Senate President said, Mr. President?
Well, it is still gray. It's a gray matter in the rules, but it is practiced by tradition. And since I'm the presiding officer, I am ruling to that effect,
Yes.
that he no longer wishes to be interpolated.
Mr. President,
He has the floor, Your Honors. And if he no longer wishes to be interpolated, we cannot force him to answer your questions, Your
So
Honor.
that's the ruling of the chair.
That's the ruling of the
Yes.
chair.
Is it in our rules that I can appeal the ruling of the chair to the body, Mr. President? I
Yes,
think
you
that's
may.
basic, Mr. President. So I am now appealing the
Yes, you may.
ruling. So the ruling
So
of
we
the
should
chair.
divide the House.
If we will clarify, the ruling of the chair is that this representation's original motion has become moot and academic, and then the sponsor has the right to terminate his sponsorship or his yielding of the floor, which I will now, I appeal the ruling of the chair to the body, Mr. President.
Yes, that it is the right of
That is
the chairman to make that ruling.
By the rules and then.
So those were,
Mr.
yes,
President,
Senator
maybe,
Lauren Legarda is recognized.
Yes, no, I just wanted to put in the record, Mr. President, on Rule 25, consideration of and debates on bills on Section 71, and if you look at letter D, just to shed light on all of this, you cited that, right?
Yes.
The sponsor of the bill or author of the motion
Shall have the right to close the debate.
the debate. So I heard the sponsor wanting to close the debate, but we also, of course, understand the wish for more information of the minority leader. But I just like to put on record letter D of Section 70.
That's correct. And I'm protecting the right of each and everyone here that are chairmen of committees, sponsoring measures. It is your right. And I believe it is your right
Pero is it?
to do so. So
Yes.
there is a motion or there is a appeal of the minority leader.
But Mr. President, I mean, just for our education, I mean, are we in the period of debates?
interpellations, Mr.
We're
President.
in the period of interpretation.
And why are we citing letter D, which is the debates, Mr. President? So, ganito lang, Mr. President, just to be fair, the minority will play by the rules. Klaroin lang natin, the minority is just asking what is the basis in the rules, just for clarity, and then we will appeal the ruling of the chair. Pero nagbago, sir, nagbago
Mr.
kasi,
Chairman,
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
President,
B-
if I may,
B-
Mr. President, from the very beginning, we mentioned and cite letter B, sponsorship by the committee chairman. Mr. President, we are in the period of interpellation. It is the time of the sponsor entertaining questions from the members of this August chamber. And the motion is to suspend the interpellations. The sponsor himself already stated that he will no longer entertain any questions, Mr. President. And that is his prerogative, Mr. President, which the minority leader objected to. And that's the reason why we are asking for the division of the House in that particular motion, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, the minority leader is asking for an appeal
An appeal on the ruling
of
of
the
the chair.
ruling of the chair. And so, Mr. President, while I wanted to entertain other members for manifestations, etc., Mr. President, we are about to vote, Mr.
Let's
President. and
divide the House.
we should not be
We're about to divide the House. An
exactly,
appeal.
Mr. President, because we're about to vote, Mr.
Yes.
President.
Yes, let's divide the House. Is there an additional information that we need to do with wait for the appeal? Okay, maybe we have to dispose on the motion.
That is,
Under our rules, we must dispose
that is
of
what
the
I'm
motion.
trying to say here, Mr. President.
It's a pending motion that we have to vote upon, and voting cannot be disturbed. But we'll allow the Deputy Minority Leader to
It's relevant because
comment.
that's my role.
Dagang salamat, Mr. President, and to the Majority Leader for his forbearance with this representation. This is by way of an appeal to the sponsor. Gusto ko lang i-make of record, Mr. President, dear colleagues, especially the good sponsor, kaya ko po sinusuportahan yung unang motion ni Minority Leader to be allowed to suspend his interpellation tonight and be allowed to complete it tomorrow. Ay dahil this bill is so important. Sinabi na nga po nating lahat around the table, if passed into law, the creature we will create will actually outlive us. So just for the record, for posterity, na ma-put on record lahat ng mga tanong ni Minority Leader at lahat ng mga sagot ng good sponsor, whom I appreciate for his forbearance all these past 1/3 of a day, 8 hours. Ganun po ka-importante. That is why I only wish na, and given that, as far as I know, there's at least one sovereign wealth fund elsewhere in the world, dinebate po nila for years. And here, we're not asking even for a year. We have just been hearing, interpolating, eventually debating it for some months. I know it's taking a lot from the sponsor. That's why I appreciate him. But it is so important. And I feel collectively, though the physical exhaustion of the sponsor is more than maybe any of us, ganun ka-importante para sa ating mga kababayan. That's why, dagang salamat to the Senate President and the good majority leader and you, dear colleagues, for allowing me to make this manifestation by way of an appeal na matapos yung interpellation bukas, just to hear all the important questions and answers about this very important bill. Salamat, good sponsor.
Mr. President, can I
Dagang
make
salamat, Mr. President.
I was
Would like to
mentioned.
recognize the sponsor.
Can I just make I understand and I'm very, of course, but I think in fairness to me, this is the third week that every day I've really endeavored, I've made an effort to answer everyone's questions, whether sometimes it's a repetition of past questions, past issues. I think I've covered every square inch of this bill. If maybe you might, but we've had four committee hearings, technical working groups, a roadshow, and this is the third week that I've opened myself up to all questions. I think to be fair to me, I've really endeavored to make sure to answer to the best of my ability. And now I feel it's my right, and I'd like to exercise. I feel that this is without prejudice to the period of amendments, where they're welcome to propose amendments. And I think that and I'm looking forward to discussing these amendments. But at this point, I feel that we've taken up this issue, and it's my appeal that let us move this much needed legislation forward. I think we've all made a really extensive effort to answer all the questions, to make sure that we've given the minority the opportunity. So again, I move to terminate.
And before we act on the motion of the appeal of the minority floor leader and the motion of the sponsor, we also, with due respect to the minority, every day last week we were asking you guys when would you like to interpolate. We ran out of interpolators already from the majority. And you said Monday. We'll interpolate Monday. So the whole day Monday we did it. But we gave you all the time last week, Your Honors. I clearly see the majority leader. I saw the majority leader last week asking you if you can be listed already. You can ask the questions. This week is the last week of work. So not only is this an important piece of measure, there are other important pieces of measure that are pending to be sponsored and to be passed on second reading. So we want to take this off the table. With due respect, the majority has been asking the minority. We have not stopped you from being asked questions last week. We actually had asked you to ask questions.
Can we react? Can we react, Mr.
Yes.
President? Because the
Minority
Senate President
Leader, you're
referred to the minority. Well, I think we did our job also last week, Mr. President, by participating in the other bills pending, Mr. President. And then we true to our word, we started the interpellation Monday, which we did. Hindi lang natin matapos. It's as if we cited paragraphs na wala naintindihan ninyong lahat. We cited paragraph na walang nakakaintindi. Mr. President, that's the point, Mr. President. We give us time to point out what we are also observing. So I hope that the Senate President will not present it as if that the minority was not working or participating in other, and then we reneged on our word that we will start interpellation on Monday, which we did, Mr. President.
Yes, but remember Wednesday we discussed this minority floor leader, and I clearly recall that we had the whole Wednesday ready for the minority. As a matter of fact, there was no longer any interpellators. And the poor sponsor, we recognized him. He stood there. There was only a few questions by one majority member, and then we had asked, and you had asked us, now what, now today, Monday, we will ask. So today is Monday, we gave you that whole day. We have no other bill that's been taken up today, except for the third reading of 4 measures. So we appreciate that. But it is our last week, and we'd like to finish this. We're appealing to the minority. We'd like to finish this week together with other bills that our colleagues would like to sponsor. And so it's not being rushed. We've been discussing this, and I can clearly recall before the break, before we did this, the break before this 1 month of work, I was interviewed by the media, and I clearly said that this will probably be finished before the start of the synergy break. And we are about to start the synergy break on Thursday. So I have not reneged also on my timelines. These are the timelines that we had set out so that we can move on to other LEDAC measures. So
So we
there's
will
a
just
pending-
appeal to the rules,
Yeah,
Mr. President.
there
We just use our rules for a
Yes.
smooth proceedings in the Senate, Mr.
Yes.
President. Let's just use our rules, Mr. President. So thank
Yes,
you.
I understand. So there is an appeal by the minority floor leader. We shall divide the House.
Yes, Mr.
What is the
President.
motion?
Actually,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
President, if we are to implement strictly our rules, we weren't supposed to be talking
Anymore?
because we were supposed to dispense with the motion a while ago, Mr. President. But if I leave it to the wisdom of the Senate President
Yeah,
on
so-
whether or not we
If I may make the ruling, I make the proper motion for the conduct of this count. Those who are in favor of the appeal of the minority floor leader, please raise your hands. Those who are in favor of or not in favor of the appeal of the minority leader, please raise your hand. So the appeal is lost. Now we will proceed to the appeal of the the sponsor on the closing of the period of interpellation.
Can we announce the voting result, Mr. President? I think
There's
that's
13 members here, 12, 2 or against,
Viva voce lang.
2 affirmative votes, 11 negative votes. The motion is lost.
What's the next, sorry? The next-
So now there's a motion by the sponsor to close the period of interpellation. As many as in favor of the motion of the sponsor to close the period of interpellation, please say aye. Those who are against, say nay. The ayes have it, and that is the ruling of the chair. Majority Leader. The period of interpellation.
Thank you,
hereby
Mr.
closed.
President. With that, Mr. President, I will now move to close the period of interpellation. I so move, Mr. President.
There's a ruling already, Majority Leader, but if you want to formalize it, the period of interpellation is closed.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I move for a minute suspension?
Session suspended for 1 minute.
Mr. President, before I move that, to suspend the consideration of this particular measure, Mr. President, let me state for the record, especially for those watching us at this time, 12:55 a.m., Mr. President.
Wait, when
We have-
1 o'clock in the morning.
Yes, Mr. President. We have submitted, a lot of members of this institution submitted their proposed amendments, Mr. President. And so a lot of issues will be threshed out tomorrow again, Mr. President. It's going to be a long day tomorrow, Mr. President. And just like to put that on record. So, Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2020. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, May 30, 2023. So move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, the session is adjourned till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tuesday, May 30, 2023. Have a good morning, everyone.